Gun angle there, but meanwhile, Wolan's going to be able to find CK, but now here comes the full movement. Fox will find a triple kill, once again on low health. CK, though, is taking Warehouse without any issues. He's just going to run right in, and a very bold move from CK there. I'm not sure if he had the intel, but Hyper is able to at least find the first one. Doesn't see Fox, though. Fox goes down to 10 health and finds 3 more with it. Not really sure how you let Fox get away with that, but if that are the type, or if those are the types of plays that you're going to let slide if you're Mississippi State, it's going to be a long day for you. And it is also only a best of 1.
Defenders protect
Elena,
your
are we
bombs from
live?
being defused by attackers.
If you are joining us late, welcome to the show that is the Passion Series. It is a LAN. Unfortunately, we get here in round 2. And you did miss a Fox 4K round to start the day off. Not to mention that 3 of those
10 seconds to
have
go.
flown through at the hands of about 10 health.
5 seconds to
Not
insertion.
exactly sure how you let him get away with that. But this right here, that's about what LAN is all
Attackers are moving
about.
out to
Cove got the
locate a
last
bomb and
kill.
defuse it.
Whereas on the other side of things, CK was really the only one who was able to successfully take space. I mean, Fox literally ran outside of Terrace and just got the knife down. And then got Diffuser down with it as well. And it got to retreat and still found extra kills. So it's a messy round, but it's also about, we're supposed to start at 10 a.m. Eastern time. It's almost 11 now. We're about an hour behind. But either way, nobody really hops on Siege at about 9 a.m. and they're like, you know what? I really want to play a rank game at 10 a.m. today. Well, how about instead of a rank game, you get to go to 7 with an SEC rival? Right now, UGA is trying to do that. And they're going to go ahead and be slightly under pressure. As obviously downstairs, bringing that Thatcher and Thermite combo is almost impossible to stop. So they're going to go ahead and get those walls open. Looking to try and get their way out of emergency. Wolan, though, will find Hyper. That is a big pick. Getting the Capitao out. Or Capitao out. Whichever way you want to say it. Wolan knows there's one close and gets the SMG down, but doesn't knock CK. Now going to look play aggressive, has the advantage. CK re-peek and absolutely refry. Wolan, big kills. Also keeping the Solus utility up with 1:40 to go. It's a big deal. Now, I think Wolan's aware that I think they're going to maybe play this bait through hatch. Myanmar is also within range. Has a better angle. Could steal one right here. I don't know if they saw the head. No, did not see the head. Now sees it. Absolutely rips a painting around his head, but doesn't really get anything down, and that allows Robbery to find Wolan. Also, Myanmar goes down, so Robbery simply runs into Warehouse, and nobody's aware. Big 2-kill swing for Armed Robbery. And it seems like farthest thread now. We'll try to at least get some intel. It does see one behind the Animus pillar. That thing is fat for no reason. Gives you a lot of options to play around. And Goofball will use absolutely all of them. Pre-fire through the wall there. Won't find much. I think I have seen maybe a sliver of one there. Mississippi State, though, they're still stuck here. Trying to push their way through. They will actually get on the side as Pointy Ears and Goofball get some trades to make it 2-2. As now... all of production is all kind of like, what are we doing? And Nitro goes through, and Fox will find Armed Robbery. It's going to be down to just a Thatcher who does see one, but Fox, once again, you can knock him down to 10 health, but you will never kill him. How in the world does he find this one? Man, what a mess that one is. I apologize for not really saying much. I wish you guys could hear Rennie. I wish Rennie was on the desk with me talking about this one. Because Rennie's reactions are just simply purely funny. Because Rennie was saying, why did you not smoke it off? And I think they probably waited about an extra 10, 15 seconds before they could have smoked it off and maybe gotten a better plan, or maybe even baited out the Nitro. Rennie says that they don't want to be on the desk. So for those of you who wanted Rennie action, unfortunately, that is not happening. But we got a long day. What could go wrong, right? Surely what could go wrong? 2-0 for UGA. I think a lot could go wrong for Mississippi State, the way things are going. Again, it is a best of 1, but also UGA decided to be Team A in the ban order, which means that they got to pick the side, which means they let Mississippi State choose between the maps. And I believe my memory serves correct from the map ban GG. It was Cafe versus Night Haven.
10 seconds remaining.
And this is what Mississippi State wanted. So this is their second time on Labs. It's going to be UGA's third in terms of the last 24 hours. Both teams, especially on a championship Sunday, you got to be as comfortable as you physically can. I think UGA has extended their welcome here in Athens, West Virginia. Beautiful Athens, West Virginia, must I add. Can't complain so far. It's always curious to see UGA after how second floor went last time. I'm intrigued to see with the lack of electric, how are they going to play when here comes Mississippi State. Granted, when you go on first floor, you're mainly just looking to extend your stay upstairs. As long as you can stay alive, you'll take it. Gridlock will come in, and unfortunately, it's in a spot that is a little too easy to shoot without getting punished. So Wolan's going to be able to take almost all of those out. Already a minute in. Mississippi State needs to try and find something. I thought Thread would have seen a player there, but neither one seemed to see each other. Very confused how Goofball didn't find anything there. Fenrir will deploy. It's going to give a lot of intel, but also, once again, that is way too easy of a Fenrir to take out. So a lot of utility being switched off. Wolan is already looking to potentially give up his spot. Simply going to play the server hash for now. In the meantime, though, he's got to watch his backside because now that rotate is completely caught off. So UGA have now stalled almost a minute 30. And that's a good sign for the Bulldogs. I believe they did just sniff out one, though. Do they know that Fox is in IT? Oh my gosh, I'm not sure if Robbery saw him. I hope for Mississippi State's sake that they saw him. But Fox is in a really good spot. Wolan will find Hyper. Here comes Fox. He knows. Oh my gosh, they don't know he's there. He'll find him about one. He almost sells the second. Might still be able to get it, but now he's got to be careful because there might even be a third. But Wolan will take care of business. Pointy ears. Captain won't be able to find one, but has Robbery to at least play off of. But all of this holding your crosses is only worth it. You can take out the utility. UGA's got to be careful here. Nitro cell from below. How about it? Myanmar rips it. An armed Robbery is flying off. Shot comes through from below, I believe. How about from the desk? And how about Wolan making it a UGA 3-0? Yesterday, it was all smiles, even when they were losing or winning. You could see it as a complete tone change. UGA wanted the side pick. I think they were planning for this, but who wasn't planning for it was Mississippi State. That is a timeout coming through from the other Bulldogs. Now UGA starting to get some smiles in. Also, a few text chat warriors. Not sure exactly what they are saying from the monitor POV, but I'm sure it's nothing nice. Mississippi State, on the other hand, unfortunately, their team camera is down, so we cannot see the energy over on that side. But if I had to put money on it, I don't think it's too positive, to say the least. I mean, really, you would like to make the argument that maybe Mississippi State in those late rounds, you could have argued, hey, maybe they should have gotten around here and there. But I don't know if you can yet. I mean, round 1 was a Fox 4K. Round 2 was you don't drone Fox out, but it didn't even matter. He did get at least a fair pick just to make sure the blitz was a little more useless. But either way, not really a round you can argue. Now, round 2, on the other hand, I think everybody here in the booth will argue that, hey, maybe that one should have been Mississippi State's. Maybe you should have gotten that smoke down. Maybe you should have been able to actually take out an extra player or at least bait out the nitro cell. And then at that point, you can make arguments. But other than that, Mississippi State and fans alike really don't have anything to say. Meanwhile, UGA will take us into round number 4. I did not catch who those bans were. It was Thermite and Valkyrie. The big deal for UGA to go ahead and knock the Thermite out. You don't mind leaving the ace up when you have the bandit tricking option. You have the 2-brow option as well. You have mute as well. I mean, really playing safe here on defense. And again, it is double elimination today. But you will take it. Also, for those of us who are in the Passion Series Discord, you'll notice that another ping has flown through. Aruni is still banned today, which I think is important to bring up on stream. Unfortunately, this tournament, we all tried to take the approach of, you know what, if Aruni bugs, then we'll ban them. So Aruni was useful for about maybe half a map, and then the bug happened. and then Aruni got banned. So that's unfortunate, but at least he got knocked out. So you will not be seeing Aruni today, which is unfortunate. A lot of the teams I got to talk to, like UGA specifically, like in their strat book, they literally had an Aruni strat. It was already banned, and then they just brain dead selected Aruni, and we had to restart the game. That right there is about as land and about as R6 to get. But speaking of how R6 it can get, Bandit Trick needs to fly through the pre-fire to try and knock out some holes. Will be there. Will actually knock down Woland, but I don't think they're aware that the injury came through. Are they going to swing it in time, or is there going to be a revival for Myanmar here? It seems like they're going to let him get all the way back. He will be picked up. It's a big deal for UGA to keep that gun. Big swing. But Fox is now going to retreat 7-0 through 3 rounds. Not going to push it. And Myanmar will just play the shield. A question mark goes in chat. And Captain is down. Down and out, to say the least. Hyper. Trying to take space all the way down here. Working through storage. I'm not sure if anybody is playing down there. I think Myanmar's the only one who's got an angle. Yeah, all of UGA has returned to second floor, which I think, given the way this is going, as a death mark will fail there. I think with the way this is going, it makes sense. UGA really don't feel a need to extend, which is kind of crazy, given the thousands of dollars that are on the line today. But again, if you can play safe and get away with it, you'll take it. CK, drone will find its way all the way up through warehouse, but won't find too much out of it. Also, going on at the same time as this match is the other game that is Virginia Tech versus St. Bonaventure. Virginia Tech is a 3 seed, Bonaventure the 6 seed, UGA the 4 seed, Mississippi State the 5 seed. Going into today. So something to look out for in terms of your predictions and where you put your money. But if I were a betting man, I'd say, you know what? Maybe Fox gets double digits before he dies. Seems like where we're going with this one. 50 seconds left. Mississippi State has been extremely slow to actually make this push happen. Dope will get some calls in. Also, Flash is still here. Will swing, but CK reads it beautifully. This is the guy that you need to get high. The Goofball's got a shotgun. Goofball just simply waits. You know, I guess left click's a little harder to hit than you'd expect. And Fox is also down. So there goes your prediction. There goes my money on that bet. Unless he gets picked back up, which I don't think there's going to be time to. Woland needs to find a pick here. Potentially even 2. Cove playing behind the bomb. Has the ability to do something special. Does see 1. Holding an absolute pixel here. I think he's aware. I think he did hear the prone. And Woland just swings through sight and just completely falls apart for UGA. Very confusing, as Mississippi State didn't even have a plan option. And UGA just swings it. And then they all 3 get knocked down. So confusing way to lose a round there. Also, if you notice the ginger with a laptop sitting in the front row, that is our head TO. That is Mr. Nate, also known as Mr. Fuji. Or in Twitch chat, you can call him Daniel. Shout out Daniel.
By attackers.
Round 5 here for UGA. Again, on the defensive half, I think even if things go wrong and it was a 4-2, I think you'd be okay with that if you're UGA. With the way that CR6 has played out last week, I already want to read the stats because why not? When you look at Labs, it was the most played map in all of CR6. Defense won 104 rounds, while attack only won 81. So about a 56% favor in front of defense. You would take that. But 3-3, I think, would be a loss given how UGA started. And with how hot Fox and Woland have been. We talked about it yesterday with Mechanic on the desk with us. It gets really, really crazy when you try to decipher with these top 50, these top 60 teams. It gets really messy to try and decipher who are the IGLs, who are the leaders. Well, I know for a fact that when you look at Fox in the middle of the face cam, and you look at Woland, who talks the most on the closest side of the cam, you know, you can easily tell how much energy surrounds these guys. Also, they are the most consistent members of this roster. They've been playing UGA Siege, I believe, for the last 2.5 years. At least. I could be wrong. I think Fox may have been playing before that. Either way, it's a big deal. The amount of tenure in both CR6 and also with miscellaneous lands. I know Fox got to play at MomoCon. And now gets to bring Woland and the new crew all the way here. Bandit Trig also may be entirely successful, and it will be. Both aces are misplayed, and the mental game goes to 7-1 Fox. Still gonna try and play these bandit tricks. Now already wasting a minute and wasting those 2 aces. It's a really big deal, because I don't think Thread is going to be able to find much. So we'll have to see where do they decide to rotate instead to use those aces. Maybe try and walk up through warehouse. We'll have to see. They're making their way all around the external, though. But Robbery has found his way in. Looks past the camera. You know, yeah, sometimes my eyes don't work, too. Hyper will at least find temporary util. Wolan is able just to kind of get all of the CC Blue Stairs side for free. Minute 20 left now. Once again, Mississippi State is taking a while to actually take the space. But as I say that, Armed Robbery's got a chance to do something special here. Also, if Hyper stays down here, you could argue maybe one walk across, but it's too late. Got 70 seconds left. Wolan's in a place to stop him if he goes that way, so Hyper will follow into warehouse. Who do you pick your fights with? Who do you pick your battles with? That's Fox, who is a dangerous one to pick a fight with. Wouldn't recommend it. But I'm not a doctor. What do I know? 50 seconds left. IMR has intel. Nade will force him out. You have to make sure that you don't get it stuck with the shield. And that's a really big nade that rolls directly into the Goyo. With 40 seconds left, that's a big deal to go ahead and knock that one out. Hyper does shoot the camera, but Fox had no idea. Loses that engagement. And now does Armed get one for free. Tries to put that gridlock all the way through. Nitro from below. Ego push from Hyper reads the wrong way. 1, 2, 3 times juked. Goofball will find another as well. UGA wins a temporary engagement. CK flashes himself. The Warden is absolutely going to survive that. And the Clash will move over to try and handle the rest. Another flash comes through. CK gets flashed again. Wasting time here. Big swing. CK will stay alive. Wolan will find 2. Is there one more trade? Yes! Myanmar finds his way to end that one. And UGA 4-1. Just simply messy. Just simply confusing from Mississippi State, who, even when they did find some important picks, couldn't capitalize off of them. So now UGA, you got one more round left in the half. I believe you have to go back to basement, if I'm correct, or maybe we're going to see on the first floor. Let's find out here. We are going to be back in basement, so this isn't, you know, UGA's got this. I like to think UGA would have learned from their last time out. But also, Mississippi State handled the basement take fairly well. Up until that poor 20 to 30 second mark when the smoke didn't go down. And then the Nitro Cell kind of sputtered that round out. So I would imagine that UGA not really going to change the strat book too hard. I don't believe they brought the Jaeger out last time. I believe that's a new pick. But still 3 Nitro Cells. Also the smoke utility.
10 seconds left.
I mean, you're going to have a whole lot to delay.
5 seconds left.
4-1 once again here. Coming in to round 6.
Attackers are moving out to locate a bomb.
Thermite is gone. That's one of the biggest differences from last time we were on basement, is that Thermite is gone. So because of that, no Thatcher because you're just going to bring the ace. Gridlock and Nomad for the back sides. I'm a little intrigued to see what CK's plan is with Aurora. I won't lie. But with Hyper's Buck, that is obviously self-explanatory. Gotta try and make sure he can get some room on first floor and you know, knock something down. And he will come out from platform. Go ahead and start that. UGA, 3 members who have made their way, actually 4 now, who are playing first floor. You got to make sure that once again you can hold it, and that's the big difference with no Thermite and Thatcher combo, is that they had to play their fights in basement, and they had to win the outside fights first. Now it's gonna be a first floor battle. Wolan has got to be careful here. I think they hear him. They're about to run directly into each other with the way they're running around. Already, Cove will spot one, which now lets the whole team know. Has to be careful when he decides using smokes, though. You do not want to waste them. Aurora does come down to defend the flank. That is what the usage is. So it's going to give CK the chance to play options. That smoke will now be absolutely useless because of the way these Auroras are set up. Wolan, I think aware of that now, has to rotate all the way around. We'll go maybe try and join on this side of things. Hyper. They're going to try and work their way through. Big opportunity for Hyper. And you will take it. This is why they put these Auroras down, plural. So you can take this space, and you get an easy kill there. I don't think anybody else is going to opt to try and push that, and you lose Cove. It's a big deal. Still with a minute 20 to go. Now you lose those smokes. You get absolutely nothing. Now they're going to make their way down vending. I think Thread trying to open up some room, but I think got mute jammed over on his side of things. But Mississippi State are moving very, very confidently in numbers right now. Woland is nowhere near. Has to be careful because I don't think they are aware that they're all together. Fox could potentially get that calm, but a quick little question mark in chat will at least let them know that one is down. UGA's got to be careful here. 40 seconds left. Got to play your angles. Fox's reaction time is ever so slightly late, and he will now be pinned in this corner. Woland has an angle with that SMG down Cargo, or from Cargo, I should say. He might even catch DK lacking here, unless they're able to take B. Do they know Fox is there? I'm not sure if they do. They're about to swing it. Fox hears it. Fox knows. He's waiting, playing his time. He's going to swing over. 1, 2. Oh my gosh, Weimar finds the third. Is there a third? No, not for Fox. The fourth in the swing won't come through, but farthest Thread is just not looking. I could not believe what Fox has gotten away with. No drone goes over there. No pre-fire over there. Absolutely hidden. Getting away with murder, I think, is a good way to put it. And now UGA goes 5-1 on the defensive half. Now here comes a skill check, though, for UGA. You have 100%. You've 100% gotten control of this game, but you've only gotten control of the first half. Obviously, when you switch over to the attacking side, it's a completely different game. We're not sure what Mississippi State is bringing to the table. I will not lie. When I was talking with these guys yesterday, by the way, Hyper and CK, very fun guys. Love those guys. But I believe that they spent a lot of their first hour here on campus joking about how they don't even have a strat book. Now, I could be wrong. Maybe they were lying. Maybe they do have a strat book. But with the way things are looking right now, now is where they're going to have to dig their deepest. It's not losers. It's not the end of the road. But in uppers, it's not comfortable, to say the least. Especially a dominating Labs loss. Again, they lost to... Let's see, I got to remember here. They, in group stage, would have played Virginia Tech, where they did go to Labs, and it was a 7-2. And that was with a sub and a Valorant player. Do what you will with that information. Shout out Valorant. That was another Passion Series event we got to hold. Maryville actually took down the $1,500 prize pool in that one. No huge powerhouses, though, from the varsity side within this event. That's what's special about R6. Don't mean to get on my soapbox here in round one, or the first game of the day, but that's what's so special about this game and the community.
5 seconds
It
remaining.
is so club dominated, outside of maybe Fisher and Akron, but even those are programs that you can make arguments for that they deserve to be in the scene. Akron specifically, but we won't get political. Early on into this one, does Hyper find a way to maybe find another early pick here? A whole lot of room here. You got to be careful if you're Hyper. UGA did let this Azami fall through against Cincinnati. They let it fall through against Mississippi State. (5-1) still. But Mississippi State playing fairly extended off, at least a few. And as I say that, I mean, Hyper's really only just holding Warehouse. Robbery's really the only one who's got any sort of major opportunity. But here we go. Goofball has to get that thermite, I think, just slightly higher. One more time. It's, it's 10 a.m. Well, 11 a.m. now. You'll take what you can get. CK. I think had the opportunity to maybe get an early swing. Myanmar will try to clear out first floor. Do they know where Robbery is? All the way down, coming up Cargo stairs. Gonna be close, but in the meantime, Woland's having a fight, but a blinded CK and Thread will work together. I actually believe Thread was blinded, and I think CK came through to help. Fox will get the trade, though. That camera and the fender, though, do big damage. Pre-fire through the door. Myanmar will find another big pick. He'll now find his way to a free warehouse. We need another big trade here. Fox, 4 bullets. We'll have to reload. Cat girl on the skin. Have to point that one out. He's also 9-3-3. Myanmar has been more of a sleeping... I'm going to say it. More of a sleeping beauty. In a good way. Throughout the weekend. Had some very nice performances and some very crucial kills. The KDA may have been up and down, but found a lot of utility out of his kills and out of his picks. He's been hot in the back half of this one, though, after Fox and Wolang get all the honors. Free fires will come through, and they find another big pick to give UGA match point. Diffuser is not in the hands of anybody right now. Flash goes through. Here comes the push. Swinging together. Has to watch the backside. Myanmar will be able to run through. Fox will not win that engagement. Now it's going to get real awkward. Valcam will also spot one. Another flash goes through. Skeleton Key up close. Skeleton Key will work. 2v1 and Diffuser. Actually, didn't get Diffuser. I apologize. Have to be careful, though. Here's one. Was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Regardless, UGA, unfortunately, had the numbers advantage. Well, not the advantage, but at least got it to 3-3. Could not bring it back after that. So Mississippi State now with an opportunity to bring the momentum back their way. 5-2. It's gonna be a long road, though. It's going to be interesting to go. What does Mississippi State have in the strat book? We haven't seen what this team can do all the way through. It's also what you love, again, about R6 specifically, though, is that it is so club-dominated. That means that when it comes to strats, when it comes to coaches, you don't get those every now and again with teams. Cincinnati's got a coach, but when you ask club teams who, A, are successful, do they have a coach? Normally, even the champions of club teams don't have a coach. It's a big deal what the University of Cincinnati's been able to build over there. Big shout out to Botanic and what the university campus rec and sports departments have been able to do. We really appreciate them being here as well.
5 seconds remaining.
You want to talk about making trips? Mississippi State had one heck of a trip. I believe it was a 9-hour or an 8-hour drive for them. Maybe even longer if you count in some stops here and there. Looking to make a stop to potentially force this one all the way to what I would imagine if it does go the distance, we are going to see OT. I would be shocked if we go 7-5 Mississippi State, but anything is possible. We'll have to keep a very close eye on it. Because it is possible. 5 rounds left in this half. It gives a lot of room for UGA to play with. But you don't want to let momentum build, especially here on basement. The Thatcher and Thermite duo is still on the board. You got to take advantage of that, but UGA actually opted for the exact opposite. They don't want to do that. They're going to try and control first floor. Here comes the Ram to take Vert. Also, Woland's able to spot one. Hyper will find one in the meantime. It's a big deal. Valcam found for free armed robbery. Had the crosshair placement, but Fox had the reaction time. Pre-fire for Fox will go through. Won't find it, though, and now Hyper has to completely retreat. CK in the exact same spot that UGA had. I believe it was Myanmar. Or Dukeball, one or the other. Play on those stairs. No Aurora, though, which is what CK brought to counter on the potential flanks and all the angles you have to play. Double nade, double force out! Double swing for CK! Huge deal to find that, and I cannot believe that UGA do not find that kill. You would have loved to see the 3-3 out of that. I mean, you would argue that maybe it should even be less, because you should be expecting him to run back or forth, but now you need this. You find an injury, and that's big from Fox. Try and tip the scales back. Now Myanmar. Rotating through storage. CK is here. They know he's here. They know that he's peeking. Pre-fire to get the Goyo down. Flash goes down. Angle's being held. Pre-fire's there. Super out does go down. Can he get the finish? Yes, they can. UGA finds 2 through the vert. CK is still here. Swing. Pre-fire. Another 2-man swing! How does CK do it? UGA, unheard of precedent. Character was left twerking on the stairs there, and that's about the embarrassment that you deserve. When that 4-man swing, actually, if you count them all together. That is absurd that CK is able to find that much utility from those stairs. Well, hey, you will take it by any means necessary. So that right there, I think you would argue that should have been the UGA match point round. To say the least, I think they would have been walking down and they would have had that entire area and the vert to play off of. They probably would have gotten that B site for free. But who cares? Because now you got to go do it again regardless. You lose upstairs, you lose basement. You don't start to get concerned unless you lose first floor. Obviously, not only would it be 5-4, but if you can't win on first floor, definitely can't make a stand on the others.
Ten seconds to insertion.
So far, so good for Mississippi State. You are not only off on the right
5
foot,
seconds left before insertion.
but
Attacker's
you're off
objective
to
is to
really,
locate a bomb and
really
defuse it.
good start. To the half, at least. Again, this is an extremely common map at CR6. 56% win for defense on this map as well. Within last season. See what UGA decides to bring to the fight here. No shocker to see the gridlock make its return. Buck, finally, the thermite will make an appearance. Again, it is misplaced. Shout out Goofball. That is now another time we've gotten to see them on stream misplace a thermite charge. That is about 11 a.m. siege as it gets. It will now finally go down. 30 seconds come through. UGA obviously still in the early stages of trying to figure out what they want to do. UGA, both on the defensive side in the early 2 rounds of this half, they have found some good early picks. But then Mississippi State not only kind of got a gimme round with the way UGA kind of gave CK 4 kills. I'll say gave him 3 kills. He deserved at least the very first one. But now, you've given them at least one kind of freebie round, I think is fair to say. And then Mississippi State got hot. Got that round as well. Now, you gotta be really careful. Hyper is gonna have access out of IT completely, which is dangerous for UGA to allow that to happen. You gotta be careful about how you decide to rotate. And Hyper's gonna be able to tuck here too. Again, drones are not exactly in abundance for UGA. Our sponsor box is, funny enough, blocking the UGA drones, so unfortunately I don't know how much there is. But that's okay. We'll figure it out together. But what I can tell you is who needs drones when UGA just straight up walks in. They're going to knock one down, but they don't know where Hyper is, and now he reveals his position. Nitro Cell from below will be pre-placed. I didn't get to catch where it got placed. But regardless, Flash comes through, doesn't find any utility. Drone has now been sent. They know where he's at. Zami thrown away. Big, long rotate all the way down to first floor. If UGA's going to plant, now would be the time. Nitro comes through. Fox reads the rotate all the way through. Do they know where the last one is? Plant still not down yet because they haven't found their way down to first floor, but the drone will spot armed robbery. Now here comes the push. Do they make sure they can push this together, though? So UGA failed out. The 2v1s, the vertical's there. Pre-fire goes all the way through. Myramar will find some damage, but it will not matter because he will still find the kill. UGA absolutely needed that round. No excuses on first floor. You grab that one. Six to 3 for UGA. What do they decide to bring out? What do they decide to ban here? Could be crucial. And it could also be crucial to determine where does Mississippi State decide to go. It seems like Azami is the unanimous ban for UGA. And Buck will be the ban for Mississippi State. Not exactly what I expected. Not a bad ban. But I guess that would mean that we're going to see them try and handle second floor site first, leaving that thermite up. I don't think you want to go basement right now on match point. But let's see how bold Mississippi State decides to get. Maybe a 2-Brow Bandit combo to counter that. We go upstairs, which means we will not see 2-Brow Bandit. In fact, we will actually see no electric. We're just going to let that mute hold off the majority of that wall. Forgive me for forgetting the name. It's been a long early morning, and we're going to have a long day as well. It's IT wall. I apologize. But again, what's more important? 6-3 UGA. Mississippi State going to be in a really tough spot here. Haven't really found too much utility out of the roamers ever since that first round. After that, it was kind of just CK who got to play on stairs and then got 4, and then, you know, good for them. That was awesome. That was a clip, to say the least. But does it matter if you still go to losers? Shout out. Thread. Getting that Fenrir down. It's going to be in a crucial spot. They decide to play warehouse. Maybe with at least somebody making sure there is not going to be any first floor fines. Myanmar working their way through basement. Again, taking the space. Working their way from EXO into vending. Do they know there's one here, though? Definitely armed robbery heard him. I think Myanmar aware of that now, just completely leaves, just up and runs away. I'm actually not sure if Myanmar did know one was there. I think maybe the comm was to play a different angle regardless, as now we're going to see Woland, Cove, and Myanmar work together on this other side of the map. Cams being swapped through, no utility. Really nothing found out of them. UGA is playing it slightly slow, but now when we hit that 2-minute mark, it's time to see some strides. Here comes that first thermite charge. Outdoor run out. It's going to be messy, but Hyper will find it. And Goofball was all by himself outside. It's the first time UGA has allowed that thermite to be alone, I believe. Normally, they've at least had another person pushing a separate angle, but that's a very, very tough angle to lose out on. Big run out from Hyper, though. You need kills like that. Cove takes out CK. That's a big gun to take down, but armed robbery will rotate right past the drone and will knock out Cove. Mississippi State handling the pressure well, looking to push us to 6-4. Myanmar, I think, knows there's one there, but here comes Woland on the other side. By himself in warehouse, by the way. So that Blackbeard's going to have a tough time. That Legion is being pulled out right now as well. I think UGA is still aware there's one first floor, but I don't think they have any idea where. Ash comes through, knock out the footholes. Still doesn't matter, though, when you give pointy ears. Sorry, when you give Captain the shotgun. Myanmar does spot one. One gets knocked down by the Blackbeard. It's going to get real dicey here. Pointy ears can't find much. Nade comes through. That's big damage on Captain. Shotgun shell won't do too much to Woland. Myanmar swings on one. Does not see Hyper. Another big kill. It's all down to the Blackbeard. Knows there's one close. Has to. Free fire will not be there. He had no idea. Completely tucked. Completely unknowing. Warden easy shotgun shell. We're at to 6-4 in a best of one here. This right here could be diabolical. You're going to look at me in the eyes and tell me that UGA 5-1 on defense, and we are now unironically in a spot where it could also go 5-1 the other way for Mississippi State. That would be about as club esports as it gets outside of Cincinnati and outside of Virginia Tech. And the other miscellaneous wonder teams in CR6. Regardless, from a general standpoint, that would be about as SEC as it would get. I don't know if any of you guys saw UGA Texas last night. Fraudulent school, 35-10. Shout out UGA. Also, shout out the UGA R6 team for actually skipping that game. That game was in Athens. And they skipped it to be here. Now, what does that mean in terms of priorities?
10 seconds remaining.
I'll let you be the judge of that. 6-4 here for UGA.
5 seconds to insertion.
Skipping out to be here.
Attackers
for the
are
chance
moving out to locate a bomb and defuse
profit.
it.
But right now, they've got to find just one more solid attack round. Woland. Looking for just, early angle. I mean, Hyper right here. This is a gun that you've got to look out for. Who was so useful in the last round. Found 2 huge kills. Deathmark is also going to fail for Woland. Oh, sees a body. Is he able to shoot him in time, though? Oh, Nade will go down. I don't think it's going to find any utility, though. Fox will also knock out Hyper. Fighting from north side. So doesn't even get in the sight. Now we'll just simply try to take whatever vertical that he can. We'll knock out a whole lot of it as well. So now Mississippi State loses one of their best guns. And if you lose CK, you get really nervous about who has to step up. Both of these teams are very led by 2. Normally it's Woland Fox for UGA and it's CK Hyper, but it's all about who else can step up in a moment like this. Myanmar, I believe, making his land debut. I believe Goofball, Cove, and Myanmar making their land debuts. Either way, this is the land debut for this entire team. It is also the land debut for the entire Mississippi State team. It's a big deal. Either way, in terms of how you play on land and how you can handle it, that is a separate conversation. This is not easy. Big vertical being found. Captain's got to be careful. CK will rotate over to try and help. No damage found for Fox, but he did see the rotate. Wolan will hit a lesion. It's as loud as can be. Heard that from a mile away. So you know there's at least a body coming down, but with the way there's a minute left, you should be expecting more. All of Mississippi State is rotated back, except for Armed Robbery, who is still in cargo. Without Hyper being able to play first floor, you absolutely need Robbery to find some utility here, but won't find it. Now has to retreat all the way down to cargo. So Mississippi State's going to hold 4 guns until the switch of the Scopos goes to warehouse. If UGA does not have that droned out, that could be detrimental. Myanmar's got to be the one to find it first. Actually, as I say that, Armed Robbery will completely go away. Now Nate will roll through. UGA does have room to get a plant down here, but this Nitro is awfully close. They didn't drone him out. Diffuser's going down. Here comes the Nitro! Nobody from UGA is there. Fox literally just got away with it. Gunfire going both ways is awkward. How about Wolan finding a trade? How about Wolan getting traded back by CK? It's who you're going to rely on for this round to potentially end. How about another swing? It's going to get awkward. CK goes down. 5 seconds left. UGA have got to push. Do they know where the last one is? They've got to stick this. They will not be able to find Captain, who's upstairs. Plant will find its way down, though, as Fox may be awkward. Goofball may be blinded. No, Pointiers is blinded. Do they have an angle? They see him, and it will be too easy. And UGA, man, I don't know how much worse or better you could ask for a game to be. But regardless, you will take it. Okay. Of all the ways for a round to end and a game to play out, that was probably bottom 3 of what we're going to see today. But a win's a win. Big shout out to UGA. And they didn't want the map pick. They said, we just want the side pick. And I think it makes a lot more sense now because Rennie was talking in chat. They said, you know what, maybe some of these teams don't know how to attack. And Rennie, I'm right there with you. It's pretty appalling, to say the least, as to what in the world just happened. But in speaking of what just happened, let's talk about what could happen. Teams are here in Athens, West Virginia to fight for $3,000. Let's throw up the prize pool graphic. Let's talk about it. $1,500 goes to first, $1,000 for second, $500 for third. It's a big deal to walk out with that type of money, especially given the fact that club teams should make up, at least by predictions, club teams could make up the top 3 of this entire tournament. We'll see how schools like Bonaventure and Eastern Kentucky, we'll see how they make their way into the standings, as they are a favorite to make it to that loser's final. But with the way UGA is playing, yesterday I would have said, yeah, you know what? Then maybe UGA could make it all the way to that match. But after today, I think they're lucky to get out of that one alive without forcing an overtime. But these are the standings from yesterday. This is the way that it stands. Let's throw up that bracket as well to talk about where we're going next. UGA handles Mississippi State. I don't know the result of Vespa St. Bonaventure. My money is on Vespa. So I'm going to say that Cincinnati Vespa is most likely what's going on there, which means that will be on stream next. But before we set into a break, I want to thank our wonderful sponsors as well. There are 6 different groups who have been able to make the Passion Series possible. The Element Edge, West Virginia National Guard, NZXT, Star 95 FM, First Community Bank, and Children First. We deeply, deeply appreciate every single person and group and organization and business who's able to help out Concord Esports, make sure the Passion Series can happen. Also later today, right before the grand finals, we will have an announcement as to what the other 4 Passion Series events are going to be. So be sure to come check that out later today. We are about an hour, and we're going to probably be 2 hours behind schedule. So unfortunately, you probably won't get to see that grand final until about maybe 6 o'clock. But either way, make sure that you do not go absolutely anywhere. My name is DJ TJ. We're going to have Cincinnati and Vespa coming up next, and we hope to see you on the other side. Don't go anywhere. Well, it would not be a LAN without delays, and we are very happy to be right back with the Passion Series. You can probably hear things getting rowdy behind us. It's because the games will not stop. My name is DJ TJ, and next to me for another series is Botanic. Man, how are we feeling going into the championship Sunday?
I can feel that the energy around the facility for everybody, not just my home team of Cincinnati, everybody's ecstatic. Definitely a good set of games ahead of us here for the night. As we start off with Cincinnati versus Virginia Tech, which is going to be honestly a pretty good barn burner, a premier quality matchup on our hands here right now. And it's going to be Virginia Tech playing with their full roster as Mr. Kool-Aid has gotten off his JOB and is able to attend the LAN.
Yo, we're very happy to welcome the entire Virginia Tech roster back into the fray now. I mean, again, yesterday they were able to, unfortunately, they didn't top their group, but it was within a decent amount of rounds. It was close, and that was with a Valorant player and a sub. So Virginia Tech, even at their literal lowest, are still contenders at this event. I think you would still make an argument that they would have walked out of here with the second place. And now they get to fight Cincinnati a little earlier than expected, not for a spot in the grand final, for a spot just to get top 3.
Yeah, and Virginia Tech has huge capabilities of walking away with this one. Like I mentioned before, it's a premier quality matchup. Their beginning of the season for CR6 wasn't glamorous, but then again, Kool-Aid wasn't there for a decent bit of that. It was honestly a revolving door of subs in, subs out. But now Virginia Tech looking at their strongest so far, a BO1 opportunity. Anything could truly happen. BO1's not often. Well, I'd say like it's pretty 40-60 that the best team actually wins
Yes.
the BO1.
Yes.
So, and I believe we do have the map bans up
Which
as well.
is exactly what I was waiting on. Let's go ahead and let's talk about the map bans. Let's talk about where we are going. The way that things went down, Cincinnati takes out Chalet, Clubhouse, Consulate, and Labs. Virginia Tech takes out Border, Cafe, Lair, and Skyscraper, which puts us on Bank. Cincinnati was the team 2 in this scenario. They got to pick the side. We're going to go with them defending first.
Yeah, well, Cincinnati going to be definitely counting their lucky ducks as they get to start off over on the defending side here on Bank. It's a very comfortable map for them, as we got to see against Bonaventure yesterday. I believe it was a 7-0 thrashing.
Yeah, it was a tough one.
It was a tough one if you're a Bonaventure enjoyer. However many of those exist out there. But yeah, so Cincinnati obviously walking in with a lot of confidence after a very clean day. Clean except against Georgia.
They were the cleanest team yesterday.
Yeah.
Regardless of how messy it may have seemed at times, they were the cleanest team.
Yeah, but we got to see how aggressive they were playing. So I'm going to be curious to see if they're going to bring the same level of aggression to Virginia Tech, or if they're going to be a little bit more respectful of the quality of opponent waiting for them at the other side of the server.
Well, in terms of these teams and their history on Bank, you mentioned it that Cincinnati got to play Bonaventure on Bank, and it went about how you'd expect. Outside of that, we did not get to see Cincinnati touch Bank at all. But when I talked to Duck, and when we were talking to Mr. Daniel, he said that they feel really good about Bank. They feel like it's a top 3 map for them.
Yeah, now Bank has always been one of the most flexible maps in the Cincinnati toolkit, alongside stuff like Night Haven and Lair. Just honestly, the bigger the map, the more complex you can get, the more ideas you can really get through. Now, sometimes, ultimately, that is their downfall, just overcomplicating the idea, not being able to stay on one single page. But so far, so good.
Yeah. Virginia Tech also did get the touch on Bank yesterday. It was after they had lost on Cafe to kick the morning off. They went to Bank against Eastern Kentucky, who ended up grabbing the top seed of that group, and it was 7-4 in favor of Virginia Tech. Overall, outside of that, nothing too surprising. Like, all their bans were standard, very consistent. It just seemed to be a matter of, I guess, the 10 a.m. game that I think caught them off guard. But even at their lowest, they got Bank at 7-4.
And I do believe we should be able to get this game started soon enough. We had 9 people in the lobby just waiting on Mr. Hollywood Kool-Aid himself.
Yeah, I'm sure that you're going to have a lot of personal anecdotes to add in about all 10 players in the lobby. But
6 invitational attendee Kool-Aid.
Well, either way, our lovely production team has informed us that we should be starting any minute now. So while we're just kind of yapping, it is a best of 1. You mentioned that it is kind of a 60-40 split of how bad things can go. But both these teams are also very talented. So I think it's fair to say that if you want to make a prediction for Tech, you could probably be heard out. Now, me, on the other hand, I'm feeling 7-4 in favor of Cincinnati.
I'm also feeling a nice little 7-5 in favor of Cincinnati.
Yeah, I think we're going to be encroaching on a potential overtime. And again, if you can hear the background noise, we actually hope you can, because that is what is going on behind us. It is the other winners semifinal. It is Eastern Kentucky versus the University of Georgia, competing for a guaranteed top 3 spot. That is a money match going on behind us.
Guaranteed $500.
Exactly. And for all these club teams, like Eastern Kentucky is the only one with, I think, actual scholarship funding out of the current top.
Now, Eastern Kentucky is also a club.
Are they actually?
Yeah.
Did not know that.
You think of varsity programs going on in Eastern Kentucky?
You know what? Either way, they have an org that at least is involved with them.
Yeah.
So you get funding by any means
Ethan
necessary.
did work out that deal.
Hey, and you know what? I'm glad for Eastern Kentucky. I'm also glad for this event because now that means that we get 4 club teams in contention for guaranteed top 3 spots, and our winners final is only going to have one of these 2 teams, Cincinnati and Virginia Tech. It is wild that we see them have to play this early.
Yeah, I mean that's just kind of the way the bracket shapes up. Ultimately, it was Eastern Kentucky able to strike down Virginia Tech, who were not really at their fullest potential. Kind of speaking more about Eastern Kentucky, it does seem like they did manage to get that first round over on Blair against the University of Georgia. As Eastern Kentucky starts on the defense side, but speaking of defense here, will be Cincinnati opening their defense on Basement Locker CCTV. They'll be banning out the main hard breaches here for Bank, which will be Ace and Hibana. Virginia Tech on their side will be getting rid of the Cade, which makes hatch play on this bomb side 10 times easier. In the mirror, which honestly just flexible no matter where you are. Honestly, also kind of for my curiosity, I imagine the A and UGA is for Athens.
The A and UGA?
Yeah.
No, it's actually just the University of Georgia. GA, the acronym, or not the acronym. GA, the state initials. So that's actually, you know what? That's honestly a fair guess if it was the University of Georgia, Athens. No, it's just UGA. That's Georgia. That's GA right there. But enough about Georgia. Cincinnati, Virginia Tech, another D1 showcase to kick our morning off. Mississippi State and UGA was a good game, but it was also a miserable game to watch at times. Now you will not see that again. Botanic used the words a premier level matchup, and that right there is even probably an understatement. Both these teams are extremely talented, and Virginia Tech finally gets to make their debut with the full roster here in Athens.
I mean, especially this would be great ranking data for the on-paying rankings. And I believe the top 10. So definitely a match with stakes, that's for sure. See some quality play as Virginia Tech, given the operator lineup, maybe want to get a little bit of crafty with their execute. They are bringing that Monty, they are bringing that Glass, they are bringing that Sens, they are bringing that Ying as well, so it might get a little bit dicey there for Cincinnati, but thankfully they have quite a bit of stalls. You got the smoke nades, you got the Fenrir mines, you got C4 in pocket, you got the 2 brow freezes that can stop any gadget from moving. And you also have 20 Tachanka fires. Will be though, Mako slowly but surely making his way down Marble, approaching, putting pressure on Pup. You also get the Teller's Wall up.
It'll be interesting to see how Cincinnati decides to play against the shields, and we'll take out the Glass at least. So big from Gilly there, but they let all the shields stay on the board. And granted, on Bank, not as big of a deal as it would be normally, but now you can see a whole lot of util being used. Goyo's popped as well. Cincinnati, about 90 seconds to go, in a good spot with the majority of the team all basement.
Yeah, Orbita there getting a way too ahead of himself, basically sacrificing himself for no real trade. It would have been ideal maybe to try and contest that angle after a smoke, but just caught sprinting. The Fenrir mine, sure. I mean, it did something, I guess, but purely just carelessness from the side of Virginia Tech, and they're down a man. It's Gilly able to get that kill for free and pop the Goyo, fall down the hatch. Essentially at no cost at all. And as Cincinnati still aggressing, as we did see a member start to peek his head by that top blue. So Virginia Tech need to be aware of the re-aggression and need to start formulating a plan here with a minute left. And that main threat there by Blue Stairs is going to be Cheese Boss, that they need to send Mako to clear that.
Ubrow is also handling that A bomb site still, using everything that he can to delay that. Again, I hope you guys can hear that in the background. If you can hear the language, we apologize, but we also don't, because that right there is R6 at its core. Trash Talk's picking up, and now here comes the real pickup here in this one. Virginia Tech is finally starting to get things going here. Will we see a hatch drop, or are they going to try to push this guy on stairs first?
And they seem to want to try and flood it through with the Candelas, but finally, they just have to tank the damage at some point because there's 17 seconds left on the clock. Kool-Aid going to be able to take down Cheese Boss, but there's still 18 Tachanka fires to get rid of. A C4 in the pocket of Puppy, and now these Candelas fly, but is it going to be able to do anything as now the power up from above? Cincinnati losing members, but the C4 hits, and there's no time to plant the case. Virginia Tech taking way too long, and it'll be Cincinnati taking that first round.
It makes me wonder if they even knew that there was a Tachanka that entire time, or else I feel like that they would have been able to find a different angle. Like, we didn't see any involvement on the vault hatch by any means, and then by the time they finally did have
if he's alone and we know that, we can just drop the hatch way earlier, give him like a crossfire, but no, we're just waiting.
does seem like
Did-
we can hear Kool-Aid
Yeah,
talk.
did not know we had comms there
Defused by
for Kool-Aid.
attackers.
I think just for the sake of our producers, please make sure that that camera is muted, because we will not worry about team comms till later today. And also, Virginia Tech is now going to be in a comeback position. We do not want to get too involved in the comms with the team still getting their bearings with finally having the full roster at 11
At the
a.m.
very least, a nice little teaser of things to come. We can
Yes.
see the current mood state of Virginia Tech. It is Kool-Aid kind of giving what you call it, the breakdown of what could be done better there.
10 seconds
However,
left
no
before
real chance
insertion.
to act upon it, as it will be Cincinnati switching bomb sites to that top
5
floor.
seconds left before insertion.
Right. We also are aware of the mic issues. We are working diligently through them. Luckily, you will actually be stuck with either Sino Happy and Chaga for the rest of the day. So we will avoid the mic issues up until the very end of this entire broadcast. But we appreciate you sticking with us for the time being. Now, early on into this one, Cincinnati simply, from a comp perspective and from a physical perspective, had full control of the way that round was paced. Yes, you lose a few bodies here and there, but they were all pretty just stalling. I won't say useless trades, or not even trades, just kind of giving bodies away for the sake of time. You'll take it if you're Cincinnati because you had all that utility to lean on. I mean, Smoke was able to solo hold blue stairs. I mean, it's stuff like that that Virginia Tech cannot let happen. You're letting one player stall 3 out at a time.
Will be really nothing much nothing happening right now. If you're Virginia Tech, just kind of doing the initial drone clears. We do have some double pressure right now over by those CEO windows. However, the Kiba barrier is just going to be a major factor of Virginia Tech being able to make any progress. As once again, the heavy belt of utility, they'll just try to make sure they can put that Capital in a position where they can succeed. It is going to be 4 Virginia Tech Hokies over on Rappel right now, and Cincinnati might be able to. No, actually, I think that's all 5 Virginia Tech Hokies over on Rappel right now. So Cincinnati going to be hopefully easily able to telegraph this. It might be an absolute slaughter no matter which side you're at, as now these Capital bolts fly, and it'll be Cheese Boss down by the lockers. Tolliver now rotating his Echo Drone, ready for that post-plant scenario. Explosions falling all around. Arno fortifying his position by placing the Flash Shield. It's going to be Mako in the middle of nowhere at the Pacific Ocean, down with the case. The Hokies still not even with man advantage anymore. The case has been lost. The jig is up, still over on Rappel. Gilly survives, barely with an inch of his life, securing the man advantage once again. Hokie down to the swing. The Tolliver able to recover. Now just a desperate situation for Virginia Tech. It's only Kool-Aid left.
It is down to Cincinnati, but I think the only issue here, Botanic, is that there is a Rooney on the field, or on the field of play, and that is already banned. So this is going to be a Virginia Tech round win regardless of what happens, and I'm not sure how it took this long. So Cincinnati, it's a good round win, but that Rooney is legally banned over the last 2 days of play. So I'm sure that we're going to make sure that gets either rehosted and then we can fix it. But yeah, no, Nick is right in chat. That is going to be, well, I don't think it's a replay in round, as our production team is telling us. From what I was told, it should be a 1-1 in favor of Virginia Tech.
And
That's
honestly,
what I was
it's
under the
honestly up
impression.
to what Virginia Tech wants to do too. If they want to replay it, if they want to take the forfeit.
From by ruling, I believe today it is a forfeit. Again, we're going to let our lovely TO, Mr. Fuji, he should make the call on that any minute. So what we're going to do is we're going to get this sorted very quickly. So what we're going to do is we're going to throw it to a break, and when we come back, we should be looking at, from what I believe is a 1-1, or even worst case scenario, it'll be a 1-0, and we'll replay round 2. We'll be right back in a second. Or now. We'll be right back in a second. All right, welcome back. We apologize for the very, very short delay, but the ruling has been confirmed. Picking a Rooney on Championship Sunday, that is a forfeited round. So Cincinnati did win that round in a pretty good fashion. There was some good content there at the end, but unfortunately it was all for nothing, and it will be 1-1. And now Virginia Tech has all evened it up.
Yeah, as we do get back into the swing of things, Virginia Tech at least able to get one across across the board early. You know, it's not by any conventional means, but hey, we take this as we should hopefully be able to transition back into our gameplay any second now. There we go.
All right, well, let's go ahead and settle in. So because of the technical lost round, Cincinnati will just go right back to the second floor. And we are going to see some slight changes. I don't believe the Clash was there before. I also believe the Echo was not there before. I think the Oryx as well. I could be wrong there, but I don't remember seeing them last time.
Gilly was on the Aruni, and pretty much everything else is the same, so they've just swapped out the Aruni for the Oryx, not really providing the anywhere similar to the same kind of value in terms of gadgetry, but maybe just Gilly able to have a little bit more freedom in how he runs around, still able to do any of the vertical play.
Sorry, I can't help but laugh. I'm sure Stream can hear that. That right there is, I believe, Eastern Kentucky going ballistic against UGA. Yeah. Oh, is it actually? Hey, I love seeing that. But also, that means it is UGA yelling, and they are currently... That is the best of one. So that's a really big deal. And also, they are screaming at each other because EKU just called a timeout. So if you wanted a score update, those teams are basically within arm's reach of one another, screaming their heads off. And it's 3-1 in favor of UGA. I believe is what you just said, right, Lieutenant?
That's a current EKU timeout. Trying to pump the brakes, but what's not pumping the brakes is this Virginia Tech momentum, as from the Spider-Man rappel, it is Hokie able to take down Duck Tolliver on the Echo of all things. And that's going to be a major loss of utility going into the later stages of the round, as it seems once again Virginia Tech looking to get a little bit crafty with it. They have lots of execute utility. They have the Strumps of the Monty. They have these Sun Walls. They have these Grimbees. So Cincinnati really going to have to play the numbers, play these power positions.
2 minutes left to go. You still have time to find some new ideas or stick to what you got. And I think Nick is very, very close to finding a potential pick here. Sees the head, but just can't find it. So it's still going to be awkward for him to try and find some room. Meanwhile, Puppy is going to try and hold that other side. Finally, we'll see Virginia Tech try and make some room here within office. And within that lobby area as well. Nade will at least force back, and the Monty gets the spot out the Clash. It's going to be Arno, who we expect to find utility off that Clash as always, but here comes Nick getting really aggressive. Do they know where each other are? A whole lot of damage on Nick. It's all mind games at this point. Has to dump half the mag, and an impact to the face is the gun of choice for Puppy. It does find that pick. Things are getting really awkward for the Clash, but they trade each other out. Both go injured. The Monty goes down as well, and now Cincinnati's got a huge advantage.
Yeah, almost just a little bit too much greed, trying to desperately secure the refrag. It is Arno still bleeding out, so potentially able to recover both or either players. Less than a minute left on the clock, though, and now Virginia Tech needs to find some kind of opening into the C4, almost wasted by Cheese Bosses. His position now revealed over by this janitor's side. 40 seconds left on the clock. Kill confirmed for Cincinnati. Now Virginia Tech down to 2. Only 2 Grimbees left in terms of utility for Orbit to use to spot the Cincinnati defenders. They're going to play quite tough. They're going to play quite disciplined. It does not seem like Virginia Tech will be able to find repeat success.
20 seconds left now here. It's going to be all down to Kool-Aid to try and find the initial pick. You still have some utility with both Gridlock and Grim on the field. Will at least be able to take out one, but Cincinnati's still holding an advantage. Going to come down to this closet interaction, and Janitor will be won by Cheese Boss. Now once again down to Kool-Aid. Big shotgun shell to the face, but catches Cheese Boss in a switch. Are they going to be able to stick it? Absolutely not. Arno's got it, and Cincinnati gets the round that you could argue they deserved originally.
Even if Cheese goes down there, he's burned enough time that his teammates playing the extremities. All they have to do is just do cleanup. It's Kool-Aid forced to either go for plants or go for the kills. So Cincinnati able to finish the job they finished initially over in round 2. Now successfully having taken the top floor bomb site, as it will be that Monty and the Clash band. So decreased shield play for both sides.
I mean, no shocker there. I mean, Clash on Bank is just such an annoying issue. And the fact that it actually resulted in 2 trades being given out with another player swinging in as well, that's a huge deal. Also, again, we are very aware of the mic issues. We are doing everything that we can to make sure that you guys can hear us. But the good news and the bad news is that if you can hear us better now, that also means you're going to hear the trash talk behind us better now. So we'll keep a close eye on that series, as Eastern Kentucky called a timeout. I'm not sure what the scoreline is now, I think you can see it better than me, Botanic. Is it 3-2 or is it? Okay, so they just now got out of the timeout. All right, we'll keep a close eye on that one. 2-1 here for Cincinnati. Again, these are best of ones. Only in all of the finals today do we start to see the best of threes come out. That is winners, losers, and grands, and one team gets to punch their ticket to it right now. We're going to be going all the way down in basement. We'll have to see can Cincinnati hold everything on the first floor and continue to do what they always do, and that's delay extremely well on bank. They normally even get an early pick, courtesy of Gilly, or even Arno at times. Puppy also had a big one last round, and see what they can find here. But also, once again, no shocker, the Goyo, the Tachanka, the Tuber out, and the Smoke. Everything you could possibly pick to delay an attack, they've got it here on basement.
I mean, we got to see the complications Virginia Tech was facing this time around over on basement. Now maybe trying to switch the strategy, go for a little bit of a lurk play, as we do see Orbita over on the knock. Most likely just going to be sent straight through Garage. We've seen how capable and standard it is for Cincinnati to just fight Garage early, always have someone jiggle peeking it. Gilly, we saw from this power position back in round one, able to cause a huge mess for Virginia Tech as they essentially Jay, who walks straight into his crosshair. Simmons head up once again. Has the Fenrir on that double door, has the Goyo with the pop in a time of emergency, and has the hatch ready for fallbacks. It'll be Orbita actually sending him straight through lobby to try and dodge the camera, but still, I mean, the Fenrir is going to be the major problem on the door.
Again, we are also checking to make sure that Trash Talk is either hurt or not. EKU is currently calling their IGL fat, if you want an update on that, and it seems like it's probably 3-2 based on the way they are reacting, but here, we're going to see Virginia Tech actually try to push it a little earlier. They're going to try and go ahead and get those two brows knocked out. Got a fuse charge waiting on it now instead of the hard breach first. So now it'll be really intriguing to see if that change of pace ever so slightly will change things. Once again, they're going to try it all with that hatch all over again. I think only one of the fuses just made it through, but really no damage found off of it.
Yeah, it does seem like Gilly forced to fall back off that elevator angle quite early on, as it'll be now Kool-Aid to secure the opening pick here for Virginia Tech. However, that's with the minute left, and Duck Tulliver from the hatch down below, able to secure the refrag. However, that'll be on the fuse, so not really too much lost. I do believe he actually got to get maybe at least 2 fuse pucks down, so hopefully some utility within the bomb site already destroyed. 49 seconds left on the clock, and now these fires from the Goyos are being bombed. Maybe these send walls go up soon.
Losing Cheese Boss as well is a huge deal. That was one of the big reasons why Virginia Tech had so much trouble. But you still haven't knocked out all the Goyos. I think only one of them has been knocked out. Not to mention now they're going to find a whole lot of room to work through with all these hatches opened up. Where are they going to decide to finally make the drop through? Vault hatch is open right now. I would imagine you could try and at least try and time these drops up well to create some pressure. Sends walls will go down. Drops will finally start to ensue. It will be first the elevator hatch. And also, Nitro Cell from Puppy's going to find one on the flank. Will be one, but won't be able to find the trade just yet. Kool-Aid will find one. Orbo finds one as well, but Puppy's able to even the scales. 5 seconds left. Virginia Tech has to make sure they can stick it down, but the fuser's knocked. And once again, Cincinnati holds strong.
So close, but no cigar, and the retake up from top floor is ultimately seals the deal there for Cincinnati. Hokies down another peg. I mean, just mainly the big problem here for Virginia Tech is that they're just taking way too much time. They're taking way too much time to set up for these executes, and when they do, I mean, it's just easy to retake up above. They drain too many resources. They drain too much time, and the little they do have, they can't invest in watching their flags.
All right. Well, we've been told that you guys can probably not hear what the trash talk is behind us. That's probably for the best. There's a lot of words being said that we probably can't repeat.
Now 2-3.
Well, also, but I'm going to ask for another potential score update. Is it are they in round 6 now? Okay, so it is 3-2, I'm guessing, in favor of UGA after the timeout. Okay, so Eastern Kentucky's trying to claw their way back. Again, Eastern Kentucky tied this Virginia Tech roster yesterday to ensure themselves a chance at winning this best of 1 and then being locked in top 3, getting out of here with some money. It's a really big deal. Again, they are still calling each other ugly. That's team bonding that you love. And speaking of team bonding, Cincinnati always seems to be in a good mood, always seems to be ready to go. But now that Virginia Tech team bonding started a day late, and it seems like it's carrying over, but also it is only first 4 rounds of the game. Also, Cincinnati's on defense. Still got a lot of game left.
One of the middle floor bomb sites now to open area. And the main piece that really needs to survive here for Virginia Tech is going to be Mako over on that ramp. That seems just ready to throw in one of those boogie drones, maybe mask the sound of the rappel in. They know there's a player over by that janitor's side. He's going to be orbited up by ATMs. Gilly seemingly aware on ADS is at the unopportune moment. Makes his presence known.
Already 2 minutes left to go. It's always been a point to see where can Virginia Tech actually find some room. Nitro from a long way away. Hits the wall first. Doesn't find as much utility. Really, I don't even think got any damage off of that. Big play from Orbital to find one. Cincinnati does still have bodies here. But with the iron sights of Puppy, it's going to be a tough one. Cheese Boss at least finds one, but is immediately traded. So no big advantage there. Having a tough time defending really much of anything right now, unless Puppy can have a tear just like he had in the last 2 rounds. Free fire goes directly towards one, won't hit, and also Duck goes down. It will all fall to Puppy.
Orbiter getting a lot of value this round. The knock pick exactly what Virginia Tech needed, and the voice is so much information able to be collected from those Valkyrie cameras. Now, Pup is retreating back into the bomb site, trying to isolate these gunfights, take it one fight at a time. Minute 10 left on the clock here for the Hokies, and they're also just taking it slow. They recognize that they need to start building up these rounds, and they need to play it smart. They need to play discipline. Pup going to be making his presence known via the rep of the C4, and I believe that's a triple kill for Orbita to take Hokies to another round.
Wonder how different Virginia Tech will look whenever they're not playing with a literal Valorant player. And it goes to show that the talent that was missing, it's a pretty big deal. And also, you mentioned that triple. I'm not sure more you can ask for from a player who just gets to show up on the day of. And it's either you walk out of today with all the money, you walk out today with some of it, or you walk out with none of it, regardless. But right now, they are all smiles. It might be the first time I've seen Virginia Tech get all smiles.
Back to the top floor for Cincinnati. It's been not really that great to attack if you're Virginia Tech. The first round where they attacked it, they lost. However, they got that round due to Cincinnati using a brand operator. So hashtag play by the rules. Round 2, they were just stopped flat out, although it was very much a mess of trades. Virginia Tech not able to capitalize and reorganize for one final execute. Them losing the case early within the bomb site really was the nail in the coffin for them. But no Clash, no Monty this time, meaning Virginia Tech can't use the classic staple of just trying to walk up those spiral stairs, but Arno can use the classic staple of just trying to defend by square or spiral with a shocking shield. However, an adaptation does seem like Cincinnati will be rotating a deployable shield, so Cheese Boss can go play with the shotgun.
Currently, while we're trying to see how this first half settles out, I'm also trying to look at the head-to-head and the history between these two teams. Lieutenant, you're going to know a lot better than me in terms of outside of CR6, but at least last season at Stage 2, they did play in playoffs. It was a 7-4 on Labs. It was a 8-7 on Bank. So Virginia Tech have shown they are more than capable of going the distance. I think a 3-3 half here would be a perfect telling story as to what we may see. But also Cincinnati getting out of this with a 4-2 would be, I think, a dream almost. I think it'd be the ideal start going into the backside of this one. Again, it is only a best of 1. So really no room to work, really no room to mess around. Really not a lot of operators to fall back on with the Clash being out, Monty being out. No matter what you pick, you're going to be taking risk. No Tachanka comes out for these sites as well. Or sorry, we're not on basement. I apologize. Arno will find a kill towards basement, though. So Cincinnati will strike first. Spider-Man Repel, though, won't exactly find too much intel. Also, just kind of creeping around up top for the Blackbeard of Mako. I apologize. They're still just trying to clear out everything that they can. They're making their way up lobby.
Yeah, and Duck very much aware of the fire that's coming towards him as Arno with the backup takes down the spearhead of Mako. Now Virginia Tech down 2 players. Another Echo drone coming out of Duck Tolliver's pockets. And yeah, I mean, just what can you do? You have all the information in the world. If you're Cincinnati, you have the knock play fail, and no choice for at this point but for Kool-Aid to try and get in there. But he's in the absolute shits as it's just Orbital left remaining. finds the first 3 pieces left to obtain, switches to the sidearm, and it's going to be permanently tracked by Ducks. Echo drone, and I mean, just what can you do there? Cincinnati with not the cleanest, but still a very dominant 4-2 split for Defense Bank.
Well, that's what it's all about on LAN. I don't think no matter what you do, you're going to find a lot of clean results. And now you would hope that by the time you get to a winner's final, a loser's final, grand final, okay, yeah, maybe then we ditch the excuses. But for now, not sure what more you can possibly do. Cincinnati 4-2 split is incredible. But also, I brought up their matchup in the CR6 playoffs of last spring in Stage 2 because they went perfectly even in both halves. They went 3-3 both times. And then when it came to overtime, it was 2 attacking wins for Cincinnati, and Virginia Tech only got their 1 defense win. Their 1 attacking win. So actually, on Bank in overtime, nobody won on defense at all the last time these 2 teams played in the CR6 setting, or at least on Bank in a CR6 setting. So a little fun fact for all my statistical people back at home. Cincinnati though in a really good spot to keep the momentum going. You can start it out with a banger attack round here, and we're going to start going basement for Virginia Tech.
Now it's going to be Virginia Tech swapping to the defense side, and honestly, what I'm surprised about is it is basement. Why are we bringing Pulse? I mean, only real.
That's a good question.
Yeah. I mean, at the very least, you can justify kind of having good information from the safety of basement on kind of a permanent basis.
10 seconds to insertion. 5 seconds left.
Shout out Rennie, by the way, for the little tidbit of information. So it seems like they're going to use the Pulse to try and watch on the vault side of things. Which, Botanic, is this common? I can't say I've seen too often in CR6 play.
I don't think it's really that common to bring a Pulse over. Usually, if you want to have that kind of information available, it's pretty standard to bring a Maestro, lots of BPs. Solus has been strong recently, so assuming your Solus survives the roam clear.
Okay. Rennie, once again, another tidbit of information. Rennie is saying that it was very common as a strategy about half a decade ago, and that is, quote, word for word, what we've just been told. So, you know what? I think Nick bringing out an old head strategy with this Virginia Tech roster, Botanic, I think it's very fitting, but we'll see if it works out against Cincinnati, who's had a lot of new gen, more recent success.
Sure, I do think Kool-Aid's appearance at 6 Invitational was about half a take ago at this point. Shout out Parabellum Esports. Tolliver going to be receiving a bit of an early tag there from some aggression from the blue side and keeping the hat soft. Yeah, just shoot it. There we go. Okay, try number 2 for the bait.
I respect it for Hokie, though. I think the hesitation, that right there, again, that's a land type of thing right there. You gotta trust your senses. He definitely heard it, no doubt about it. But also, I think it was Puppy who gets away just barely with his life. Or I think it was Puppy. It was either him or Cheese Boss. Either way, would have been a big pick regardless, especially from a util standpoint. With a minute 30 in, though, Cincinnati's got to start finding what they want to do.
Yeah, and just some very clear differences of defending philosophy here between both squads. Virginia Tech not really showing that much presence upstairs, and all the utility in the world for Cincinnati at this point as it's beast flying. They know where Nick is. These Sens walls will also be deployed about a minute 10, and really no hint of the Hokies really wanting to reaggress upstairs. There will be Hokie himself eating a meaty tag, not out of the fight yet, though. Still believe he has that C4 in pocket. Now finally eliminated, as look at all that mess of Sens wall right there. We Doug Tolliver forced back to the backside just a little bit via some smoke and flame, but gearing for the final execute anytime, Cincinnati.
Still plenty to work with Chanka as well. Still 13 Chanka fires. Here comes a big drop from Cincinnati. They're just going to get straight on. They're actually probably going to get this stuck as long as the Sens walls still maintain their spot. Duck will find one as well. They seem to spot one more. They do get the plant down. They do find another pick, and Nick will find one back, but now it's going to be a very tough retake, both coming from the vault side.
And you got to see that there was an intent by Virginia to try and retake up above, but you had Cheese Boss guarding it, and just a beautiful, nice little double there coming from both Gilly and Arna to seal the deal that puts Cincinnati up on 5. And like I mentioned before, I mean, Virginia Tech really just not fighting that top floor initially. They're not wasting any of these resources. They're not wasting any of these Grimbees, Grenades, Candelas, like Cincinnati was forcing Virginia Tech to on their basement defense.
Also, shout out Arno, pistol with a switch. gang affiliation, knocking out those two there, even though
He's a
Cheeseboss
certified
was...
gang member. He comes from those Columbus gangs.
Protect your bombs.
He was credited with only one of those two, but you would argue that he was going to get both regardless, did the majority of the damage. That's a big spot to find, especially playing out the bomb site. Cincinnati got, I think, all 3 sends down within a 10-second period, and were able to just hop on one of those desks and just get the plant down. It was too easy for Cincinnati, I would argue, especially given the fact that you have all the chunk of fires left. You did have to smoke pretty deep into that round. The fact that you still lose that much control of that site, it's a little scary, but you still get a chance to rebound here with a second floor site. Or with the second floor side, I mean. But I'm just, again, I'm intrigued as to what Virginia Tech needs to do to get back into this one, Botanic.
5 seconds left before insertion.
Virginia Tech gonna, like I said, they're just gonna need to really start fighting early. The biggest problem is that they just surrender so much space, and it is Cincinnati just able to easily trap them in a box with all the utilities in the world to flush them out. I'm gonna need to start seeing some more aggressiveness. You have some quality players. Orbita was hitting some good shots over an attack. You have Kool-Aid. I mean, Nick is no slouch either. So I'm just gonna need to start seeing some more aggression.
Okay, well, you heard it from Coach Botanic, Manager Botanic himself. What in the world does Virginia Tech do? I think confidence is also maybe something you could argue. I mean, yesterday was pretty demoralizing at times for them. They definitely had some games that they should have never gotten close to losing. Granted, they still did go 3-1 in maps yesterday, but I know that they were not very happy by the way that Nick and Hokie reacted. Also, there was some outside influence, something that we can't mention on stream that was affecting their play. Today, I would hope that they're completely past it, but who knows what they're up to on a Saturday night. They got to bring that passion into today, though, and Nick gets a freebie.
There we go. Gets rid of Gilly on the Thermite and also gets rid of the exothermic charge at the same time. That's going to make that post plant even getting there infinitely harder, as you no longer have that easy avenue of access, and even if you do plant there, it's going to be infinitely harder to watch. Arno now exposed over by that stock side, knows that there's an Echo Drone able to stun him at a moment's notice. There it is, part 2, and well, Virginia Tech able to force Cincinnati back, even if it's just for the moment, with that main threat as well. Also coming from the CO Repel side, they're going to be careful about where they're showing their heads, because Doug Tolliver easily ripped them off with the BMR at any second.
Big damage as well from Puppy, who just barely spotted one nade. Will force Nick in a very hard spot. Really nothing he can do. I think dead either way. But now on the backside, nobody checks Janitor. Kool-Aid a freebie here. 3-3. Kool-Aid with one more on window. Duck had the spot that you mentioned, but can't really find too much out of it. It's going to be all down to Cheese Boss and Puppy.
Yeah, I mean, just think they're doing exactly what I said. They just need to fight for space more. They're exhausting more Cincinnati utility. They're not easily giving up this space, and at this point, Cincinnati just kind of have to hope to find some flavors to expose anybody from Virginia Tech. Just waiting for a mistake. 48 seconds left on the clock, and Puppy finds an opening on Kool-Aid out of all people. Still, though, Orbita, with those Echo Drones, able to easily find information, and it will be the wall bang to find Puppy. Now just Cheese Boss left remaining. Has utility on his belt still to flush out the Tommy. He very much knows where he is, but they also know exactly where he is in Janitor, being spotted, being stunned by the Echo Drone, successfully flushed out of CEO, but being stunned, being disoriented, finds a bit of a tag, knows where he is, will just wait the wrong second, as it will be Virginia Tech able to fight back.
Hey, he had all the knowledge he needed, though, had the 2 spots ready to go, and the timing just barely worked out in Virginia Tech's favor. I mean, he gets to hold that right side for about maybe half a second longer. He maybe does turn 2 and is able to get both. But either way, a very tight scenario, and Cincinnati has to give that one away. Still looking at a lead. I believe now that makes it 4-3. Cincinnati still, I think, in the driver's seat for the back half of this one. But that attack, I mean, we talked about it yesterday, whereas Cincinnati, like, they have a lot more control. Sorry, 5-3, not 4-3. But Cincinnati has much more control of the way they get to play, the pace of the game. But there's only really one team at this event who can force them to look slow or to look too disjointed. And it is this full-strength Virginia Tech roster. And they do it right there in that round. You got to do it for a whole lot more.
Job still not done for the Hokies. A lot more mountain left to climb, as they will be returning over to that basement side. And you can see just a little bit more of an investment of resources to that top floor. They will be double reinforcing some walls over by that open area. They also will be bringing Mira. Blanco now on the vigil with the boss stream, meaning he's hopefully going to be getting active by that 3rd floor, by that 2nd floor, in the early stage of the round. Does seem that he's over by garage side right now. not the best gun to take that fight. The nerf Boss G with that damage fall off. Would rather play Suki there with the DMR, but anyway.
We're also still waiting on the final score of that Eastern UGA match, as it does seem like it is finished. But we have not heard what it is yet.
That is still going on.
Oh, is it?
EKU down 3-6, UGA on match point.
Wow, I heard everybody get really quiet. I was just really confused. I thought that match had ended. They've been loud the entire time. So I guess we will keep it a note on that. But UGA in a spot to potentially clinch a top 3, going through uppers, which would be a pretty big deal regardless. But their opponent's going to be a really tough matchup no matter how you look at it. And it seems to be Cincinnati with the way they're stacking up right now. They do force one to drop. You mentioned Virginia Tech giving up a lot of space. Absolutely forced out of the space here. Do they know there's one here? Damage taken from Duck Duck.
Clock now. Virginia Tech basically completely cleared out of that top and middle floor. Now it's just a matter of Virginia Tech delaying with their utility. At least now that small alpha hatch now opened. I'm assuming it'll be that vault hatch soon to be open now. Pretty much just waiting for that final execute for Cincinnati. Everybody on Virginia Tech, full belt of util still. 3 C4s in pocket, information readily being able to be obtained by Orbita.
Boss just trying to work together with Duck here to just continue to take space. Mira has been placed there. For those of you who don't know, that way to deny sort of corner plant right there.
Value on the
I was about to say, getting multiple there. Just going to make sure that it seems like we're going to see very similar to what we saw 2 rounds ago, where we may see full hatch drops from Cincinnati. Here comes all the util. Nate is there. Very late reaction from Hokie, but he's not forced out just yet. Cincinnati will finally make their way in. Plant seems like it's going to go down. This could be a huge nitro, and it will only find one. Plant could still go down. It's just going to be slightly delayed. Going to be all down to Duck to make sure he can stick that. Nitro will fall through. They know Gilly's there. 2 big nitro cell picks, but the fuser is down, and another one is there.
Now will be Virginia Tech with a numbers advantage. However, Cincinnati with the post-plant positioning. Virginia Tech need to work the map together here to be able to secure the top floor. But it's an absolute shredder as they have no idea where they're going. In the blink of an eye, it's Puppy to rip the chances from Virginia Tech straight from their hands. Orbit are going to be tapping the defuse, but Cheese Boss, you need to look at it. Finds the kill, and it's a double pounder for Cincinnati. Able to rip it away from BT.
We saw it last game. We saw Mississippi State find 2 swings to change the pace of the way that game could have gone, but it didn't end up being anything. This time it's the other way around. It's Cincinnati putting their foot down, going to match point after a wild 4-man swing. You would have thought for sure them coming up white stairs, they would have had that covered, but both of them don't even really get a shot off.
Yeah, I mean, both of them, just caught jaywalking. Just pretty much just caught jaywalking. They thought they could easily run up for free. They thought the defenders would be positioned by open area, but Puppy, has the foresight to position himself in an off angle for that scenario. Readily available to shoot just by that E2 area. Easily able to watch the flank. Cheese Boss, all he had to do was just trust Puppy and just focus on the action happening inside the bomb site.
Well, that was something else, Botanic, to say the least. That was completely something else. And from what I'm hearing, it sounds like, is that
Georgia won.
Is that Georgia winning 7-3? Well, I will not lie. Full bias aside, I'm pretty happy to see an underdog story, and they are going crazy over there.
I believe that's
Yeah, that is a huge deal. And you mentioned UGA. You mentioned that UGA had an early exit out of CR6 playoffs. So this right here is really the ending of their season. Is this land right here, and they are making a case for themselves. They will be locked into the money, locked into the top 3. Who is going to join them in that winner's final later on this afternoon? Cincinnati 1 round away from doing it. We're going basement once again. Virginia Tech has yet to win this site.
Now going to be going for one last Hail Mary. I mean, just the main thing really Virginia Tech has not been able to handle at all, is those sense walls. And now they're maybe trying to adjust to it. They're bringing those Maestro cameras to be able to deal with that. But shocker, Cincinnati just completely switching up the lineup now, looking for more speed here, as we do see Arno on the blitz. We see Cheese Boss over on that glass, but Cheese Boss going to be the first one down. not recoverable either, as Arno taken down immediately by Kool-Aid. And this execute might be falling apart before he even gets into motion.
2 minutes ago, you lose 2 big bodies in Cheese Boss on the glass, and not to mention, now he's officially off. Use the blitz or lose the blitz as well. Don't use him at all. And so, I will say, gun-wise, you get Puppy, you get Gilly. This is still very doable for Cincinnati. Kool-Aid's also down to half health. But also, of all the people they lost, it's only Orbita, who had the Fenrir. So still a lot of utility, still a lot of opportunity. I'm not really sure how Cincinnati is going to be able to find space like they have on this basement site before, because they are losing some of the extra ability to knock those hatches out. It's going to be all down to the Grim with those hard breach charges. And I guess if needed, it's going to maybe be Duck to try and take out whatever other util might be around the map. We're going to see a Spider-Man drop here. Puppy, straight up drop directly. I don't know if anybody heard it. I don't see anybody reacting to it, but in the meantime, Kool-Aid will find Duck, another huge pick.
Yeah, and Puppy will just silently creep and he's get himself a little consolation there. Still a minute left, and it is Pup and Gilly left alive, able to work this piece by piece. Kool-Aid caught in a very unfortunate position, and now this is looking like a realistic chance for Cincinnati. Nick still 15 Tachankas left in his pocket, but the thing about Tachanka is that you can easily telegraph when he has his launcher out and when you have an opportunity to straight run through the fire and the flames. Those don't do much damage, and it is Gilly and Pup still very much bountiful amounts of HP. What you do have to worry about is Monko still. That LMG can absolutely shred. I'm sure he still has at least a few Maestro bubbles left up for any post-plant scenarios.
This would be something special if Cincinnati's able to bring this one back. They brought a 2-4 back. Big rush into sight. Tachanka will go down with the bailiff, and Puppy could call game. He sees Mako. Mako's been struggling all game. Will find 1v1 to call the map. Late swing around. 15 seconds left. They barely miss each other. They barely miss each other again. Mako just got their first kill of the game. Can they find 2 of the biggest ones? Does hear the plant. Puppy fakes it. Puppy sees him. Pre-fire is there. And Cincinnati will do it in 10 rounds. A dominant 7-3. And they are the main seed, the main favorite, making their way to winner's final.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate scenes there for Virginia Tech, but just the positioning absolutely unacceptable. And Cincinnati easily able to swipe down one from under the rug. It will be moving on to the winners finals. Virginia Tech, a taste of Premier over on LAN. And I mean, an unfortunate loss, but they still do remain alive, and it's going to be EKU and Virginia Tech in the lower bracket.
Yes, which I believe they will be split. I believe it's Mississippi State that's going to be playing Virginia Tech, whereas EKU will be playing Bonaventure. We're going to wait for bracket to be finalized, but I am 99% sure that is how it's going to end up. Obviously, it is not updated just yet, but you guys can see that now. That will be corrected, by the way. Talking about the Virginia Tech fans, we will correct the Vespa to Virginia Tech on the bracket, but it doesn't matter for now because Cincinnati, UGA, winners final. That will be coming up later, but in the meantime, a loser's quarterfinal will need to be streamed. If I had to put my money on it, Botanic, it's probably going to be EKU, or sorry, not EKU. It's probably going to be Mississippi State, Virginia Tech. We're going to keep a very close eye on it. We may have to make sure we have to make sure that Bonaventure and the EKU get their chances on stream as well. We'll have that coming to you very soon. We'll get those decisions made, and we'll get the next round coming to you. But Botanic, anything you want to add before we go to break?
I'm quite honestly excited for that lower bracket. I mean, UGA is showing capability. EKU is capable on paper, and it's going to be Virginia Tech as well with their full roster. That's going to be a real bloodbath there for that losers final.
I can't even give you a prediction of how things are going to go. I mean, Mississippi State and UGA, that was a closer game, and I'm expecting the way things are going to go that Virginia Tech will probably take care of the loser semi. UGA, Virginia Tech, I mean, if Virginia Tech doesn't clean things up, that is not a give-me matchup by any means, and that's if, obviously, with upper bracket finals, best 3. I expect Cincinnati, even if things go wrong, they're going to be A-okay with the way that I put my money down on them. So I am expecting Virginia Tech, UGA fighting for the grand final spot. There's still so many games left between now and then. We will bring all the action back to your screens in just a bit. We'll have the stream game coming up. Don't go anywhere.
Hey guys, I'm Sino, that's Chino, and now we aren't DJ and Botanic, and we're not coming from Athens, West Virginia live, but we are going to be bringing to you some lower bracket action. So I think if I'm not mistaken, it was Cincinnati versus Virginia Tech, where Cincinnati absolutely pummeled them and confirmed their spot in the upper bracket final, which means we have 2 matches in the lower bracket, BO1s, where the teams are going to have to fight to survive to continue to keep their chances alive of going on to the grand final. Chaka, any thoughts?
No, not necessarily. I'm just excited to get right back into it for a second day at the Concord Passion Series at this LAN. It'll be very interesting because I didn't expect to see EKU down here. I thought they would have already been in the upper bracket semifinal. They of course got a bye with the past the quarterfinals.
4, 3, 2,
yeah,
1.
just a surprise to see them here.
I actually will say the same, but I mean, we knew that UGA was not a team to dismiss earlier. It was them against Bonaventure last night where me and Happy watched them absolutely fly through their maps. It was a 7-1 win, and then after that, it was a 7-2 win. So Georgia's just not a team you can count out, and it's a very well-deserved upper bracket final, which I am excited to watch here. But we need to stay focused on this match. SBU, they need to fix up after last night. I hope they used it as a learning day instead of a let's say negative day, because they could not find joy at all. They lost their maps on their first play day, and then they came into the Sunday playoffs where, I mean, yes, you are confirmed a playoff spot, but you really have to be able to show us what you're willing to do to be able to maintain this spot. They lost their first game, meaning this is why they're in the lower bracket. EKU is not a team that deserves to be in the lower bracket, so this is going to be a very hard game for SBU, regardless of the map which we're going to be on, which sadly for SBU is going to be Cafe, a team that EKU is very dominant on.
Yeah, we've already seen EKU play this map a ton, actually, throughout this whole entire tournament. Their first game against Virginia Tech, where they won it actually 7-4 on Bank. They also beat MSU on it. Now they're playing it here tonight, so they're very used to this map, and I think this map sort of favors them in a way, just because from what I've seen, they have a more recent history on it. I have no idea if SBU has played this map more recently themselves. They are going to be starting off on that attack though, and EKU are starting off on the defense, which is, I don't think size really matter much nowadays, especially not for Cafe, which has kind of lend itself to being more of a 50-50 map.
10 seconds to go.
Now, as we head on in, the uppermost floor is going to be the site objective, and seeing how EKU plays, I wouldn't be surprised if a player like Architect or Jacob decided to get very aggressive early on. I mean, these guys, they are a great team. I mean, they were just picked up by Neon Lights. They are a team that you prefer to have in a collegiate land just because of how good they are, and they're not playing in the shadow of Akron. I mean, you do have dominant teams like UGA, like Cincinnati, but still, they can hold their own when they're not playing against the Tier 2 Warlords. As it was Architect, I think on Friday, I mean, you were casting in a different league where he dropped a 20 bomb, 22 it was, and now he has been doing very well at this LAN as well. So they can complete this lower bracket run, which I think is very possible. It will all start on this matchup.
Yeah, and for EKU, it's not really just Architect. We've also seen Lomo get really active. I think it was the other day, too, where they played against Virginia Tech, and I believe he had like 14 kills on Cafe, or close to 14. But either way, he was like the best player, along with everybody else on EKU showing up. So it's not just Architect who can frag out and be one of the better performers. Everybody on EKU is very well balanced between each other.
First blood actually goes into the favor of SBU here, as external play is heavily favored for the attackers on this map, and being able to take care of Architect on that Tabaro is going to be crucial for your ability to get into Cigar, use those Selmas without being disrupted here, and allowing yourselves to not get stopped for a large amount of time. And with no Brava on the board, since she has been banned here, I feel like SBU's next task is to tackle all of these Evil Eyes, these Banshees, and all of the utility that goes against them. Now a big C4 from below could get 2, but will only take care of 1 man, and it will be Elephant, as the other man was sitting on top red. But Sun, forced to come down, and will get that refrag within 20 seconds. And now it's all burst into action for SBU, where they are put in a very good place to be able to execute onto this site.
Yeah, you got below control, and that means that if there is a chance to deny a plant from below, that's not going to be the case here for EKU. They have nothing in terms of explosives in order to deny the plant. There's also been a follow-up kill in the meantime from SBU. So while they're clearing utility down below, you could probably start to isolate this freezer player as they do have red control, and they could potentially even just go down to white or into bathroom.
Just half a minute left. The Logi Bomb goes out, meaning these two defenders are going to be forced out into very heavy corners. Jacob doesn't have a sight because of that EMP, but it doesn't matter. He'll win his gunfight. Burger will get two as well. And it's a beautiful round from EKU. Burger and Jacob, the new substitute, goes big to be able to find 2 kills in the round, and Bonaventure shut out on the first.
Yeah, very awkward into the round there for SBU because they had the advantages. They had vert control from by clearing the players down below. That kind of gets rid of a late round win condition there for EKU. And then they had like red control and cigar control. All they really needed to do at that point was just kind of like slow the pace down and figure out where the last 2 players were. And I think that was the issue, was the fact that there was a general lack of intel on where the last 2 players were. Malusi's able to get out of freezer and then put herself into an unkillable corner right on a reinforced wall, and nobody from SBU is none the wiser. Very good first round to gather from EKU, and they start off this lower bracket quarterfinal very nicely.
There's no second chances here. There's no second day to hide behind. It is do or die. And SBU seem a little late to that objective here. I mean, they need to be able to show us what they have in store, because you're starting on the preferred side on Cafe. It is a BO1, which means you guys didn't pick this map. The other team didn't pick this map, but it so happens to fall into the hands of a team that is very decent on Cafe. They've lost it in this land, but they need to be able to exploit the mistakes from EKU. You need to force them. SBU got blown out last night in their first, and we thought that it was going to be the end of their reign, but the second map against UGA, they actually almost brought it to OT. We can see proper utility use from them at times, but the utility use, the one's ability, is just not there, and it is never put on paper fast enough, as we're going to learn that. Elephant gets spawn peeked, Hard Breacher to fall next. He's given a second chance at life, but only 40 seconds in and 2 picks against you. It's not looking too hot.
Yeah, I mean, Roar is down. That probably was one of their main win conditions here for SBU. What is it? Their only Hard Breacher is now very low on HP as well, so whatever wall they wanted to get inside of the map, or even just like a hatch too, is kind of going to be met with some caution, because usually what teams like to do is they like to impact hatches or nitro cell right next to them, and most of the full ring above the bakery site is very much soft, so he's very low on HP. I feel like anything could take him down. So that's kind of a very poor start for SBU, not to their own faults, just EKU with some really nice aggression early on.
I mean, Irish given that second chance at the life, and it's not Irish the caster, so this man is going to be sober for this matchup. He's going to be looking to try to keep himself on the board here, but they need to get a pick before they fall first. It's a problem once you allow all of this defensive utility to go against you, and this is the most important part of the game. No drone sent out, and the substitute goes big, taking care of Breaker, the new pickup, I should say. Architect and Sin team up, and it's a flurry of kills. Not a single one of those flurries goes in the favor of SBU. They're left with their verticality up, no case, and no damage done to that Warden. Nothing is going in the favor of SBU, and now they're looking at a 2-round deficit.
Yeah, and at the moment, SBU are just having a tough time establishing themselves within the map. They're not even really getting close to the building or getting close to a winning position anywhere. They can even get to step 2, and they're barely even getting to step 1, which is getting close to the building. And I think that's kind of like the issue here. I feel like there needs to be some disruption to the aggression here from EKU, because at the moment it's seemingly getting out of hand. And until EKU is punished, I don't think they'll slow themselves down or stop the aggression or chill out or give any more respect here to SBU for the remainder of these attacks.
There's many things to do, but the first shouldn't be to lose your Aura first. I mean, she doesn't seem like an essential pick for that site, but still, those barricades, even though they can be impacted, even though they can be jammed out, Chaka, they provide so much substance to an attack, especially when you have a Thermite on the board here, and just losing them both within the first 30 seconds. Yes, the Thermite was able to be res, but he has to be careful. He has to be walking on eggshells for the remainder of the round because he's at 20 HP, and he's in a one-man deficit. Lots of things to be addressed here from SBU, and I would love to see a timeout be called soon, because if they get past the 3-round deficit, then I feel like this might be too far to come back from.
Locate a bomb and defuse it.
Yeah, and the thing with that too is that EKU are no slashes on their attacks neither. If we see them get a 6-0 half like they did against MSU, for example, on their defenses of labs yesterday, then this could quickly snowball into something really bad here for SBU. Could potentially speak to an early exit from the Concord Passion Series land, which is kind of heartbreaking because you kind of spent a lot of time and a lot of these days prepping for one another, watching all of the matches, prepping yourself up to potentially reach a grand final, and to be exiting so early on is not what you would want to happen. But they do start the round off pretty well. That's the Castle Dead, and that's a first pick in favor of SBU.
I think it was Happy and I who were talking about this yesterday when we were casting SBU's game. Was they don't really bring traditional picks, and I think it was something in the all chat that was said that kind of made us recognize why. One of these players has 500 hours, and I think it was either Irish or Sun or maybe IGB, I have no idea. But it goes to show on how some teams really don't have the experience able to translate what they want to do in their heads to onto paper against this team, like a team like EKU where they played a LAN before. They've played in higher tournaments. They play outside of collegiate as well now with their most recent pickup for another team. So the biggest contrast of team play and their ability with experience really goes to show on how well SBU has really been doing for this LAN, managing to find 2 kills. Breaker makes it a 3rd here, as now they're finally starting to fight back. It's a 2v5 here, and 1 man off of site is going to be the make or break for this team. EKU need to start fighting back. Architect is going to start opening up that killing side. Lomo needs to be able to take care of Cigar before that man that sits on White Stair is going to be able to isolate, but in the meantime, he'll win his 1 onto the Architect who found that kill, and now it's just Lomo left by his lonesome trying to fight out a Cigar. Will deal the damage onto IGB, but not before he'll be deleted by that 8K, and SBU finally are fighting back.
Yeah, for SBU, that was a very good start to the round. Finally, they find an opening pick, and they're able to just make a very good round out of it. It was that first pick that kind of allowed them to really take control of vertical, just because I don't think EKU set themselves up in numbers in order to deal with that amount of pressure that SBU were able to enact on the 3rd floor post the first pick that they got onto the castle, which I'm assuming was one of the first 4 players. And I also like how SBU then dealt with the first 4 players too. They just sent a Jackal down below that's a good information op in order to deal with roamers, even by himself. And that's exactly what he did. He killed the post as well. That gets rid of a nitro cell and a late round win condition. SBU set themselves up for a very good round from beginning to end. And I really like how they got how they got their first round.
Now still, if SBU can pull on ahead, they might be able to go up 4-2 here, but that is a very tall order. Can they pull a 4-2 split? Can they win 3 rounds in a row and keep EKU off that score sheet? I highly doubt it, but still, with the way that they're playing, with the way to get themselves on that board, they are very good at winning their ones. The only thing that we've seen them really struggle with is either getting that first pick or trying to line up a play where they're not isolated. This is a team-based game. You are trying to line up a 5v5. With SBU's recent run of form, they've been playing like 5 individuals instead of a cohesive unit, which has led to many losses. If they can figure this out by that halftime, I feel like we might be able to see a very promising half from them.
Yeah, and I think the one thing that they've been able to figure out, at least if we're going to go off that 3rd round, is how to, how to dissipate the early round there from EKU from being nearly as effective as it could be. Like, not letting them get the opening pick, not letting them find a follow-up, not even allowing EKU to get themselves in really good spots to get trades neither. And just being individually very solid in that round and finding ways to win the gunfights that EKU kind of give them. So yeah, I'm kind of liking that from SBU. Now it looks like they are going to be focusing more on a top red take, more towards Cigar Lounge. And so this is a very simple take, but they also have to keep in mind that EKU are playing down below with nitro cells and information from these evil eyes.
Clash is going to be the biggest problem here, and it might be looking into the foreseeable future, but I feel like suppressing Architect here is their biggest chance at winning this game. That man, when you allow him to go on a heater, when he switches onto the attack and is allowed onto that Ash roll, you're just not going to win. Like, let's be honest here. That man finding gaps is like the best thing I've ever seen in my life. It's like, cookies and cream. Very, very well paired duo. It is always a great thing when you have Architect on that frag or entry roll. You need to be able to deny him the confidence to be able to get on that Ash roll and get up all in your face here. He's been playing that DMR role. He's been able to find some success, but he has been shut out. All you have to do is continue to do so and not allow him any leeway. Irish continuing the comeback that we want to see here from SBU as he'll take care of Loma's first blood as they now approach that uppermost floor with a man advantage.
Yeah, even though the drone count is low here for SBU, they just seem to have decent enough information on some of the isolated players around there from EKU. So getting rid of the nitro cell early is really, really good. Now, a big issue that they're kind of running into right now is breaking through the Clash hold, because there's nothing in the lineup that shows that they can really get rid of the Clash shield. No Ash, no explosives, no nothing. And that also means they most likely will not be able to deal with these
oh my God,
Maestro
man.
bubbles. And the fact that Sin gets a double just because SBU cannot problem solve around that Clash shield says something about this round.
It also goes to show how if you're playing as a team that goes for more operator picks to comfort picks instead of what you need for the team, then it might go against you because you just might have a one-way shield that continues to fry you. Clash has found 2 kills, make it a third as Architect finds 1 as well. Architect finishes off the round. It's 3 kills from Sin, 2 from Arc. What a round. We were talking about the utility that's needed, but it just isn't being put on paper, and that's going to be SBU's largest task to overcome. And EKU are going to continue to exploit that. What a round, as nobody could find any access through Cigar nor Shaiko. It's a big problem, and EKU are taking this lead and running away with it.
Yeah, and that was a very troubling round from SBU. Like you mentioned earlier when you were talking about you and Happy's cast when it came to casting SBU. They don't really bring the more traditional operators, and in that round, it's kind of like it's not even just traditional. I mean, I feel like that's a pretty simple operator lineup to have some form of nades or even an Ash in order to deal with the amount of information that you're allowing the defenders to have. Just by not banning Mira, Maestro has gotten a little bit more popular on Cafe, especially for third floor. You didn't ban Clash. There needs to be some sort of destructible utility that you have in your back pocket in order to deal with what the defenders have.
5 seconds left.
Purely based on them having Clash, Mira, and Maestro available. It wasn't just the Clash shield that gave them a lot of issues. The information from the Maestro cams just also fed so much advantages to that EKU lineup and gave them so many easy kills.
Seems like EKU is very adamant on the same exact roster. Now, switching off Borger from that Maestro onto Smoke, but other than that, it's very similar in terms of utility here. They're going to switch off that barbed wire for that sentry and bring in some intel because they don't have that Maestro. But still, you have the DMR, you have the Clash, and the Warden. It is very well picked out here, and they are really forcing SBU to get their hands dirty with the operators that they need. They have verticality. They finally have brought frags, maybe a little bit too many frags, but still, they have a lot to do here against a team like EKU, who is constantly adapting to the game. Hopefully, they'll be able to get that first pick and get themselves on the board before it's a 4-1 split.
Because at least in the last 2 rounds, we've seen them be a little bit better about finding the opening picks, and they're very good at isolating roamers that EKU just kind of have by themselves. But on first floor, that's a lot different. The setup doesn't require isolation, nor does it really benefit from it. For first floor Cafe, what it really depends on is a horizontal hold where every player holds their zones and they have to like help one another from those zones. Like the coach check player has to make sure that the VIP player doesn't get jumped on for bar double window, or rather that's the whiskey player's job. So SBU are going to have a lot of issues when it comes to finding isolated picks on first floor, just because that's not how the setup naturally works out.
I love how they're just trolling in the all chat now. A little bit of reverse Kosa play as he likes to lurk with the up red. A little bit of an accurate nugget, you guys know what I'm talking about, but it's that Sun's going to try to waltz down white and get a kill here, but as he was recognized on the cameras, which is really ironic considering what your special ability is, he is going to completely leave it alone and play with his team, whether it's playing on that verticality or walking down white to try to fry this player off of that VIP side. Now, usually you put a player with a shotgun, like Warden's shotgun, or somebody with a DMR to watch that longer range angle into that hatch drop. But Jacob is very confident, and he's been confident in the last coming days here, so having him on this position, as you can see, is going to work out here. He's comfortably moving in and around this double window, hasn't been shut out on the cross. Architect's going to assist his teammate. The kill finished off here by Architect. He'll go big for 2. Oh my god, SBU, you guys can't find anything. Shut out at every single turn. Lomo onto Breaker. There's just no substance. Yet again, a near flawless round. Lomo hopped on a camera for whatever reason he wanted to, but doesn't really matter. Architect for 3 kills. A large margin starting to be built up here as EKU are just sprinting with the lead.
And all of those gunfights from SBU just seem to be raw gunfights with really no utility or no flavor behind them. Like, the Lion pushing down white stairs gets down immediately from a Warden swinging. The player dying on the double window dies from the whiskey player, a raw gunfight. The second player coming down white, another raw gunfight for the Warden. It just, again, like what I was talking about, that setup on the first floor, you cannot, it doesn't require isolation and it doesn't benefit from it. EKU play their zones very perfectly, but with almost a little to no pressure from SBU. And you know, I feel like when it comes to like their general lineup, you have so much tools at your disposal that I feel like utility shouldn't even really be that much of an issue. Sure, you don't have the Brava anymore, you don't have Grim, you do have Capital, and you also do have Ying and shields at your disposal. But yet we haven't really seen SBU bring out a single shield, no Ying, no utility in their lineups that would help benefit their pushes a little bit more. And this is the first round where we may see that from SBU because they will lock in that Blackbeard.
Now, for those of you just joining us, this is the lower bracket quarterfinal where we're going to see SBU versus Eastern Kentucky. And whoever wins this will go on to the loser semifinal where they will face whoever wins between, if I'm not mistaken, it is MSU and Virginia Tech? I think so. And then from there, they'll continue to battle it off until they can get to that loser's final, and whoever wins that goes to the grand final. So, as you can tell, we're still a long ways away from this grand final. So, SBU, really, there's no second chance. You guys lose here, you're going home with absolutely nothing. It's only the first 3 places that get something out of their wins, but even then, you're not really going for 3rd place when you can go for that first hand. And I know you guys don't have the experience that other teams have in this tournament, but still, you can't be fun picking Jackal and expecting some substance to convert here, as somebody is going to walk onto a C4, 2 kills for Sin. He'll walk away with the happiest of smiles as he can continue to terrorize SBU with his DMR as his primary. But in the meantime, Irish will get a revenge kill, but not before exposing the location of his whole team.
And most of the hold from EKU still exists on the 2nd floor, or 3rd floor rather, and SBU haven't really made a dent in any of it. So no hard breach as well to help open up any of these walls, especially the freezer and bathroom, to get rid of this bathroom player. Instead, he's going to leave. But that's just been given over to SBU because EKU wanted them to have it. They didn't really work that hard to get any of the map control. And even then, they get the map control, but they have no way of making vert. So it's a good drop-off from EKU, and they've wasted a minute on a clock with SBU only having 1 kill in a round versus the 2 that EKU have.
Taking their sweet old time to get this execute to line up, but the only thing is, when you're down a man advantage, taking time can only sour your attack further here. The remaining 2 players onto white stairs, and the C4 double yet again. Seems like C4 is a common trend here for EKU. 4 kills in total with C4s is going to lead to a 5-1 split. And EKU are just 1 round shy away from that match point as they switch on to their preferred side.
And now EKU, they're going to go on the attack of Cafe. They're pretty proficient with attacking just because of the players that they have in their team. A lot of good space takers, especially Architect, like you mentioned earlier. Very good at gap spotting. And Ash isn't usually banned ever in any ban phase when it comes to any map. So she will be open here for Architect's pleasure. And for EKU, they're licking their chops because this is a really good half for them to claim, because they go onto a more preferred site where they are clearly comfortable performing in.
What an interesting round. 4 kills with a C4. I don't think I've ever seen that before. Now, SBU, what a long order you guys have to tackle to be able to consider yourselves as contenders to advance on throughout this loser's bracket. Otherwise, you're going home. EKU are not a team that will slow down when they have the advantage. Yes, we'll see some throw rounds, but that is very occasional here. And if I'm not mistaken, Sin will be calling the shots for it today. With an IGL like that, with the leaders on EKU, which actually kind of changes throughout lands. I know we were talking in Butler. They said that sometimes they just don't have a fixed IGL, and they'll just rely on each other to give the comms when they are needed. Now, if you rely on a man like Sin, he's very calm, composed, and is able to portray a lineup or an execute that allows EKU to get their hands equally dirty. And then when you allow players like Architect to do what they want, they'll find that gap spot and set the team up for easy success here. So what EKU is doing, the system that they have, it's working so well, and that's exactly why they have so many reps together, why they have so many matchups together, is because they're comfortable. They love this game, they love how to play it out here, and I only feel like it will lean towards one side, and it's EKU taking this further throughout the loser's bracket.
And it's a shame, really, because you don't usually see best of ones in like any sort of playoffs, especially not lower bracket, and it kind of like emphasizes for SBU that this is kind of your last shot to stay alive here in the Concord Passion series. EKU have been one of the favorites within this whole tournament and throughout the whole season of the R6, along with other LAN events such as Butler. They've been performing well and they've been on the up and up, and it was really a surprise, I guess, to me that they lost to UVA Black, because I've just seen them as this like consistent face. And it looks like also for EKU in this round in particular, I think somebody already got into Cigar Cloud. That was Architect. He's in here.
We were talking about how good he is at hitting that gap now. Elephant, he did this yesterday. He kept using the ACS and hasn't found a kill with it. I'm still confused on why we're using that gun. It sucks, let's be honest here. And he's gonna get punished for it. He tries to prone and it's like carrying a big battery in your hands here. Prones gets easily shot out here. Now Architect has opened up a complete different avenue to hit here. He's opened up that gap into Cigar, which means Shaiko is now available because the defenders are going to fix their focus onto that and onto Ticket. But in the meantime, Architect is going to get 2, and he's doing exactly what we thought he would do. Frag out. Sees the head of Sun is now on for the ace. Looks at the man on pallet. Will hit it. Breaker left by his lonesome on white here. Architect seems to have that info, but not before Grim from the top ropes flies down with that bailiff. Shuts him out, and EKU are now on that match point.
Very electric round from EKU, and specifically Architect. Again, we keep highlighting him just because he's that good. The last game that we watched of him in Collegiate R6, when they played against McGill, he got 22 kills on the second map. In this game,
Same map.
Same map? No, it was Labs. Not Labs.
Where he dropped 22?
Border.
22 was Border, yeah.
Yeah. And in this game, right now, he's 11-3. I mean, that's not as impressive as a 22-10, but I don't think he's needed to I don't think he's just needed to be on his own throughout any of these rounds, because other players are also showing up. I've highlighted Loma before. He was really good in their very first game against not MSU. It was Virginia Tech. And Sin and Jacob in this map alone, 8-2 and 6-2. The whole of EKU are showing up, but it's being headlined by Architect himself. That was really good space making. He found an early gap in Cigar Shop, and nobody from SBU was watching that, despite
Attackers are
knowing
moving
that
to
could have been a
defuse the bomb.
potential gap used against the Azami. And EKU now on 6, match in serious point and elimination on the line here for SBU.
Hilarious how they consider to just continue to talk in the all chat here. And that is something I recognize with Bonaventures. They always talk in the all chat. And EKU feeding into it makes this even funnier. But it's funny you mentioned Jacob. I was about to say how much I miss seeing Moko in these games because it was such a mouthful. At Butler, we would say Moko Lomo at the same time, and everybody would continue to trip over their words. I mog. Yeah, cheers, man. 2 and 7 Vigil is off of sight here, while the rest of EKU hits the gap, and we're talking about mogging. SBU need to worry about using their keyboards to get themselves into this game instead of talking smack. But again, people will do what they want eventually, and that will also lead into the gap that will be into the bakery because there's no one playing behind the catering bar, and now it's just Sin able to walk in via human drone to just talk to his team about what he sees while the rest of the EKU team looks to just waltz on in, and they have that rotate open, so they don't even need a hard breacher.
Yeah, they've
Now
opened
Jacob.
up prep walls, so now you can't really retake into it neither. This is really good pacing here from EKU. They get this bakery control, and now they're also applying pressure to the site with the Monty. You have to keep coach check in mind here if you're EKU, just because you cannot go in and plant with coach check control being in favor of SBU. And that's a really nice kill from Borger. IGB feeling he needs to get aggressive, and he may just be right.
Breaker getting aggressive at that right moment. Irish threading that needle at the range from deep kitchen, and now it's a 2v3. SBU have turned this around with that singular roamer. He was able to take care of Jacob. The new pickup just couldn't find any substance, but his air jabs are going to go down, which means they know there's going to be a flanker from Small Bake. The AK-12 goes loose, rips down Irish, while that P9 from Sin will take care of Breaker. Just below a minute left. The C4 isn't going to put Sin in a critical condition, and Borger rises up to the task to take care of Elephant, but now it's just Irish left on the board here. Can you take care of this shield operator? Can you take him out before he closes out that range? It's a slug shotgun versus a P9, coughing baby versus a nuclear weapon, but somehow the P9 manages to win it. EKU advance on throughout that bracket, and now you can consider the losers out of the Concord's land.
That was a very quick match for what was supposed to be a super important best of one.
Travels.
Yeah, commiserations to SBU because they've just been served a quick exit from EKU. A very electric game from EKU. They performed super duper well. And even just like from their defensive half then to their attacks, they were consistently just the better team. Although that first floor site was pretty close for SBU, and they could have gotten a second round on the board. I feel like once the game got into 5-1 territory, and especially once they got into 6-1, it was for sure lost, and EKU showed that they could close it out.
What a game that was. I mean, I don't really have closing thoughts just because of how one-sided that was. And it really goes to show how good EKU is. They're a team that will rise to the task. They're competing across CR6, many lands when they get offered, and they try to stay in that collegiate scene, which means they can only get better. It's a linear growth. You can't measure your growth with how many games you lose or win. It's how you take away what you can do better to be able to coordinate as a team to improve yourselves one by one. And I really liked what we saw there. It was cohesive gameplay. They were finding the gaps. They were hitting them. And the star players like Lomo, like Architect, and the newest pickup, Jacob, have been completely soaring and exceeding all of our expectations, which means they will now go on to the lower bracket semifinal, where they will meet the winner of Virginia Tech versus Mississippi State. But for the meantime, we'll be back after a swift intermission. Chaka, if I'm not mistaken, you're sticking around where you will be bringing Happy back. That should be a great, great cast. I'm excited to see how the BO3s are going to go. We'll be back soon, and don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the Passion Series Concord Land. My name is Happy, my first time on the stream for today, and joining me is Chaka back for his second game in a row, where we are making our way through the winners bracket. We caught up with some of the earlier on matchups just before, but for right now, it's UGA versus UC, the winners bracket final to determine the first team in the grand final. Initially supposed to be a best of 3, but both teams agreed that due to time constraints, they'd rather just play it as a best of 1. So we will only be seeing one map between these two.
Yeah, and speaking of both the UGA Black and also Cincinnati, I didn't really expect UGA to get past EKU. I think I was talking about this in the previous game, but when covering EKU versus SBU or St. Bonaventure University, and I was kind of shocked to see that today that like EKU were in the lower bracket because of UGA. But
Sending
like,
in
apparently
5,
I probably need to give them a little bit more
3,
respect because
2,
from
1,
what he
send.
told me as well, that game between EKU and UGA was a very good showing from UGA.
I
So
am
I'm
streaming
excited
my
to see
clean
them
feed, by the
here
way.
between see this game between them and Cincinnati.
It's set to be quite a good one here as we go to Cafe for our one map of not the day, as we've still got plenty more Siege left to be played. There is still a loser's bracket we're going to have to get through. But Cafe going to be the only map played between UC and UGA, at least in this one. Still the opportunity for whoever loses to make their way back to the grand finals by way of the loser's bracket. Going into it, you have to imagine UC going to be heavily favored as they are the team that, is considered the best team at this tournament and also have already beaten UGA twice on 2 different maps earlier on in the tournament. So plenty of reason to feel good about about UC's opportunities, UC's chances in this best of 1, given that they've already won 2 maps earlier on in the best of 2 to take down UGA. Neither one of those were Cafe, though, as it was a 7-2 win for UC on Nighthaven Labs, and then a 7-5 win on Lair. So, first time seeing Cafe played between the two, and very excited to get into it so we can see if UGA can do what so many people didn't expect them to do. Not a lot of people expect them to get here, like you said. And we'll see if they can take it one step further and continue on even further than many had expected it to.
Yeah, and I think when you look at this, the way the format has kind of like been playing out more recently, and I said it in that game between EKU and SBU, but it didn't really pan out the way that I thought it would. In a sense that like I feel like because it's a best of 1, any team can take out any team just because it's your final chance. Well, in this case, you're in the upper bracket. You can always go down to the lower and then play that grand final in the lower to get into the actual grand final, which is a best of 3. But teams that are usually better don't have the best of lucks and best of 1s. And that's because you don't really have as many opportunities to get warmed up into a series. But as I say that, UC don't need any further time to get warmed up because they've just got an opening pick.
Mods help! They called for a rehost.
There was a rehost called for when
1
Puppy
second.
got the kill, or it was just before, I think. Puppy got the kill. We're not 100% sure whether or not that counts at the moment, but for now they're going to play it out. We'll let you know when we hear differently in terms of, another ruling that will be made as to whether or not the rehost will happen. For now though, they're going to start to play it out. Puppy ends up getting that spawn peek, early death from Goofball for UGA, and already starting things off on the wrong foot on this attack of the first floor. Meanwhile, UC very much setting the pace early on. They are going to be very aggressive and make it very difficult for UGA to even so much as get into the building, as they've already lost 2 more. Your local Fox Fuse charges his teammate, and the round's already over.
I'm gonna be totally honest, there's not a ton of cover in that round just because of the pure fact that UGA just didn't even get to step foot inside of the building. An early spawn peak sets the tempo very early for UC Cincinnati. And from that point forward, UGA just kind of did like a very simple take around the first floor. They didn't really seemingly take any sort of like map control around like the second floor. And I know they got rid of the buff, but you still have the fuse in order to like apply more pressure to the defense. And so we just didn't really see that change up for UGA at all. They still tried to apply pressure to the VIP player, and everybody from Cincinnati on that first floor extension around that site just completely smokes anybody from UGA that attempted to make an entry inside of the building.
And it felt like they never even really got the chance to get started. But, well, we barely even got the chance to get started with that map, and already another opportunity to reset the lobby. We're going to throw it to a break so we don't waste your time, and we will come back as soon as possible with Cafe between Cincinnati and UGA. Let's give this another try. Back for another attempt at getting map number 1 to start. Cafe between UC and UGA to see the first team in the winners finals. For those of you who might have expected this to be a best of 3, the teams have decided that due to time constraints, they want to try and switch it. That seems like everything that you need to know going in. As very excited to see the first team that'll make it to the Concord Passion Series Grand Final.
Yep, and we just saw the first round from Cincinnati.
I don't think that one counts.
Oh, okay, that one does not count. That's very interesting. But we did see them try and set the pace early by going for an opening pick. Before what was it? Before UGA called for a rehost. Right when that spawn peak happened. So don't know how serious that round was from UGA. See them have another go at it here. It seems to be a pretty similar lineup, all things considered. Buck is still going to make an appearance along with Fuse, so it tells me that they are going to have an emphasis on getting that vertical control.
They didn't really get the chance to do that last time. I don't think that first round was a great sample size of what they're going to do, though, in this attack for UGA. Felt like the time was they were going to get a reload. They didn't. So the first round never really happened. Everybody played the same operators. Spawn peek again out of peek. This time different angle, but still the same result. Your local Fox, who I think was even the one who died the first time last round, is already gone, and Gilly is going to make it a 2-man advantage, not 15 seconds into the round.
And again, you see Cincinnati setting the pace early and getting aggressive, going for the open picks. This time it's not actually on a Buck, so it's not on the dedicated vert op here for UGA, but it is going to be on one of your vertical operators in that Fuse, and also an execute operator in the Ying, which is pretty useful because there is no warden present in this lineup from UC Cincinnati to at least pressure out either Bakery or VIP. So now UGA, they have to pick pieces with a lower man count, along with not having some of their main operators present in the lineup anymore.
And Duck getting aggressive on red stairs actually loses the trade in that position. Left on very low HP, and he isn't quite able to leave Cove with that same fate, only taking about half of his health off. UGA very spread out right now, kind of just looking for a pick or two if they can find it. This Cincy team is not the kind of team that's easy to win those individual fights against. But they are definitely the kind of team that will give you the opportunity, even out of a man advantage. Very good in some of those opening engagements, but one of the spots where they can struggle is that they'll give those up pretty quickly. And right now it seems like UGA are just kind of banking on someone on UC overextending, but instead it's Gilly, completely unexpected, from up underneath New Balcony, taking down a very important frag on a Cove. It's now 5 versus 2, and UC are just kind of waiting on the inevitability of UGA trying and failing to walk at them. Outside the building goes Gilly for a third one, and he is letting them know that there is no reason that you called a rehost there. UC up 1-0 after a flawless first round.
Yeah, I can imagine for Cincinnati that it would be quite frustrating for them to win the round the first time and then have to retry it again to win at the exact same time again. So an opening pick in favor of Cincinnati, again, that takes out Fuse and the Ying. And I struggle to think for UGA what the actual solution could be there in the 3v5, whether they go for their typical play of just trying to get vert control. Just because you have a low man count at any point in time, just because of the man advantage that UC Cincinnati have, they could go for a top 4 power where they just don't allow you to set up. And so, yeah, very nice first round from Cincinnati, very dominant, and they start the game off as they mean to end it, just pure aggression in the early round.
Set the pace in round 1 of the first time they tried to play it. And they are once again setting that pace
10
here.
seconds to go.
You need to be ready the moment you leave spawn
5 seconds
if you are one of the UGA Bulldogs. And you see,
Attacker's objective is
looking to keep the pressure up through the entirety of the round. Coming into round number 2, they seem to be a little more contained at the moment, though don't be too confident that there aren't going to be spawn peaks. As you can see, UGA, pretty sure there is going to be something tried. Up by piano, it looks like there's one player. I think that's Gilly, who opened up a window, but isn't going to look out any of the piano windows yet. Actually looks out the ticket window instead. Trying to put pressure on these players towards this rappel, hoping to catch somebody rappelling up to this balcony. Instead, not quite going to work out. And Cove could actually catch him. He will. Puppy, massively over-aggressive. And UGA are at least going to demand UC to give them a little more respect than that.
Yeah, picks out the Wamai early over by piano. That's usually the pixel player. So any time waste that UC Cincinnati wanted to try and do across this piano hold on this top floor to further keep themselves up top here for the vert is kind of like limited now. I mean, you still have a zombie up along with the warden here, so there's plenty of time waste to play around. And usually it's going to give you the time to kind of like set yourself up. They're droning, they're gathering information, and it looks like they're just going to drop down top red and apply some pressure to the isolated player. But she has protection over by freezing from Arno on that shield.
Gas cans down below to try and shut down the rappel in through Cocktail as Angle spotted for Duck, and Goofball's going to give him another opportunity. Neither of those chances, though, capitalized on for the smoke, and so UGA are going to continue to play this incredibly slow. Look at all this respect they're giving to UC. They are so petrified of someone coming from around the corner and swinging them. They know that this UC team wants to try and take initiative to take fights. The first thing they're actually going to try and do about it is go down to that second floor, maybe try and clear out Duck from down below as Gilly, over-aggressive, caught by Cove. That's his second kill of the round. Duck is also caught inside of Reading Room, could very easily get stuck out here. But without this vertical control, I don't know if UGA will be able to get into the site just yet.
Yeah, and also time is sort of getting a little bit low. White stairs, but it's not like UGA really have that control. Let's just have somebody sitting on the windows. Instead, he's playing over by reading on over for the foothold, so he has ways of denying the plant either way, especially when UGA try and like get the final push in, which they have 30 seconds left to do.
And Wolin's going to take down Duck. It's just Cheese Boss. And it looks like UC a little bit too close to the sun in that round. A flawless response from UGA. And the gridlock nomad combination to make sure nobody comes through from angles they weren't expecting. Combining that with Cove hitting 3 on very over-aggressive players from UC. And that is a very good response from UGA. At least letting Cincy know that you cannot continue to make those plays and get away with it, at least not after round 1.
Yeah, and I like the way that they found a way to deal with some of the isolated aggression there from UC Cincinnati, grouping up and also making sure that if they did take a one-on-one gunfight, that the advantage to them. Like, for example, the smoke and reading that could have stopped their whole push in. UGA could have simply just waited for the smokes to like waste more of their time, but instead they knew that the smoke was isolated, so they just took a one on him. Yeah, that was a really good round from UGA to get their first attack on the board, their first round on the board. Ties this game almost immediately. And like you mentioned, yeah, it kind of shows UC Cincinnati that they should show them a little bit of respect. Or I keep saying UC Cincinnati. It shows Cincinnati that they should show UGA some respect. But I don't know if Cincinnati are going to continue to do that or if they're going to start anyways.
They're very aggressive, so I wouldn't be surprised to see UC continuing to go really just kind of shift into high gear and continue to look for some early fights. Composition this time could enable for some of it. Solus, Pulse, you've got a couple of operators here who really do thrive off of getting active, but most likely just going to enable a win condition from down below the objective in the late round. Kind of encouraging Cincy to contest a lot of map control. They're already contesting the third floor, as you probably need to. They've got players in the site itself, and you're bringing the Pulse and the Solus, so there's always the opportunity to go down below the site later on as well. Just one C4 on that Pulse, though, as the mining dining defense is already getting threatened by the Blackbeard outside that window. And already players outside, but Gilly massively over-aggressive, and that's the second round in a row that UGA have caught someone doing a little too much very first off.
I don't really think as well. UGA had a Nomad set on the hell door, and they also killed the post. So any type of late round win condition, or any win condition that Cincinnati had for the mining site is kind of like gone now, because you don't have the nitro cells or the Solus information to play off. They still have vert control, and UGA have to be well aware of that they can't really clearly get a plant down in mining if they wish to do so. So they go to dining instead, and that's when Cove is going to stick his plan.
And they can't quite find him in the corner. Arno missing that opportunity under the players sprinting through dining. That's going to be crucial later on. Not even later on, right now, because the plant's already down. Cheesebox getting held by an upside-down repel. Wolin's going to take down Puppy. And Arno hoping that someone's going to be repelled outside dining window, but not even. They're all sat inside the site. They are waiting for UC to walk back into them, because once they try to, they will get destroyed. Wolin with another one, and UGA take the lead over Cincy 2-1.
Yeah, and again, it's Cincinnati not really giving UGA the respect they deserve. An early run out from Hell Door confirms the first pick, and from there, UGA, they kind of had like a really good execute plan. Yes, Polis is not available, so you don't have a way to deny the plant down from below anymore, because you don't really have the info to do so. And Solus is gone too because of that early run out from Hell Door, like I highlighted. But you still have vert control in favor of Cincinnati, so planting on mining just below ticket is a very tricky situation. So UGA, they take the risk of running the gridlock straight into dining, having cutoffs from the mining doorway. So if you try and go from pillar into reading hall, you'll be cut off. And then they also have a cutoff on the dining window too. So it was a risky try to get the gridlock into the corner of dining to get the plant down, but they had the necessary cover in order to ensure that the plant would go down safely, but also that they could execute their post round from UGA. And Cincinnati had to keep, I say keep being on their foot, or keep being on your feet, but ultimately I think showing some tension could also be like a
Attackers are heading out to defuse a bomb.
good idea too.
Well, it's just about time for Cincinnati to start to slow down, it feels like. A couple of rounds already tossed on your defensive side on Cafe. And not to say that UGA didn't do a great job adjusting to what Cincy were doing, but feels like those first couple of rounds, or these last couple of rounds, since the first one, UC have just kind of been way too out there, way too early on. And UGA have 2 times in a row now shown them they deserve more respect than that. So we'll go back to the first floor for Cincy, and UGA will go all the way back up to the very top of the building to try and top down clear. This time nobody's dead immediately. It's not 2 players dead in the first 15 seconds. Instead now 45 in. And no one has really met any of these Cincinnati defenders. This second and third floor is completely clear, and so that's all that UGA needs to focus on taking for now.
Interesting, UGA bring out the Buck, which is fine on his own, but also I would have liked the insurance pick of having the Ram too, just because of how good she is at setting up the vert just on the second floor next to red stairs. Of denies any type of re-aggression or any mid-round power from UC going up red stairs to try and apply pressure to vert. But Buck is just as good too. There is no first floor roam or second floor roam like you highlighted, but rather it's just going to be mainly first floor focus. And I wouldn't be surprised if any moment UC decide to get aggressive on the stairway, specifically red stairs, because like I highlighted, they don't have a ram just to make the vert just below or just above where Gilly's standing, which is in coat walk. Instead, they just have the Buck, which means yes, he can make the vert, but it's going to be twice as much work for him, and it's going to take a little bit of time too.
They are going to catch Arno though, as the fuse charge is able to get an opening kill. That's the 3rd one in a row for UGA, but Cincy will do what they haven't done in quite a while and trade it out. It's a 4 versus 4 now, with not the most time in the world remaining. Those fuse charges are going to do good work to go through and clear out some of those Goyo canisters, But the Zoto cans are still going to present themselves as such a big problem. So long as that hatch isn't opened up, you really can't do an awful lot to try and get into the site. As Goofball takes a lot of damage, and with only 30 seconds to go, UGA still feel very confused. They haven't started to pressure the players on VIP at all, and so Puppy over from that shield should be able to do a lot of work on these dropping attackers. Now 15 seconds to go, and still nobody is on the right floor. They're going to try and flash and push out Puppy, but Duck and Gilly are there to step up when they need to. 2 for Gilly. Duck will get caught out by a player on the vert, but Local Fox is nowhere near his teammates, the case, or the objective, and so he'll get away with a kill, but Cincy will get away with a round. It's 2-2.
And I'm not too sure what happened there at the end because my whole feed just started to lag. Actually, my whole Discord started to lag. So I'm gonna be totally honest. I didn't really get to see the whole
nothing.
The whole
they really
end
didn't
of
do
that
much.
round
It just took them. Okay. It just took them so long to like. UGA basically just kind of like the vert pressure was good. You got to see that. They got an opening kill. Yeah, it got traded, but nothing like they didn't have any plan to flesh out the guy VIP, and so Puppy just kind of sat there. They didn't have any plan to like get into the site. They kind of ran out of utility in terms of to work and execute with, and they were all doing all of that with less than 15 seconds. With 15 seconds to go, nobody was on the first floor, so that just about shows you why that attack didn't end up working, because Cincy were pretty much just undisturbed playing their anchor spots, which is good, right? Because that's like what you want to see from Cincy, because they were getting a little too crazy through rounds 2 and 3, so you know, falling back on a more relaxed and chill style of gameplay, forcing UGA to beat you, and that's didn't work for them there. Well, into round number 5, as UGA gonna have to make it happen once more. UC opt to go back to reading and dining. This is the site that they tried second off last half, back in round number 2. It didn't work for them. It was flawless actually against them, but a lot of that did come down to just a lot of over-aggression from Cincinnati. It seems like they've learned their lesson after how well last round went, that they do need to give respect to UGA. They can't just let UGA sit still on the attacking side, especially behind Nomad Chargers, behind Gridlock Shack Stinger, and get all the fights that they want on whatever turns they want. So UC, despite the aggression working in round 1, eventually realizing it's probably not the play. And they're forcing UGA to really take their time here. And so far, UGA have been taking probably a little too much of it. Already a minute gone, and they're only just now opening up the ticket wall. Now they're going to have to flush the guy out from Pixel. Then they're going to have to flush players out from Cocktail. Then they're going to have to actually start working on a site take. And it just doesn't seem like there's going to be enough time for them to manage to swing that. So for UGA, something's got to go a little bit faster soon. They will get a really nice angle onto the player towards Pixel. That's a good shot for Local Fox, and he doesn't even get traded by the player top white. That is exactly what needed to happen for UGA. That big man advantage could force some aggressive plays out of Cincy, and you could just kind of lay in wait, expecting those players to peek you. That's where UGA have looked the most comfortable.
And with that pick on top white or Whitehall, it now makes it a lot easier to deal with this top floor pressure. I mean, this guy can just walk down Whitehall. Cole just did just that, and he finds a pick. He could have gotten a second, but Cheese Boss actually gets the double kill himself. So yeah, UGA do get rid of most of this top floor pressure and force Cheese Boss to walk away, but he gets 2 kills, and UGA have the man disadvantage working against them.
Decent amount of time left, but not having that man advantage anymore is going to be pivotal. So outstanding individual play from Cheese Boss, who's now going to look up towards that cocktail hatch. Breaching charge used by Wolin to try and open up the roof, but all that's going to do is move Cheese Boss away, over to where nobody can see him from upstairs. Continuing to put this vert pressure on Reading Room, though, are UGA, and Cheese Boss has been forced out over towards Pillar. Wolin even worried about the threat of someone tucked in the corner in secret, and that is not where anyone's going to be. Still 2 gas cans left for Duck as well, and so with 10 seconds to go, Cheese Boss coming through Pillar, gas cans left for the smoke to work with, and everything going UC's way. Of course, the round is going to go to them as well.
Yeah, and when you think of reading and dining, it kind of like your whole win condition bases off how the top four goes. Like, yeah, if you end up getting top four pressure, but then you have a man disadvantage, especially in a 3v2 with smoke still up, then there's really no way of winning of you winning that round unless Cincinnati in that case make like a huge mistake. Just because like you have to get a plant down as your whole win condition for reading execute, especially once you get top. And you can't watch Vert if you're the second player alive who's not planting, because watching Vert essentially invites pressure in from pillar. And even then the guy was in pillar, but I mean he still got flanked anyways. So yeah, I mean Cheese Boss had just a really good round there. Not only does he get a kill onto Whitehall, but then he ends up killing the player who's supposed to be trading him out anyways, and UGA don't really walk away with an advantage once the top four becomes completely clear.
10 seconds left before insertion. 5 seconds left.
And now they go up to that top floor. For the first time all day, Cincy are going to test their luck on that third floor objective. Rocking the Maestro, still rocking the Tubarão as well. So it seems like a little bit more anchor favored. Along with that, you bring the Wamai. It's most likely going to end up sitting near Pixel. That seems to be where Puppy's already going to sit. And try and set up these power positions for UGA to try and break through. And on top of that, you let Gilly go have some fun on Oryx. Seems like a relatively coherent defensive strategy from UC, continuing to try and play behind their utilities, sit behind their setups, and force UGA to beat them that way. Force UGA to execute into you. And as a response, UGA have brought through a good amount of execute util with the Candelas and the Zofia, and they might be going fast towards Cocktail.
Yeah, Ying's on the Skylight to facilitate the whole push into Cocktail, for example, and they're going to have a repel in through Heavenbalk and plus the Cocktail windows, and they may have just found a gap.
They did find a gap, they did find a kill, but Cheese Boss and Gilly were both able to find one, and so one kill back needs to be more than just that, and it is Fox and Wolin able to get one more each. That's now an advantage to UGA and solid control of the site. The problem is, where's the case? You don't have it in hand for any of these remaining attackers, but Wolin is going to come through, kill Duck downstairs, 1 versus 3 now, 2 for Puppy, as he's already solved the problem of Fox. Case big pack up for Wolin, but he's nowhere near Myanmar. And so if Myanmar doesn't play his cards right, Puppy could easily isolate one fight at a time. Sat towards Stacks is Myanmar. Close up with the shotty, though. He should be able to win that fight, and he will. It's a third round for UGA. And this is a very close game so far between these two. A lot of us had UC as a heavy favorite here, especially since they won both maps between these two last time. UGA are making it close.
Yeah, those were some really good attack rounds too for them to tie it up as well going into the defenses. I especially in like this tournament, defense has been like really good. I know for KU, for example, they're pretty decent on both. And for Cincinnati, I'm hoping they're also pretty decent on both, especially because they are one of the favorites. But defenses for most teams at the tournament that aren't EKU or Cincinnati have been really good, and it gives them like, I'm pretty sure this gives UGA some confidence going into the second half. And to talk about those attacks, at least that last round, for example, kind of showcased how good some of their executes have been too. Like the Ying through the skylights, the repel in from C3 window, and then from Heavenbalk in order to isolate the C1 player that existed there for Cincinnati, the Tubarão. And like that was just again like a really nice execute plan, a really nice set play from UGA that they executed really well in order to get that top floor control or in order to get cocktail control.
And now the sides have swapped. Only 3 rounds on defense for UC, but Cafe can sway either way depending on who's playing it on what day. Very impressed to see UGA do such a good job making such a fast, decisive play as well, though. It seems like they started to read into what UC were doing on that defensive side. They were playing more passive, they were sitting behind util, but they were trying to contest them at a few different spots on the map, and so instead they decided to go straight for the root of the problem, straight for the site itself. And it was really well timed, and I think that's what worked so well, such that even though UC won a couple individual fights, UGA had all the info they wanted to play off of later. And now they themselves get to play that defensive side. They are the ones who can now sit behind utility, and they're going to go to the second floor first, specifically the reading room bomb site on the second floor. But they're going to extend all the way up to that third floor in trying to contest a decent amount of that map control. Actually, no, they're on the third floor instead. My mistake. So they go up to bar and cocktail, and they are going to expand across the entirety of that third floor, including the Azami getting left up, playing inside piano.
Yeah, there's going to be a lot of utility that's going to be in Cincinnati's way, especially because they don't really have an obvious dealing with it. Like, yeah, you have DMRs, you have 2 DMRs, 3 DMRs actually in this lineup that can deal with some of these Kiba barriers, but it does take like a little bit of time to still clear them. So you kind of have to keep that in mind if you're Cincinnati. Cole makes an early retreat anyways after covering one of the angles, but he gets cut off in the meantime. And I see Azami down early actually in piano, despite the Kiba barrier still being up.
Yeah, slight misplay to use both of those Kibas on the same spot. You could have maybe used another one maybe towards that ticket thing, or the ticket counter itself, to try and allow your walkout. Instead, now they're walking straight into piano. It's a second kill for Gilly. The trade attempted but failed by your local Fox. And this could go flawlessly for UC. It looks like it's about to. It will. Gilly locks down the last one onto Wolin, and that is Cincinnati absolutely taking over on the third floor attack.
Yeah, very decisive round as well from Cincinnati. Once they killed the Azami and piano, it just felt like they knew exactly that they could just walk into piano using the Monty first, and that it'll apply immediate pressure onto the Pixel player who was trying to retake from Bathroom, I believe. And so, yeah, I really like that. They had good information throughout that whole entire round as well, using Monty first into piano to apply pressure to the Pixel player, and people playing right behind the Monty, the Dokubi of Gilly, getting the kill onto the Pixel player, and that just allowed an immediate snowball effect there for Cincinnati. So pretty good decisive round there for Cincinnati on their very first attack, and UGA had to go right back to the drawing board and pick another site, and so they picked the first floor this time around.
Yeah, that's where they want to go this time instead. Honestly, good read. Last time it felt like UC had them on their backs way too soon. Already made them very uncomfortable just by showing presence next to the objective. This time there's a little more space between UC and the site, at least in theory, as UGA can contest, anything on that second floor should they wish to. Only one player not going to be on the first floor for the moment, though. That's Wolin, going all the way up to the third floor, likely just going to look to shoot a couple of drones on his way downstairs. But for UC, the idea clearly to try and go after that second floor first, as Gilly's already chucking some ram drones in there, but the bakery was actually wide open for the taking.
Yeah. And I guess for UGA, they want to try and play more into like the vert. They are hoping that Cincinnati, because of bakery being given to them, that maybe they'll just like completely ignore vert for the meantime, which kind of gives an open runway for a player for UGA to sit on top four and play vert for the win condition. So yes, Cincinnati do have bakery control, but they also have to worry about vertical too.
We do need to start to worry about it. Cove is going to take down Cheese Boss. That's at least helpful. His bakery only take is not going to be the play. Aggressive run out, though, attempted by Wolin, and he gets timing. The puppy couldn't have had it easier. Catching Wolin in the middle of his vault animation. Now Myanmar really stuck behind this bomb chassis. Cove getting pressured heavily from prep. And a lot to worry about here for UGA, as this man-to advantage is not going to fix itself. But you don't really have anybody in a good position to take a good fight soon. It feels like they're all sitting ducks, and Myanmar the first one of them to fall. The one that was closest to where this attack is coming from will already be dispatched of. Now there's possibility to open up the wall in from bakery as well as... never mind, I guess they had a bandit wires and kite claws for it. I don't know why you did that, but I guess it worked in this case. Into the 4-on-2, both players spotted out in the hallway, both players dealt with by Puppy just swinging out from small bake. Cincinnati starting to look like they've got it all under control on their attacking side.
Yeah, and I wonder for UGA if because they did that Bandit and Kai combo on the bakery wall, if they just planned for Cincinnati to take second floor. But then I say that, and it wasn't really that much on the second floor anyways from UGA, only having one player there who jumped out early, and that just gave up immediate vert control anyways for Cincinnati. But yeah, I think the idea for UGA to just give up a ton of space in bakery, to only have one player hold vert and not really have that much of a commitment up top, I think kind of damaged them in that round. You give up a ton of space in bakery, that's immediate control for Cincinnati, and you're already kind of like on a back foot. And I guess you're just banking on them not being able to open up bakery wall anyways. I mean, UGA didn't really, I mean, not UGA, but Cincinnati didn't have a ton of utility to get rid of the Kai claw anyways, just the bandit batteries, just because of them not bringing a twitch to get rid of the Kai claw on the wall. But yeah, just very passive defense from UGA, gave up a ton of space, and Cincinnati make them pay for it.
Yeah, giving UGA or giving UC that much space is not really something you can often get away with. They didn't really contest a ton of the map, not just not contesting bakery, but also it's not like you're giving up bakery but then you're going to play around the second floor. They had one guy roaming up on the second floor, and that was it. Everybody else was either inside of the site or maybe towards like VIP and tables. And so if you're going to give up big and then also basically give up the second floor, that's pretty much a recipe for disaster. UC just has way too much to work with, and Gilly giving away in nice and early onto Cove. The Valk already gone, and a pretty solid performer for that UGA side. Lowered now to 5 and 7 on the map thus far. Wolin trying to get a trade, but UC playing unusually disciplined and trying to really leverage this 5-on-4.
Yeah, I mean, it makes this third floor hold from UGA a lot weaker, just because you lost a Whitehall player, and that means that at least one of these players on top floor has to re-pick that up. And Cincinnati are just trying to hit a reset here. They're going to get some information on the 3 players that are up here, just to see where they're at, and they're establishing themselves cutoffs. I believe they still have a player just outside of the Whitehall window. They've positioned themselves in CS and New Balcony as well. This is going to be a lot of bodies that UGA will have to deal with eventually.
And they're going to start to deal with the bodies on UGA, at least for UC. Already taking down your local Fox as well. Smoke gone halfway through the round, and I don't believe he got the chance to use many gas cans, if he used any at all. Aggressive into Piano, though, goes Wolin, and that's a really nice frag to find, but they do find Myanmar in response immediately. Goofball keeping it close, keeping UC a little bit honest. Still an advantage for the Bearcats, though, and you'd imagine they'll take this and run with it, or take this and, more appropriately, walk down white with it. Case in hand for Arno on the big shield. Yet to find a kill since the stuck in a relatively rough spot, and UC are not going to let them get back in.
And I just absolutely love that end of round play from Cincinnati. They didn't like overcommit and then try and aggressively search for refrags like some teams might have done, and it wouldn't have been like the terrifically wrong play. But instead, what Cincinnati just did instead is they used the Monty to isolate the last player inside of reading, because the last players alive for UGA kind of like split themselves up. One was playing in mining, and then the other player was inside of meeting. And so they still had the Monty up. They used him really well to isolate one of the last 2 players alive by himself, and then the other player just died at the end of round there for Cincinnati. But I think, again, UGA, something that Cincinnati did really, really well was aggressively early round, stop UGA in at least the opening 2 rounds from just establishing themselves anywhere near the map. And we don't see nearly that same amount of aggression from UGA. Instead, what they've been trying to do is play a little bit more passive around their setups and try and maybe force Cincinnati into like an early round execute. Maybe they'll slip up and make a mistake, and that just hasn't been happening so far.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds.
UC yet to lose an attack so far. Thought that UGA might be able to make this really close. Could even come out with a regulation win if the defenses were as favored as they normally are on most maps. But today seems to be a day for the attack. Spawn peek now attempted by Wolin, a very predictable one, but no one really even over there to predict it, as no one's going to walk out from Christmas Market. Instead, you see coming from the other 2 spawns across the map, and Fox is going to look for an early kill on the C4. You can see how anxious UGA are to try and start these rounds off correctly with some kind of opening kill, but they're not being given opportunities. Whether that's aware or not, you see denying these 2 players towards Piano the chance to get the first kill. And they end up in a very solid spot for this. They're about to get way too aggressive to try and make it happen, though. And right into the waiting arms of Gilly goes Fox. Puppy with his second. And it's a 2-man advantage for Cincy.
And they're just knocking right on the door. Oh, that's the white player, too. So they could get a plant down here in dining. And they've killed the player holding breeding footholds. And it's all over. UGA now down into the lower bracket grand finals. And Cincinnati move on to play a best of 3 later today to claim the top prize pool in the Concord Passion Series land.
And a valiant effort from UGA, especially on their attacks, but once the defense came around and once it was time for UC to control the pace of play, it just became clear that this was not ever
Now, we finally bring it back to you guys after one break, 2 break, 3 break, 4 break, 5 break. We get an ace of breaks.
Red break, blue break.
Orange break, red break, blue break. But we're on Consulate, and these teams actually did play some of these rounds off of the stream because they just needed to get it on the road, and they didn't want to really stall out and wait for the caster. So we have no idea what happened, and we don't have the stats to be able to really show. Jesus Christ. We don't really have the stats to be able.
That was live, wasn't it?
That was like the funniest thing that could have happened. We come back
I'm
from.
respecting y'all.
We got back from. I love you too, Lucy. We come back from a pretty substantial break, and Lucy's controller reminded her that there's a firmware update available. We're back though. It's Consulate, the first map of the 3 that could be played, of the at least 2 that will be played. Up next is Cafe, and then Lair would be the last should it be necessary, but UGA starting defensive side, a couple rounds played off stream, like Sino said, and already VT off to a pretty good start, because you go 1 for 1, but you're attacking Consulate. Safe to say that 50-50 is one you will certainly take, and now they've got to attack onto the basement.
VT, got to give credit where credit is due. They've done their research. UGA has only dropped 2 maps this whole LAN, and it was against Cincinnati and EKU, one in the group stages and one in the playoffs, both on Cafe where they lost 7-3 in regulation. So they know where they want to go. They know where they want to take UGA here. But if they fall to the momentum on Consulate, I might say this is a little too far gone, but only time will tell here. A 1-1 split is the best ideal beginning to a game because it allows both teams to be confident in how they play for the rest of the match here. And for a Consulate defensive, the ideal is to break a 4-2 split because you are really minimizing the amount of opportunity that VT will get once they switch.
Yeah, UGA, minimal control on the opposite side of the basement, but Wolin with a really good kill on a Kool-Aid. Still looks like Mako wants to try and make a play, though, especially as Hokie takes one onto Goofball. They're going to have some control to work with as they start to sneak towards the site. Nix will be the next one to go, and that's another man advantage back to UGA.
Blitz is in that site, if I'm not mistaken. Cooking it up from security. He gets one, and now parked out in the corner. No support from his teammates. He has to wait for that assistance to come on through. Meanwhile, everybody is clamping this blitz. Fox will take care of Hokie, and Mako will fall to Cove, leaving just Orbita 1 on the bottom of Spiral with absolutely nothing in hand. No case, no intel, just your gun and your whim. Can you isolate each and every 1v1 here? Because that usually is the ideal efforts when you're in a 1vx situation. Can you force these defenders to make 3 individual mistakes where you isolate each and every one of them?
It's going to be tough. The frag grenade already being chucked is going to make it even less possible. And as they try to swing off each other's contact, it is a really clean kill onto Cove. But eventually, that final remaining attacker will cave. Orbita not quite able to sneak a second out of the board for VT. Instead, UGA are able to take that lead. I would presume take it back, as I'm guessing VT didn't win that first round. But either way, not looking so great in round number 3, as they kind of went for a minimal take, really only taking control on that basement site. But we're at the point in the tournament where UGA are a good enough team such that they're going to recognize that that's their gap. And once you make it clear enough that you're trying to take through that gap, they're going to have a plan in place to try and deal with it. They're not just going to let you take that control for free and then just waltz your way into the site. Something is going to be done about it every single time. And that's all that really happened. You saw VT not super well coordinated, not super well timed, trying to make a play directly at the site, but Georgia had all the right pieces in all the right places to shut down those sort of individual lurks. It didn't even really...
If I'm not mistaken. I don't know if that's my internet or yours, Happy, but
Probably mine, yeah.
Yeah, it just sounded like Daft Punk hit me with the craziest color point known to man.
All right.
But as it stands, beautiful round win for UGA is going to send them on to the mid-floor, that tertiary site. There is a common belief that some teams actually prefer the archive site, where the bomb sites are actually on 2 separate floors. To those who say that, you're insane, this is the better site. So as they try to play out piano, they will have that mirror upstairs, a little bit of an interesting second black mirror placement where the 2 mirrors are going to be adjacent to each other, which kind of opens up Fox to some easy angles for him to fall earlier in the round here. So if he's not really careful, we might see an early fatality for UGA.
Certainly could. But for now, UGA just going to try and prioritize that second floor very heavily. 3/5 of the defense is sitting up there right now. And VT don't really seem too invested in the idea of going at it. They just want to take into the first floor for now. Nobody's even trying to contest up on that second floor. And I feel like every time I see teams do this, especially at a collegiate level, they end up getting punished for not taking that second floor control. So I personally hope for VT's sake that they start to contest that second floor a little bit more. Looks like Kool-Aid's going to start to do that, though that's an awkward entry point for him to try and go in through. But it looks like the rest of his team will join him, and that second floor contention will eventually come through.
This Virginia Tech team wasn't assisted by Kool-Aid last night, if we're not mistaken. So they had to get themselves to the playoffs day, which regardless would have happened, but they had to fight for their seeding really without his presence. And now with that tier 2 experience, you can expect the plays to be a little bit more coordinated here, but that needs to be exploited right here and right now. You need to be able to starve out as many rounds from UGA as possible to be able to keep their momentum at a realistic pace here, because if you let it get all out of check by that second map, they're going to have that snowball. They're going to have that pacing that you don't have. And when it starts to work against you, it's going to be detrimental to your team's morale and their ability to be able to have a positive mindset when it comes to converting their rounds.
And so far, it looks like they could have an opening pick to convert off of. Kool-Aid's able to get this lurk to work, but he's the only one up on that second floor, so he'll have to do a substantial amount of distracting upstairs to try and keep those second floor players away from just looking down the holes in the floor and shutting that plant down.
They look to approach the site of console. The question is, what can they do here? That castle is susceptible to any wallbang here, but there's no vertical control. That long hallway is nothing but only UGA's here. All of the real estate that they have in control only works in their favor here, and VT is going to have to try to be able to get the first pick to be able to try to give them something. But you'll have Nick that'll fall first. Goofball is going to go down here, given a second chance at life, but when Monty parks out in the corner, he'll finally finish him off. Kool-Aid doubling down by taking care of Wolin. Now, while that plank goes down, Fox fights back, but Orbita instantly gets a revenge kill by taking care of Cove. Fox still on that vertical aspect, but still, you're taking too much time. You've left Myanmar in the ability to try to isolate each and every body here. The Monty's the only one on the site, and it might be a catastrophe if you lose Myanmar in this position.
And Myanmar still just getting stared at by Mako, who's playing this so patiently. Orbit is playing it patiently out in lobby as well. They're in a awkward spot to try and get this defuse off UGA, because the shield at any moment can de-shield and just make himself a threat. Orbita can emerge as well. He'll take down Myanmar, and though Fox misses the first melee, he ends up finding the kill, but there's just not enough time, so it doesn't matter anyways. Maybe you can win the last fight. Not even going to get to do that. Local Fox taken down, and Virginia Tech fire back once more, evening us out after 4.
Beautiful round there to be able to get yourselves on the board. A little bit interesting there from the Monty to be able to just communicate with your teammate that you want to be in this site by yourself and just draw in all of the attention here. And that's usually how it's played out. It's either get outside if that breach is open or if there's head holes, or go play upstairs onto that case. But sometimes it can be tricky because of those metal bars and that weird angle that case was planted on. But as of now, a 2-leveled count. It's just rounds being traded back and forth. And I feel like once these teams figure out how the other plays, that algorithm, that prediction is going to start to overall contribute to the momentum or the pacing for the rest of console, and eventually it'll bleed into Cafe.
Certainly possible once we make it there, but for now, I think VT is definitely off to a good start. I said it after 2 rounds, I'll say it after 4. If you can 50-50 while attacking Consulate, you're set to be in a pretty good position. And even though they had a minimal take, really happy to see what Kool-Aid was able to do in that last round. Even though it was just 1 kill, he shows himself at a great time with that lurk up on the second floor, kills 1, and suddenly they can't do anything. They are not able to look down through the floor into the objective. And that's what happened. It looks like he's okay.
Good.
So we should be fine.
Good. Was not asking. I was demanding no rehost, but they'll head on in with a couple of seconds burnt off due to a heart scare. I felt my my heartbeat kind of stop for a second there. I don't know if that's really healthy, but 5-leveled count here. Mako looking to be the first person who walks into the building, being the point man for this attack. Needs to be careful here. Was beautiful on his entry when it came to that piano site. Got that case down, got the finish on his kill, and just stayed extended for that post-plant scenario. All he has to do is continue to do the same exact thing here and force UGA to continue to make these mistakes because this is their map. If Georgia continue down this road, I feel like it'll be identical to what we saw yesterday when they were versing Bonaventure, where yes, they got the map wins, but that was against a team that didn't have that much experience or chemistry. And they're going to have to play against a team that has the experience and the chemistry, and they're going to punish for any mistakes that you guys make. Nick is going to make an example out of Fox to teach him that exactly, as now they look to try to walk into the B chassis here. Goofball being the last chance that they have to keep grasp of this site, but he is being shot out from below, forced into a very, very vulnerable hallway. But with the player in piano, the player in deep yellow, they know exactly where he is. It's a clasp all over. He'll be taken care of. Hoki dropped in the meantime, but its body's being dropped all over the place for UGA as Orbita 1 takes care of Cove. That plant is going to be successful. We know how Mako's going to play this out. He'll just extend and take his sweet old time here, while Myanmar and Wolin are going to be forced to get up close and personal with these players that try to sit in the site.
Yeah, I think he might TK his teammate with the C4 there. Either way, I didn't even get the chance to blow it. Nick gets 2 at the very end, and that is a clean end round for VT. They've taken a lead on Consulate. I got word from our observer, Lou, that it's not their first lead on Consulate, as they won in round number 1, though that happened off stream. But still, going blow for blow with UGA on a map that UGA chose to go to. And I'm just now recognizing that UGA picked into this map, which means that VT wanted the attack side start, which is a bold choice to make on Consulate. But this is clearly why. They look very confident at being able to set that pace. They're really not taking much more control than they need to, and then they're letting 1 or 2 lurks for individual players or people set up on cutoffs just handle the rest of it. They're throwing problems at UGA, forcing them to move into weird positions, whether it be thanks to the Monty or the Buck, and then they're setting everybody else up, ready to capitalize on the panicking UGA defense. UGA's got to start to take some more initiative to meet these VT attackers a little bit sooner, and for that reason, I'm quite a fan of running an Oryx into round number 6. Run them around the map, see if your local Fox can get any early gunfights to go your way, maybe an early man advantage, because Well, he is your best shooter so far. He's got as many kills as the rehost as the rest of the team combined. And so far, it feels like when you give VT that space, they really, really punish you for it.
Now, I'm kind of confused why Fox is so adamant on bringing this Oryx role. Maybe literally just for the gun, but even at that, why not just get on that Legion? It's funny enough, I think it was Leet Rose earlier today who said...
How did you just pronounce that?
Leet Rose? Light Rose?
It's Light Rose.
Really?
Leet Rose?
I heard
Yes!
Jazz call her Leet Rose.
You
in
did not hear
EPM.
Jazz call her
So,
Leet Rose.
go back to the Crucible qualifiers.
He was doing a bit if you heard him call her. That is not her. I cannot believe you just called her that.
Whatever. The main point here is she called Fox or Fox's operator a nothing burger. She called Oryx a nothing burger
Yeah,
and
that's
called him
wrong,
pointless.
but
I feel like he provides a lot of utility when it comes to getting up close and personal
yeah.
with these shields. But with the way he's been playing Oryx, I wouldn't be too opposed to that statement just because of how aggressive he's been getting. But Cove with a fadeaway shot as he seeks refuge into the front desk, he's going to hit us with a hezzy and go right back to the bottom of the service stairs and go back for his second pronged flank.
Yeah, I do agree with you on the fact that Fox really didn't do anything that anyone else couldn't have done. For example, any operator is able to die by getting shot, so he could have done just that on anybody but Oryx. So Cove contributing to the roam just makes it even more essential, or just made even more essential, because Fox didn't quite do just that. But you can already see what I was talking about. They're getting in the face of VT. They're forcing them to waste a lot of time not doing things that are especially relevant. Now they only have like a little bit of the first floor under control. They don't have Spiral. They don't have the opposite side of the first floor over near Visa. And they only have a minute to go to actually fix these problems that I don't think they're going to have enough time to fix if they want to just try and get in towards the site. They also have no more ram drones left. So whatever vert they have now is vert they're going to have to be content with for the rest of the round, and the threat of players to come through from the first floor is looming over VT for the next 40 seconds and beyond if they can get a plant down.
More concerning that it took this long to be able to open up that main breach, especially when you have a RAM and an IQ on the board. Pair that up with the frags. It's kind of a wonder how you guys didn't open up this breach. Now, VT are going to be pinched for time. They're going to be forced to make the mistakes because they can't rely on their utility. Cove will find one yet again, as he has been the one that just continues to roam and be that the thorn in the side for VT here. They're in the red time. They have to get this plant down regardless of how many bodies they're down. Kool-Aid stays alive longer than he should have, but Mako gets to confirm this plant. But as he's getting jumped by everybody in the server, Myanmar delivers that final blow. And that is a round win for UGA. What an interesting round.
It's exactly what I was talking about going into that 6th round, and I'm so glad to see it implemented already. What they were doing wrong in some of the first 5 rounds is that they're not really, I don't know about wrong, but what VT was taking advantage of is that players on UGA weren't really sitting outside of their utility. When they were playing on an extension, they weren't leaving the bounds of that extension, and so VT could take everything outside of that extension for free immediately, and then spend the next 2 minutes working that extension, working their utility, and shutting everything down that's closer to the site. What happened in that past round was they were only actually outside of the site itself with a minute to go. It took them 2 whole minutes. They spent those 2 whole minutes just clearing the roam. They were clearing Fox, who barely even had to show himself, and Cove, who barely even did anything aside from killing one guy walking down Visa stairs. They had it way, way easier because they actively tried to stop VT from taking map control, and VT took way too long to try and contest them in that process. So it looked very, very solid in that round out of UGA because they're doing more to actively contest VT, waste a lot of time, and they just so happen to not lose anybody in the process, as we seem to have lost everybody in the server. And I think we're going to have to rehost it again.
I don't know whether to laugh or cry. I was wondering why everyone was getting up.
Oh.
Okay,
Yeah,
well.
our observer crashed.
Lucy's throwing.
Hate to see it. Hate to see it. We're going to give our production staff a little time to get things back up and running. We will waste none of your time in going back to the break, but it shouldn't take too long for things to get going once again. So stay right here and be ready for the second half of the first map, and hopefully the rest of this best of 3 between Virginia Tech and UGA to see who goes to the grand finals.
Oh, wow, we're mid-round. Wow. Wait, what? There's 40 seconds left.
40 seconds. Go.
Okay, let's go. Myanmar will be first blood here. We don't know what his counting stats are because this is the third rehost. Cove, now looking to approach Spiral, is going to burn that barbed wire, but not before catching a shotgun to his teeth. In the meantime, Hoki takes care of Wolin, and Nick is now allowed loose on the flank because there's no Nomad, there's no gridlock. So, he would have been shot out if that Thatcher had decided to swing, but he was allowed to close out that distance, but Fox will still win it. 10 seconds as they'll enter into that red time. Fox will fall on the verticality and just goof left at the bottom of the stairs by his lonesome. Pre-fire is absolutely nothing and will fall as now VT with the tier 2 player who gets that last kill will confirm it. And now, post-rehost, that might be the fastest round I've ever casted.
Yeah, it certainly ended fast. They were already at a man disadvantage early. Ton of great control from what we were able to gather at the very end. I don't even know if they had the garage breach open, so it seemed like that was generally... we casted an incomplete round, but that also still, for what it's worth, looked like it was an incomplete attack from UGA, and they were just going to kind of look for any way in they could possibly find towards the end. Individuals taking ones in different spots, trying to just force their way through some doorways and some choke points. That is not going to work on Consulate. It's not going to work on most maps, but it's absolutely not going to work there, especially when it's from those many angles that are that predictable. You're just going to kind of give away ones to people who have a shotgun or are very prepared for exactly where you're coming from, and you have way too many angles to look at to predict where all of them are going to play out of. Really only one person dying from VT, so already setting the tempo very early on this defensive side, that they are very, very much looking like the favorites. Seemed like something we could expect, given that VT came into today only having lost to, or after this point in the bracket, they've only lost to Cincy. And yesterday, they didn't have Kool-Aid, who, you know, no shade to anybody else, is definitely their best player. It's a big difference maker into today. It feels like VT coming into this should have been considered a pretty significant, or at least a decent favorite, but they're definitely making it look like it.
You remember how we were clowning the, or not you, me, how I was clowning usually the picks on the tertiary sites, whether it's to go to piano or the split site? No, sorry. I'm reading the all chat, because every time I see the all chat, I get a little bit of PTSD of the rehost. Somebody's stuck on a drone, apparently. But it doesn't look like that, because everyone's moving right now.
Maybe Myanmar? I'd imagine he's probably fine, though.
I love that's becoming the main casting point today. Just the drones.
No, he's good.
Okay, wait,
Yeah,
he's good. So who's
yeah,
stuck?
I think
it might be the IQ.
I don't know. I don't. I don't know. Look, it's probably fine. I bet we're fine.
We're just getting baited.
No one has drones. We're good. We're fine. VT still leading, coming into their split level site. I know you were talking about it. It's still viable. It's definitely very solid if you can catch people off guard, especially when you play it in the way that VT are playing it, and especially when you get an opening pick thanks to a run out. Myanmar opening death for the second time in the 2 rounds we've had since the rehost, and Nick's even able to reinforce up that wall he ran out of. Kool-Aid able to make it even better for VT, and they are taking over a second for Kool-Aid. Hoki swings as soon as the shield isn't ready, and it's not quite going to be a flawless, as Goofball on the rappel will get 1, almost lines up 2 more, only able to make it a 1 versus 3 instead, but Kool-Aid will still eventually finish that round not too long after. UGA continued to make it look easy on their defensive sides.
Going absolutely crazy on the split site. We didn't really get to see how the teams were going to be challenged on the verticality, on winning their ones. It was just a brawl before these guys even entered the building. On the uppermost floor, we saw somebody lose their life on the rappel, and from there, it was Kool-Aid to go big in that site
Defenders, protect
haul.
your bombs
Now,
from being
this
defused
is
by
a
attackers.
large margin by VT. They're only up 2 rounds here, which is still a dangerous lead because UGA can just hit back when they can, but they're on the less desirable side for Consulate, and they're now starting to struggle against the pacing of VT. As you mentioned, Kool-Aid, now that player that is able to play on the second play day of this LAN, which is going to be the playoffs, has currently been ripping it up within the server. Hokie has been getting his kills as well, but Kool-Aid, after 2 rounds, has been able to find 4 kills and not a single death to go against it.
Still VT looking very confident up to this point. UGA struggled to get more than 2 rounds in a row at any point through their defensive half, and when they did, it was normally answered back immediately by VT. And now they're onto their tertiary bomb site, but they actually haven't tested the top floor once. They will not have tested it at all. And
oh my god, please! Oh man! What? My headrest just flew off my chair. Oh, nothing's going right today, Happy. Well, all things considered, that was pretty fast, and now we have to rely on verbal bans, because
Attackers
rehosting
need to
is a
locate
50-50
and defuse
chance
as many
of
bombs as
being
they
able
can.
to confirm the bans and then having to struggle with them not being confirmed for the rest of the game. So, as we are past the halftime, we are not going to have any bans for the rest of the game. I don't know if it's after this round that the 9th round bans hit, or if it's before the 9th round. But if it's before, I don't think we're going to see bans for the rest of Consulate.
It's
we'll see
after.
one. We'll see one. We'll see one. Because we're about to see our 3rd round of the half. We will see one more ban.
Is that not the silver lining, the olive branch that is extended out to both teams to be able to try to ban the operators that they need to take care of. But if you guys have missed what has been happening so far in this series, the beginning started off with UGA and VT just battling it out with their utility, with their ones, and with their executions. And then from there, VT kind of just took it as the main idea, or they took the initiative to just start swinging everything, and it started working with Kool-Aid and Hokie post 2nd rehost or 3rd rehost to find 8 kills combined in 2 rounds. Now, this is the 3rd rehost, so we don't really know how the others are doing, but Nick was able to carry his own, and UGA are letting on a little bit more water than they can hold because they just can't win their gunfights. They can't get into the site, and they cannot execute, and being on the attacking side of Consulate while all that happens is just not looking good.
Still progress being made by UGA, opening up that pro wall, trying to establish the Monty somewhere close to the map. Already, Deimos track and a Dokkaebi call, though they're not really taking a ton of control off of this. The only one really doing a lot of that is Cove going into catering, and Hokie definitely had the read with this before there. Could have easily found a kill through the floor, instead not quite meant to be. They will leave one player up on the board, that being the Deimos, but they do eventually find a frag onto Woolen of the Dokkaebi. That's going to be a really nice frag to find very early. No more dope calls for the rest of the round, and Orbit is even going to go one step further.
Oh my god.
The whole team's going to go 2 steps further than that first pick. Hokie gets Cove. It's a 2 versus 5 for Fox in Myanmar.
Team really stepping up to the task. Cove showing his frustration in the all chat, but what can you do about it? Your whole team's dead, and now you're gonna have to step up to the task to try to keep your team in this, because a 3-round deficit just isn't realistic on the attacking side of Consulate. And if VT are able to bring this home in just 2 rounds, then we'll be looking at a very, very advantageous home turf by Cafe here. As Orbita 1 and Nick continue to further themselves on the stat sheet, they're just going to go crazy here as UGA have absolutely no response to this form of aggression.
Yeah, it's not really, they're really struggling to get anything going. I feel like VT, now that they're on the defensive side, have really started to leverage some of the 1v1 skill. It just feels like before UGA are even able to get a foothold within the map, VT are already winning gunfights here, there, everywhere, and they just continue to swing stuff over and over again. And unlike how UGA were playing on the unlike how UGA were doing on attack against Cincy in their cafe match earlier today, it hasn't been that successful for them on the attacking side. When Cincy were kind of just trying to get as aggressive as possible, UGA were able to sit back and play very carefully, such that they were able to catch out a lot of that Cincy aggression. That's not really happening here against VT. They're waiting until UGA give them good opportunities for fights, and then they're just taking them 10 times out of 10, especially on a map like Consulate, where, I mean, it's hard enough to get into the building as it is. If VT meet you in the right spots, it feels like there's nothing you can do, even behind a Monty. And so, still plenty of time for the attacking lineup to get adjusted, but I do like the adjustment of Glaz, at least to try and get you into the building to some extent. Whether or not they even stick to that, I like that that's a thought in their head, that, okay guys, we got to start cheesing some utility, because otherwise it just feels like we cannot even take a fight, let alone take any space in the building.
With the way that Kool-Aid has been leading this team so far, it is really just swing and ask questions later, and Georgia really can't find anything for it. And you can't really blame them. This team is gifted on that fragging side, and they are really going to make sure that UGA know this. They can't find any substance. They can't even get into the building, and from there, they just continue to struggle round by round. But finally, to open up that breach within the first 30 seconds, which is a first for us. But hopefully they'll be able to keep up with the pacing from VT. Apparently not, as Nick, with a little bit of a whack-a-mole one-tap, will take care of Goofball's face. And now that is their thermite done and dusted. But luckily for them, he actually was able to use his first exothermic, and Wolin will get a revenge kill onto the Maestro. Two crucial picks for either side here, and now it looks like they've switched it all and went for a server take.
C4 onto Fox isn't quite going to land for enough damage. Very content to just kind of leave this where it's at, are UGA, because they're not in the worst spot in the world. They can try and isolate the fight on the guy on the left.
What's that?
Very good spot to win the fight thanks to the melee. And now they've got Myanmar, or not even Myanmar, they've got someone trapped inside server. It looks like it was Wolin who's just died. Now Myanmar wants to come in through from the first floor. Cove is into the site with the case though.
That DMR at the range really can shut him out. He was given that first opportunity to take care of that mute, just can't success. And now it's just Cove left by himself in sight here. Has to choose to isolate his ones here, but with all of these defenders circling, there's really no choice. All you have to do is just get that bomb down, or just, you know, force these players into your crosshairs, but it's just not gonna happen. And it's Consulate to fall, as UGA really needs to find a response before Cafe is going to be on the board.
Yeah, that was UGA's own map selection and a map where they got to start on defense despite picking into a very defender-sided map, and they only got 3 rounds. So a lot needs to change. And at the end of that map from VT, you really started to see what they've been getting into, doing a lot of like 2-3-man power plays, trying to meet up together to meet the main place where the UGA push is coming from. Isolate 1 or 2 players together, take a man advantage engagement in that little spot, on one spot on the map, and then just really try and power with your teammates working together off of each other. It just looked really clean. It looked like there was nothing UGA could do about it. It wasn't like they were getting brain dead swung by anybody on VT. Everything was planned out such that even if someone on VT was to lose a fight, which wasn't happening a ton, there was potential for a trade. Meanwhile, you're looking at 2 versus 3. You know, Myanmar and Cove are nowhere near any of their teammates for UGA. So it's just kind of speaking to some of the coordination issues we're seeing on the side of Georgia, and they're definitely going to have to fix that to sneak into the grand finals if they're even going to have a chance on Cafe.
I was hoping that the rehost would have acted like a pseudo timeout for you guys to be able to really address what's going on, because you've been gifted the game in increments. You've gotten the first 4 rounds, and then 2 rounds, and then 2 rounds until the game actually ended, which I thought would have actually helped you guys out on your own map, but it really didn't, and VT used that to their advantage to be able to just capitalize. They weren't effortlessly swinging, but they still managed to find the kills whenever they could, and they swung and they won. And that's a UGA point that they need to take into Cafe, because if they're that aggressive on your turf, imagine what they're going to do on theirs. But these are thoughts to think about and hold on until after a swift break, where we will bring you guys Cafe, which might be the end of the series. What a quick intermission, Happy. We bring it to you guys after the break. Cafe Dostoevsky is going to be the map at hand. VT will be the ones on the defensive, since it is an attacker-sided map and it is their pick. UGA gets to pick their attack. Let us hope that they are able to really give us a good attacking campaign. Otherwise, VT takes this in 2.
Yeah, it feels like it's leaning that way, right? With the VT probably being favored to start to take over from this point forward. We saw a very good defensive half out of them on Consulate and on the Cafe. Not as defender-sided a map as Con, but we would imagine, at least I would imagine, it would be more of the same. UGA gonna have a lot to prove here on Cafe. If there's one silver lining out of this engagement, it's that earlier today they had a pretty solid attacking half against Cincinnati while they were on this very map. They did follow that up with a 0-4 defense half, though. So we're really kind of grasping at straws for that silver line. But UGA have been a pretty impressive team all the way through the tournament. Even getting to the top 3 wasn't something I expected personally out of them. So seeing them get to this point, you'd hate to count them out already. And we should really know that there is more within this team than what they showed on Consulate. So here's to hopefully a better Cafe for their sake. At the very least, you want to go home knowing you left your best out there, and I think they would agree in saying that Consulate was not their best.
Mako, if you guys saw, was proning behind that first counter in Deep Kitchen, so he conceals his identity as the Kyrie. Now, if UJ haven't brought in any EMPs, if they haven't prepped in advance, then they're going to suffer, which seems to be the case exactly. The damage from the cluster charges on Fuse might be able to catch these Electric Claws off guard here, and they might be able to get them with the amount of pucks that actually go down into the site, but that is a very big what if here. No EMPs directly, which means UGA is just going to have to hope their utility is enough to get the job done here. No direct ram, which is not going to be banned, but they are going to prefer that buff instead, which kind of raises a couple of questions here, but it is what it is. Just a minute in here, and with little to no resistance, UGA will be allowed to hop in through that 3rd floor, work their way down to that 2nd, where they will meet Kool-Aid if they don't drone him out correctly.
And he's very much in a position where he could easily not get droned as he walks up the red stairs. But I think he seems to be a little bit suspicious. The Deimos track is going to be what dissuades him from trying to make that play. Knowing he can't really walk down, though, because if he does, he's going to get shot through the floor, but the trace just wasn't there. He's still running right underneath this Deimos, but he can't finish him off, leaving the Goyo on a little bit of HP, but alive all the same. That's a pretty significant win for VT because half the round is gone in that process. And now UGA only just now getting to work on some of this verticality. If they don't start to pick it up a little bit soon, they could very easily be stuck, not sure how to get into this 1st floor as they don't have anybody who's really threatening that 1st floor itself just yet. They're just kind of looking through the floorboards.
Some damage dealt to Myanmar through that verticality. He thinks it came out from above here, but you've already pushed this Goyo back down. Rest is nobody up there. You guys droned it. But as it stands, they have to work this verticality with just below a minute left. Everybody is on this 2nd floor, which means they're going to have to go somewhere here eventually. And with this man in VIP, the only viable play is to go in through kitchen and drop that hatch, but you need to be able to clear this man first. But as it stands, Orbita and Mako have the long range angles as well. Orbita will be watching small bake while Mako, with that gun of his, he has the long range. If anybody drops and gets into an angle that he can't really see, he can break the wall that stands in between them just because he has that slug shotgun. But as Nick realizes that the clock is continuing to run down, with the team of the Vulcans and the Toxic Babes here, they're really going to deny any easy drop here. They want to take off as much health as they can get. As we start to enter the red time, Mako opens up the killing feed. Nick Hokie double down while Wolin finds a kill, but after what, the bleeding's too much to stop. Wolin walks down red, but there is going to be a punishment. You'll find a kill, but your teammates traded out in the meantime, and VT yet again went straight on their gunfights.
UGA really just didn't do enough for that whole minute. I kind of threw it to you thinking like if they don't kind of pick up the pace a little bit, they could very easily get stuck on the outside looking in, and that's exactly what they just were sitting up on the 2nd floor, looking through the holes in the floor and not finding anybody there. And it seemed like they were banking a little too hard on finding people because they didn't really have any utility to enable the hatch drop. They hadn't been burning enough of the Goyo smoke, whatever was left on the site. They hadn't been burning enough of it. We had 20 seconds left and still 2 gas cans in a smoke pocket. That basically completely shuts out Freezer for the rest of the round. You need to do a little bit of something a little sooner than that. Whether it's sending somebody over to garage and pressuring the guy in a VIP from that angle, or starting to open up the reception door or the table's window. Anything that's done to put a little more pressure on those players, even if it's phantom pressure, because otherwise VT can do exactly what they did. Just sit in their positions and wait for UGA, or even just bring some utility to use to drop the hatch. None of that really happened in that round for UGA, and so VT could just kind of chill, sit back, and wait until they were given the opportunity to win the round, which is exactly what they did.
Is this drone bugged?
Maybe it registered it as outside or something.
Oh, well, Nick is going to be outside, and we've seen him play very aggressive so far. I think yesterday we casted him on Cafe, and he was using those yokais, and he would lose them almost every single time. And as now they will be looking to find that gap into the site, VT has really just been winning their ones, while UGA has really just struggled, as you said, to do something with the time that they have. You guys have all this utility. You're gifted the ability to just try to overpower one side of the map, and you continue to struggle with that. You could have tried to isolate that man in depth, which is not what you did. You went for a full send hatch drop, and you got picked off 1 by 1. Hopefully, this newer site allows you guys to try the attacking approach with your heads held up high, because if there's a margin that's built up on the defensive side, I think Cafe is going to be pretty fast.
Certainly feels like it should be, based on that first round from VT and how little UGA really were actively to do. And a lot of what the good attacking half UGA had on this map earlier today against Cincy, a lot of what that map hinged on was VT getting over, or was Cincy getting over aggressive. And here you see VT kind of getting very aggressive, but look at how coordinated that was. The player on white stairs and the player down by garage coordinated the run out with the swing of the window so that at least someone was getting traded. Everybody is getting traded out. Everyone's playing off of each other, and they are ready for the player in pixel corner, but Mako's still able to win a good fight. And then there's a coordinated trade. Hoki coming through to take down yet another inside of piano. VT are playing off of each other so incredibly well, and they are picking apart these attacks from UGA. And UGA are just waiting for someone to swing into their crosshairs. Even if 1 or 2 people are going to do that, like Hoki gives you the opportunity right there, you can instantly see right after, the rest of VT are way too smart to give up an opportunity without getting a teammate to help. And his teammate stuck at the red stairs needs a little bit of help, so here comes Kool-Aid to get the kill on the player in piano. It's so well coordinated, and these powers are consistently working out to the tune of a 2-0 lead for Virginia Tech.
I don't think I've ever seen a game of cat and mouse like that on the uppermost floor. It was just a hey, look at me moment while everybody else got into position to execute that man behind the piano. Now, for VT, it's really good. They're able to win their ones almost 100% of the round, and for UGA, it really is just rubbing salt in the wound that every time they get a kill, they suffer 2 casualties. It's really a 1 step forward, 2 steps back scenario here where they really just can't find any substance to capitalize on. And they're going to pay that price. I mean, if they lose this round, Happy, this game's over. There's no way that they come back off on a defensive Cafe with a team that is this aggressive here. You have players like Kool-Aid, you have players like Nick, Mako, and Hoki. I might as well just list the whole roster because all of them are so good at winning their individual ones and then from there working as a team to get their next kills that it just seems very hard to come back here for Georgia.
It only gets more and more difficult as that lead for VT is beginning to be built. As the start of round 3 brings upon a very paranoid Georgia roster sitting in their spawn, Puppy, in the first round of the map that never was, as they immediately rehosted right after the spawn. Did spawn peek UGA from that very doorway that Coach is staring down, so every reason to be a little worried about, as you've already been shown so far today that a threat in a very important fashion. But it just kind of contributes to this idea that UGA are spending a lot of time staring at angles and not a lot of time really making forward progress. They have a Monty on the board. They do have a Blitz as well, which they are going to bring into this round. Those shields are something that can help you take that forward control without feeling like you're at massive risk. But Orbita is able to get a big kill on a one already for Goofball. He's still outside the building, and Nick's able to get one on the Fox as well. I don't know what on earth is going on and why doesn't he just walk back into the building. It looks like there's a guy on rappel in Cove who can hold for him to try and come back inside. He's only tagged him down just a little bit, though, and he's just going to stay alive, sat in this corner outside. And he's gone.
Anyway, thank God. If he had won that gunfight, I would have lost my mind. I feel like I'm watching a Call of Duty game instead of Siege. It is consistently VT with their foot on the gas. The accelerator has broken with the amount of times that VT's just been abusing it. UGA usually have no response, but this time, being able to shut out that man who was really trolling them on the van outside is going to be taken down here, but they've still lost 2 critical operators to their executes. They've lost the Aurora barricade, and they've lost that shield up as well. You have to rely on that verticality, but there are 2 players upstairs and 1 on site. It is disastrous if you try to go for it with only these operators on the board.
UGA, though, are doing what they did against Cincy. They're taking advantage of drastic over-aggression from the opposite side and now trying to work it into a 3 versus 3 plan. And that seems to be what's going to happen if Roland doesn't get shut down. Good angle onto Mako. That's Cove with the kill, and that's a really good position for UGA to try and hold this out in the post plant, but Hoki in for more. Sure. Okay, they won. It's fine. Yep. VT wins round 3.
The Kool-Aid just went through a flurry of emotions, though I used the shotgun, the SMG, or the C4. And eventually he settled on a shotgun blast to the face. And it really puts into question, what was UGA's win con there? They didn't decide to go play vert. They didn't decide to isolate the ones. They just said, hey, yeah, it's a 3v3, so we're going to fully send it on and hope for the best. And that is how teams lose games very fast, especially when you are down a map. It is not ideal for you guys to go onto your opponent's turf and just say, we're just going to do what we want, and if it works, it works. If it doesn't, it doesn't. Granted, you do walk out of this with $500 if you lose or win, but you could have a lot more if you guys had tried to force this to a 3rd map.
Certainly not looking like a 3rd map is something we're awfully close to. Already up
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused
big
by
on the
attackers.
Cafe defense start. I'll reiterate that this is the side that you... So, all the reason to believe that they should be succeeding at least a little bit on their attack. They weren't necessarily great on the defense half of Cafe. Just after that, earlier today, they weren't great on their defensive half of Consulate, as they only got 3 rounds on a very defender-sided map through the entire half. So this is kind of where you need to get going. They're already going for UGA. And so far, 3 rounds in, you're halfway through this first half, and after 1 quarter of play, still yet to get on the board, still yet to even really make any of these rounds map close. As overall, a few more than the bare minimum kills across UGA. I mean, they've got 7 of the possible 15 they could have, but none of these rounds have really felt particularly close by the very end of it. Last round was the closest one so far, and so far coming into this one, it seems like the shields could maybe get aggressive, but instead the run out from Orbita isn't going to get him killed yet, but he will die eventually. Hoki trades it though onto Fox, and I think they're just going to want to try and take the case back and maybe get away.
And losing that Monty this early into the round is disastrous to the overall grasp that you have on these defenders. Kool-Aid doubling down by taking care of Cove, and now Blitz, unaware, walks into the same room as Tabaro. That C4 does absolutely nothing, so it's very easy for him to be able to capitalize off that flash, but Kool-Aid yet again gets a pick, make it 3, as he completely executes anybody that stands in his path, and now a 1v3 within a minute. It happens consistently. Everybody's dead, and VT are the ones that walk out with the man counts in the case in hand, as they really are just sat back and waiting for this buck to make the mistake by walking into their crosshairs.
He shoots the cam over above his head to not quite get that info given away, but Kool-Aid's blown open a hole right next to him. They're trying to press this heavily. Nick's gonna die on the aggressive play though, and Kool-Aid might be thinking better of it. Opts to fall back just to try and play a little bit of a rat spot, but Myanmar on his way down Brown Stairs, only a moment away from his inevitable demise at the hands of the TCSG. A 4th round consecutive for Virginia Tech. That time around, UGA tried to go a little bit faster, and it seems like tempo notwithstanding, it's the same result all the same, no matter what happens.
They've tried everything. They've tried rushing. They've tried isolating their ones. They've tried playing their utility. Everything has just fallen apart here. And I don't even know how to think of these executes. UGA is just being destroyed. It is just the team of VT to want to go to the finals, and they're the only team that looks hungry to go to these finals. I mean, these guys consider themselves to be that third place contending team, but I feel like they've already given up by this point of the series, and that kind of sucks. I mean, you want to see some competition in the lower bracket final because you've been gifted the second chance to be able to go compete in that grand final, but it really looks like VT is the team that is going to powerhouse UGA as they just can't keep up.
Kind of have been running circles around this UGA attack, and that's basically what Kool-Aid did at the very end of that last round. He was running in circles near VIP, and it worked out to the tune of a 3K for himself. Feels like at this point they can do no wrong on the side of VT. And UGA, you'd imagine the mental's just kind of cooked. Looking down the row at them, there are still smiles on their face, but that does not look like a fully together roster. They're laughing things off for sure, but there's still, like I'm saying, you get the vibe that the mental is just not fully there in terms of getting back in the server and playing your best Siege. Maybe, you know, laugh it off with the guys, laughing off a, but it seems like more of a defeated sense of laughter than maybe like an in high spirits or feeling like they stand a chance at maybe making a run at the grand final once again, especially with how bad this map has started.
I mean, you can take your wins where you can get them. You said, I don't know who that is in the middle. You see that head of hair? Oh my god. Yeah. I've never seen hair that long. Man, that's a beautiful hair. Oh my. I mean, they're trying to laugh it off. I mean, what else can you try to expect here? You guys started off on the preferred side of Cafe, and you haven't been able to find a round. You haven't been able to find a one, and you've also allowed Kool-Aid to go absolutely nuclear every time you walk into his sights here. Now, granted, he is a tier 2 player. Granted, he does have a lot of experience, and he's been around this block multiple times, but still, you can't allow one person completely dictate the rest of the game, and that's not what's been happening. I mean, Kool-Aid has been winning his ones, yes, but the rest of VT have also been holding their own. They've also been punishing UGA at every turn, and I really hope this time helps them get their heads on straight and try to force a split.
That's the best they can do at the moment. Poor Wolin, man. Keeps getting
Puts
stuck
that
in
into
the chat. No, I think he keeps getting stuck in the chat because of a drone bug. I think that's the bug he was dealing with earlier. And it seems like it's something he's still dealing with now. That's rough.
No.
So they have lost Wolin. Still yet to be determined whether or not we're actually committing to the rehost. As I know in some leagues it's 50. If it's past 245, they are no longer allowed to call for a rehost, and that was past that mark. Hope he's dead already to cove though. So it seems like UGA is just kind of going with it. VT never really confirmed the rehost, and they're just kind of running at UGA. So we're just getting a round where UGA are kind of getting free opportunities at winning fights. They're at least winning them.
Is the rehost denied? What's going on? I mean,
I guess so.
There's no way they win this, right? Suffering 2 casualties, one of them being that man you've allowed to terrorize your roster. Just play your time here. Fox getting a kill onto Nick here, but Mako finally opens it up here for his team, fighting from the depths of this hallway. Myanmar responds 10 times heavier as he takes out that man that was accompanying Mako into this clutch here. One man relies on that flawless record for VT. Can he win it? Somehow he managed to shut out that player who's sitting in the close range with a shotgun, but luckily for Fox, he hits that shot at that range. That's exactly what the DMR is meant for. And the SMG-12 stood no chance as the rehost is weirdly denied. And finally, VT lose their first round in an interesting fashion.
Yeah, it did feel like that round was in a weird spot. VT never really commented on the rehost or not. So it seems like we just kind of brute forced through it. I'm sure we'll get some more clarity as time goes on. Looks like they played it out for fun. That seems to be the vibe of it. And they end up giving one up to UGA. So that is you know, it's nice. They don't 7-0 them on their way out. But it's time for VT to lock in once there is a 5th player back in the lobby. You'd have to imagine. Try and get that 5-1 half, because 4-2 defense half on Cafe, though it's good, is not outstanding. There's still room for UGA to come back from that point down. So maybe you got room for a 1 for VT, but once there's no more question of rehosts or not, it doesn't.
I can't
matter.
pause mid-game. That's not how this.
I'm happy that there are some technical difficulties because I cannot stand to watch VT continue to lay down the law. I mean, it's just been consistent one-sided gunfights, and G is right, man. There's nothing to do. They can't win their gunfights. They can't put anything onto paper, and they're struggling. I don't like to see teams struggling. I don't like to say they are, but they really are. Usually when we see teams win a round, we're excited for them. But this round was for fun, as we're being told, which means if I'm right, that round shouldn't count, and the rehost means that they don't get that round counted, and it needs to be replayed.
Yeah, it seems like that would be what's happening in terms of getting a full lobby rehost going. We don't have word on whether or not it'll be like a very soon rehost, but I'd imagine if that round's not going to get counted, then there's no real reason to linger too much on that. I'm going to err on the side of caution and say that we should probably go to a break just because we are not 100% sure. We want to give our staff some time to figure things out. So in the meantime, we're going to cut you guys to another break. When we come back, we will start to get back into the weeds of this map and see if there's anything left for UGA here on map number 2 or here through the Concord Esports Passion LAN at all.
Ladies and gentlemen, we bring it to you after the break. If you guys missed what happened, a little bit of an interesting round for UGA where they were essentially fed bodies and they somehow managed to walk out of that with the round counting. So, with the luck of the Siege Lords, UGA get around on the board here and they will have somewhere to start for their comeback campaign.
It's a place to start. It's a round that felt like a donation, but it's not all the same, and that could be the first of a big comeback for UGA, but they'd have to come back from quite a lot, come back from a very deteriorated mental by the looks of the player cams when we last got to see them, come back from a couple different tech pauses. It's been a lot of time for this 4-1 lead to really marinate, and I have to just hope for their sake that it wasn't manifesting in bad ways and they weren't really letting it sit with them and just kind of turn it into this like kind of wallowing in misery sort of thing. Instead, just taking it as a time away from the game to take a deep breath, recognize things you could do better coming into this last round of the first half and what could be the start of, like I said, a pretty monumental comeback into this game, down 1-4. And you already went through the map that you chose to go to down 7-3, so it is it's gonna be tough no matter what.
Seems like they're gonna go for the same trend that they went for pre-rehost, which was bring one shield off, then everybody else is going to be 2 soft breachers, and everybody else is gonna support these 4 operators, but it looks like it won't really work out here. It's too late. He's gonna land a C4 into the head of Cove, and Nick continues to further that by doubling down, as there was a refrag for UGA, but it doesn't really last for a long time, as yet again we're seeing the same exact trend, Happy. It's round after round. They're picked off one by one. It is just 5 individuals that are playing Siege, not a team, as they are forced to make mistakes every single time, and they crumble at the sight of pressure. They go on to the defensive half with 1 round to 5 losses.
And the one round they won was a round where we thought that it might not even count when it was being so. Definitely take the one round they got with a grain of salt, and they didn't get anything other than that. So it's a rough start. It's a rough start for sure out of UGA. It felt like you said, they were kind of just not on the same page, and that's something you can't say about VT at all. You know, what they might lack in like strategy on the VT side, because you know, I'm not sure, but I do think they've been together for quite a while. Most of this team has been together since at least, you know, the GCC back in May. But what they may lack in terms of structure of some of the longer tenured teams, like maybe a Cincinnati, they make up for in terms of, in a moment-to-moment basis, their willingness to go along with microplays, their willingness to power certain spots in certain situations and play off of each other. They're never too much further than a hop, skip, and a jump away from each other, and they're always willing to try and play to set up those crossfires and force UGA into them. That was what was so impressive about that half from VT, and about the defense on Consulate as well, is that whenever someone would get into an issue, they would say, can I get some help here? The help would come through, and then they would play it together to be a man advantage in the micro scenario, as well as just on the whole. So generally incredibly impressive stuff out of VT so far, playing like they've been together for years, when I do think they've been together for a solid while, but not as long as it looks like they've been playing. This coordination has been on another level compared to the UGA lack thereof.
Agreed. Honestly, they've been really good at getting to that jump before UGA can even react, and even in that round that was essentially gifted to them, they still made it a 1vx. They made it a 1v4, and then from there, or a 2v4, and then from there it went down to a 1v3, and still the last man standing, which if I'm not mistaken was Mako, brought it down to a 1v1. That just shouldn't be happening. UGA needs to be able to capitalize the opportunities they're gifted, but it really isn't going to work. But some good news for them. Spawn peek from Wolin is going to take off Ying. One of the win cons for this round is going to be taken off the board.
It's at least something to hold on to for UGA. Maybe the defense could be a turn of the tides, especially if they're able to take influential operators like the Ying off the board that quickly. I think that's just about the biggest pace changer of an operator you could have had that fast, aside from the Monty. He totally changes the way the attack works when he is or is not there, especially when the plan was to bring him. And Fox is going to take down Kool-Aid just after as well. It's a very aggressive play out of the building. Wolin now getting ran down, but he's going to shut down Orbita. And UGA look re-inspired on the defensive side. Cove with another. It could be a flawless round. After almost getting flawless half against them, only winning 1 round through the first 6, Wolin's going to let him know that they are the ones on the dominant end this time around. Wolin will catch Nick downstairs, but eventually loses that fight. So it's not going to be the flawless round, but still, very confident game so far. Very confident round from UGA to respond.
That was legendary observing from Lucy. They said scoreboard, but it was spelled wrong, and then she just opened up the scoreboard. Legendary. But, I mean, still, it is 5-1. VT are completely within their rights to say that. There is nothing that has went in the way of UGA here. They have been shut out at every tournament. VT, due to Wolin's 2 kills, have allowed themselves to get a round that kind of goes in their way. But still, with 50 seconds left, anything can happen here. But with this 3-way cross, if nobody gets carried away, I feel like we can finally see a round in response to that reign of terror on the defensive for VT, which kind of starts to make me think if this cafe is going to be more defender-sided with these 2 teams playing. Usually it isn't. Usually it's more attacker-based, but teams have really been making it look like a defensive-sided half, and UGA is going to confirm our suspicions, as now there's only been 1 round, 1 on the attacking for both sides here, even though we're still earlier on the stages of that UGA defensive.
Well, it's a better start than a loss. It's just about as good a start as you could have. Problem is that you had just about as bad a start to the entire map as you could have had as well. So UGA, plenty more work to do, but they can at least go home in high spirits, at least based on Twitch, or based on not the Twitch chat, but the game chat. Seems like UGA's players are going to be quite happy, at least to be, you know, among some great company and having some great fun at this one. Because even though they're down 1-5, they really let VT that first round in quite some time. VT, plenty of opportunities to get back into it though. And UGA will go down to the first floor next up to see if they'll have any better luck down here. It'd be hard to have better luck than they had in that last round. Pretty much getting everything that they wanted out of the Virginia Tech attack. But this time around, it looks like Virginia Tech are going to bring a very different style of attack to the table. Quite a lot of utility with the Sens, Ying, and Capitao. All of that paired with a Ram to revert and a Blackbeard to bother you a lot.
Now it looks like that drone bug is going to be persistent for both sides here, as the all chat is consistently flooded with interesting messages that actually have no meaning because they're just a bunch of random letters slapped together. Now, for the players who aren't affected by this bug, they will be approaching the terrorist side while they look for that gap to exploit here. With one main roamer for UGA, Solus is going to be the one that tries to find the picks. He had found 2 kills, if I'm not mistaken, on that Valk, and almost got that third before being shut out, but it did overall contribute to the pressure that VT could really apply here with their attacking campaign. But with Wolin's consistent aggression, he looks to go for the kills that he wants to try to keep his team in it. But a run out almost gone wrong here, able to go back inside and quickly flick onto the head of Nick before he's shut out. A first pick in UGA's favor yet again, and could this be the turning point?
Certainly could be. Seems like things have already turned in a sense, and Wolin is going to make plays out on the roam. It's a second kill for him. That's Kool-Aid gone. It's your verticality gone as well, and VT are lost trying to clear this roam. It's the same kind of realization that UGA came to on Consulate. If you just leave roamers out there, UGA can't do anything about it. It's a third one for Wolin. This could be an ace as he's shut down 4. And Orbita left by himself. Wolin completely lost, maybe a little bit over-aggressive, at least in that one engagement. But don't worry, he knew exactly where he was for the 4 fights before that. And it seems like he's single-handedly taken a third for his team.
Haven't seen a defender-sided Cafe in a good amount of time here, but Orbita left to make up for the mistakes that his team has made. Wolin allowed on the roam for the 2nd round in a row, and he is going to punish VT for doing so. They have a lot to do, and the question is, can Orbita really just bait out the kills here? Because this essentially acts as 2 things. One is a pseudo timeout, and the next is a stat pad session. All Orbita has to do is just play his time here while these defenders feed him, because something needs to change. 2 rounds back-to-back loss when you had such a large advantage is usually grounds to be concerned. As he looks to try to help his team out maybe further this round or go for a clutch, he only has half a minute left on the clock. The case in hand, the health needed, but still, there's a lot that needs to be done to be able to put this clutch onto paper.
Plenty more work to be done. Not out of it just yet, but feels like the team's been out of it since it was a 1-on-5, and eventually the shots through the smoke were able to take him down. Goofball shutting it down. UGA with that have won 2 straight bomb sites. The mental's starting to come back. The boys are smiling. They are in high spirits, hoping that this could be the comeback of a lifetime through the back half of Cafe. And VT looking a little bit lost in that last round, kind of just giving up one after one. That coordination that was so prevalent on defense seemingly gone once they get to the attacking side. And now a lot to work on coming into round number 9. If you drop this round, things start to get scary for VT because they're on the defense side. They're 1 round away from tying things up, and they'll have the opportunity to go back to 3 more bomb sites that they've already won against you. So this is the round where the comeback is either real or it's not. If they win this round, UGA could really have something going here. If they can't win the round, then VT should still control their own fate through this last set of rounds and should probably still be good to take them out. We can't say it for sure yet, though.
If there's anything we've learned is don't count the team out until they're out, but with a map lost and a large margin by that first half, we really thought that it was done and dusted here for UGA, but they're really fighting to keep themselves on the board. And for Wolin, I'm surprised that VT haven't brought a Deimos just because he is the main man who continues to establish the thread or that string that the rest of UGA just pulls on until all options are exhausted here. He is that man you fear when it comes to first picks. Currently 6 kills across 2 rounds. He's that man you need to shut out here, so I'm surprised they didn't target pick him and take care of him earlier on the round. And as he stays on Solus, he will continue to terrorize the rest of the team, but it looks to be a bait while everybody else goes up on the rappel and one man's going to wait outside. Maybe a call for the T2 player himself where he is going to bait out this play. It seems like they have a general location on where he is, but can't really get him to run out or give up his body that easily.
Already 1 minute in. This is the longest I think we've seen VT go without giving up an early pick. We saw a couple players die very fast in these past 2 rounds. You can see the vibe has already shifted for them coming in to the 3rd round of the half, the 9th round of the map. They want to keep everybody up for later. No more giving up one-on-ones in different parts of the map. Play things very carefully. Orbita playing this window incredibly carefully. Perhaps too carefully, but at this point, it's a good overcorrection out of VT, as it seems like... what?
Are we serious?
What?
He's outside, buddy.
He's outside.
My friend.
I know we have wall hacks, but that one still felt like it was kind of like... that one still felt like he could have known.
I feel like after hearing everybody repel, we could have known that, but no, apparently not. Coming deduction doesn't exist. Nick finding first blood, taking care of Myanmar, and now that opens up all of Cigar here because Azami has been banned, which means there's just nothing you can do about that. Now, luckily for UGA, the site is on the mid floor, but unlucky for them is they're losing everybody one by one here. Roland and Goofball apparently are going to be the last hopes here as C4 connects with Hoki's feet, and yet again that Ying for VT is going to be the first pick, and with Wolan lurking up into the pillar area, he seems to be that player that's going to drive a dagger into the heart of VT's attack here, as the utility game is going to be continuously deprived if they play into his hands for the 3rd time in a row.
Still though, advantage to VT. In terms of the man count, they don't have a ton of time to work with though. They got to work into the site, and Mako nearly ball should have been able to find that one. He'll let it fall by the wayside. Gas can out, could have killed Mako, but he barely gets out in time. But he runs back into it. Questionable play, and now there's a wide swing from Goofball that ends up getting punished. So it's got to be Fox. Otherwise, it's VT hitting match point just when you realize that the comeback could be real. VT lock in and lock out UGA, or at least get 1 round away from locking them out of the tournament entirely.
That was a really interesting play. I was really confused on why Mako almost just set his team up for failure by just running back into the smoke after nearly dying to it the first time, but seems like the rest of the team have it under control, and they will get that pacing underway here. Just 1 round left. Can they be able to send it on home? It is 6-3. We thought a comeback was imminent, but still, even after the 2 rounds won by 1 man, his performance is still not going to work out here, as VT are still on that match point and UGA are grasping at straws.
Still plenty of opportunities for UGA. They get to go back to that 3rd floor objective. And it feels like it could be possible. At least you get to go a site that has already worked. I think they actually have they played the. I'm trying to remember the first round of this half when they won. I think it was 3rd floor, but I can't remember. Pretty sure it was. But either way, UGA have already won a couple sites in a row. Yeah, they did lose reading fence, but you can get back to that 3rd floor site, which you've already taken a win on, and start to get some momentum going once again, though VT certainly do have the opportunity to adjust based on things they've already seen. And they don't know if they've seen a spawn peak quite like that one from Wolan, at least not yet this map. He's certainly looking for an opportunity in early.
Got target banned on that Solus, so he took that as initiative to hop on a more aggressive role, which is going to be that Vigil here. If he can catch this Monty off guard, it's crucial for his team. Will run out. Monty has nobody helping him out, but he got carried away. He panicked too fast, and he's going to pay the price for it. Monty was still on that rappel. He just looked up too fast. And the question marks into the chat here, and honestly, worth it as Kool-Aid catches Woolen off guard, and that man who's really been leading the charge for a potential comeback is going to fall within 30 seconds of the round.
VT in a really good spot to start to close this one out, as UGA are struggling through this round, at least in the early phases. Woolen over aggressive. He was the only one who was really doing a ton of work in the kill feed for his team. The rest of his team has as many kills as he has combined, and this is a strat we saw yesterday out of Virginia Tech, but it's very expected. Myanmar already on orbit is Case, and the shotgun trying to hot breach through the window gets nowhere. The drop shot gets Myanmar nowhere as he'll go down, but Cove trades it. And into the 3 versus 3, Mako gets some good control for the Monty, for his entire team. Case in his hand as well. That would be dangerous if he ends up dying to that C4. Instead, though, Nick takes a lot of damage to it, and Goofball takes down Hoki. Now Nick and Mako, the only remaining vestiges of this attack, and Mako tries to take a fight when he can barely see. That's not going to work, and nothing will. Virginia Tech not allowed to close things out just yet, as UGA get their 4th.
Really letting him know in the all chat, really trying to win on both that mental front and the physical. I feel like that turning point of the round was seeing that Kool-Aid Grim lost on the AC side of things. It's a problem when you lose that cross, and they paid that price for not having that white cross, as the players like the Mira and Myanmar were allowed to deal the damage before they eventually fell. So much left to be done here, as now it is a potential comeback back on the road, as even without Woolen, even with that first pick going against UGA, despite all odds, they'll get themselves on the board here, and they will continue to close out this deficit now just by 2 rounds.
Deploying ADS. Reinforcing the wall. Ready to bug someone.
Keep saying it, this feels like it could be possible, especially now as they go back down to the first floor, the second site that they won already in this half. In round number 2, they made it look very convincing. It was largely on par individual effort from Woolen, who had the Solace taken away from him after the most recent ban phase. Last round on Vigil didn't quite reach that same impact that he had in round number 8. So he'll need to try and find some individual impact this time on the Boss G SMG-12 combo. Spawn peek attempted by local Fox is not going to work out, but you can see they're still trying to stick to that idea that get early on.
Swapping mags. Thing goes wrong, just spawn peek. I don't know who said that, or if anyone's ever said that, but you know what? We'll keep it to my philosophy. Everybody really looking to get aggressive and all up in the face of VT, and their response to that is, you know what? You want to play aggressive? We will play more aggressive here, as an Amaru is sent in on through. Mako next to follow here, as everybody is flying in through the site. Nick is the first to open it up here. That plant is going down whether Myanmar likes it or not. He'll be shut out here. We're only 30 seconds in the round, and it is going to be a post-plant situation. All the bodies have dropped, not a single one in UGA's favor, and despite the comeback being imminent, Local has to be able to fight off 5 players, and that is game. Somehow, from nowhere, UGA have fallen, and VT, after a flurry of kills, emerge as your victors as they head on to the grand finals, where they will meet Cincinnati.
VT earned their way there. They won 14 rounds in that best of 3, only 7 won by Georgia. They had a very good run through this tournament. Get this for beating out EKU of the fourth place team. So nobody can say that they didn't deserve it. But it was very well played all the way through by I'm thrown off by the face cams. Do you know?
Yeah.
Okay,
like
I think
2 different dimensions.
It's okay. I think we're good. I don't know what was going on, but I think it's a little delayed on my screen. But either way, they beat EKU, who ended up getting 4th. So nobody can say that Georgia did not earn the 3rd place at this tournament. They definitely earned that much, and they earned their way into the prize pool, walking home with a good $500. That's all they'll get, though, and it's Virginia Tech to take on Cincy, a match that I'm pretty excited for, especially if I'm Cincinnati, a team that's already beaten them before. But this VT team is looking in very scary form here, so we could very easily upset in that grand final.
Excited to see what that grand final will hold for us, but for us, happy, if I'm not mistaken. That is it for us on the Concord series. It's been a blast through this weekend to be able to cast some of these collegiate teams 2 lands within 2 months is an absolute pleasure to be able to see how these teams improve and how the teams that are for their first time going to lands are allowed to perform here. But an absolute blast. It's a great pleasure to be able to do so. So as the remote casters, we say thank you. But for the grand final, if I'm not mistaken, we go back to West Virginia, Athens, where we will see the casters DJ, TJ, and Botanic hopping on the mic for the game. But for now, we'll throw it to a swift intermission before we get these grand finalists set up, and we will get this game on the road as soon as we can.
Oh man, what a day it has been here in Athens, West Virginia. We have seen 6 teams show up, and all of the 4 who have tried to make it to this grand final have fallen away. My name is DJ TJ. Next to me is Botanic, $3,000 on the line. We've given out 500. Still got a whole lot more to fight for here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's been a great day of games here at the Passion Series here at Concord University. Honestly, we got to see some pretty cutthroat matches all around. I mean,
it's been a day.
Yeah, it's been a day, but it's been a day quality siege. Despite it all, I think EKU, Virginia Tech, I think deserved to be a best of 3. But ultimately, they both got punished, and it was a so much blood everywhere type BO1 that went to almost max overtime.
Yeah.
Georgia really outshining most people's predictions, walking home with a solid bit of cash. That covers gas expenses. And then, of course, now you have Virginia Tech versus Cincinnati, who have managed to gone through flawless so far through the upper bracket, now in the grand final. And Virginia Tech looking to recover from their past mistakes, looking to power up and take us to the distance.
Yeah, Cincinnati has yet to drop a map, but Botanic, how has you and the Cincinnati crew's experience been here at the Passion Series overall? Like, competition aside, have you guys enjoyed this event?
Yeah, just ignore how my face looks absolutely awful right now. But I'd say I've been having a pretty good time. We always love traveling to these lands. Every single one of them is such a unique experience. I think I'm very grateful for this opportunity because it's a bit more of a deeper collaboration with you. And we've always been like a kind of different parts of the Club Esports Island, and now you working here with Concord, you get more creative control, and it's honestly just been a very fun experience. Being able to see what you guys create here with the Passion Series. And as far as I know, the train doesn't stop with Siege, right?
No, it does not. So we've been very fortunate this year to host Valorant, League of Legends, and then we cap off our semester here of the debut Passion Series events with Rainbow Six Siege. But their spring events, only one has been announced. Call of Duty will be in January. It'll be one of the biggest college COD lands, probably in the history of the
that's
esport.
on my team's radar.
Yeah, well, we plan to welcome anyone and everyone that we can to that event. It's looking stacked as of right now, but you're probably wondering, what are we doing in February, March, April, May? What are we doing to round out the school year for Passion Series? Well, we got a video for you. Well, there you have it. The 3 games for the spring have been revealed. It will be Call of Duty, Rocket League, and Fortnite, and we are absolutely thrilled to welcome everybody to Athens, West Virginia in the spring for those events. Botanic, will we see Cincinnati at any of those events?
I mean, I'm hoping we can deepen our collaboration with each other. Like I said before, I know Call of Duty is definitely on my team's radar. Cincinnati doesn't have Fortnite officially, but I keep getting asked at the start of every semester if people interested in Fortnite, so we might have to make something happen. But speaking of Cincinnati making something happen, hopefully we can walk away with a win here as we now enter the first map of Nighthaven Labs.
So now it's time for me to break down everybody on the map bans, which we will make sure we hit that graphic eventually, as we are trying to make sure we keep this entire event smooth and moving along. So here is kind of the process of how things went. Cincinnati, they chose to be Team A, which means they get the very first map pick. They chose to ban Chalet, Consulate, and Cafe. From the Virginia Tech side, they chose to get Bank, Border, Layer. With how Cincinnati looks, getting Bank out of the way, getting Layer out of the way, you really like that if you're on the side of Virginia Tech, but that means that you leave out Night Haven Labs. And Cincinnati has been almost unstoppable on this map. Virginia Tech chose Clubhouse, and the decider is Skyscraper.
Well, Cincinnati. Wait, I honestly just blanked out for a second. What side is Cincy here on Night Haven?
Say it again. Cincinnati will be attacking because it's their map pick.
Okay. So, since you're going to be starting over on the attacking side of Night Haven, we do have Mira and Cade banned, so that becomes infinitely easier to get through those choke points and infinitely easier to get those walls open, especially as Virginia Tech opting to ban both shields for Blitz and Blackbeard right off the rip, leaving Cincinnati fully equipped with a main hard breacher for this map, being in the form of Thermite and the form of Ace. So getting walls open should be no issue. Virginia Tech gonna have to hope their tricking skills are up to point. However, it does seem like they're gonna be ignoring walls on most of the rogue mute here and there in the wall, but they're mostly gonna be focusing on anchoring down certain key points of the map. I'm looking towards Hoki over here on the Ozmi. Looking towards Hoki on the Ozmi to hold down the rafter position. Obviously, Mako, I'm gonna be expecting to be very mobile on the Clash.
Okay, we'll have to see what do they bring. We've seen Cincinnati play Labs, it feels like 1,000 times. I mean, they always seem to find their way to this map. Whenever they played Virginia Tech earlier, though, in the best of one, it ended up being Bank. That was where they got to go, and then Cincinnati got to kind of keep that train rolling against UGA, where they ended up going to Cafe. So Cincinnati kind of has to get really deep in their bag here at the Passion Series, but they also haven't really dropped a step this entire event. They have yet to go to, I think, anywhere past a 7-3 was their worst result, other than maybe when UGA got them on groups to a 7-5, I think is correct. It was a 7-5 on Layer. They also did get Labs against UGA, dominated there, and they're already trying to get things started, but Kool-Aid has a lot of words to say about that.
Yeah, the experienced veteran of the game not gonna let Cheese Boss go rogue on him, as pretty much Cheese Boss surrendering the body count, and from below it's gonna be Nick getting active, not letting Duck rain terror from the reverse vertical anymore. Kool-Aid still not done as he finds Gilly, and it's Cincinnati on the back foot of this first round. Only the hard breacher left remaining now, and only Kool-Aid really left limping, as everybody else on Virginia Tech and tippity top shape.
This is always the big thing with a double elimination land, is that the loser's final team, are they going to be hotter because they've been playing for longer? Virginia Tech has played 3 straight series. It's been a best of 1. They played that best of 3, and now they're looking to get another best of 3. So can they stay hot? It seems to be, unless Cincinnati's got something special up the sleeve. Arno will find the first one, and what they hope is many.
Kool-Aid finally going down. Not good for the triple, but the main obstacle here for Puppy is just going to be that Clash shield right in front of him. And while at this point, still has some extra time in the pocket to just sit and wait for a Virginia Tech mistake, for any over-aggression, I say, as he finds Mako. There goes the Clash, now not having to worry about being swung from that Clash shield, as he just bides his time for a little bit longer. Arno now repositioning, trying to continue to find some information as they both set their sights over by that pillar side. They'll be Nick from down below as a Solus. It's going to be a major threat in the latter stages of the round. I do think they've been paying from down below, so at least both Cincinnati members here cognizant of the dangers.
There's a world here where Cincinnati can take some of this space in B, but with that Solus under, it's going to make things pretty awkward, especially if you're not checking the corner, and Hoki turns 2. The team camera may be delayed, but you at least caught the initial reaction of the fist bumps all the way down. Virginia Tech starts out with round 1.
The Hokies start off strong, ideally against a team like Cincinnati on a favorable side like Night Haven defense. You just want to run away with as much as possible, because once we get over to that attack, it gets infinitely harder to do good against a well put together team like Cincinnati. Now, at the very least, to have an ace up their sleeve in the form of Kool-Aid, like I mentioned before, experienced veteran of the game, former pro player, former 6 Invitational attendee. You know, he's seen a lot, he's done a lot. So regardless of how much they manage to accomplish in the defense, attacking is going to be infinitely easier due to his expertise.
It's a huge deal to have somebody like that who was missing all of yesterday, and then Orbita was able to make his way here and as well as Kool-Aid, able to make sure Virginia Tech could bring their huge starting roster all the way to this event to try and maybe even get an upset. But this is going to be a long best of 3 regardless of who wins it, regardless of how easy you may think it should be for Cincinnati, who have dominated Virginia Tech thus far. It all doesn't matter if you can't do it for another series, and potentially all over again, because these two teams, I believe, have a chance of seeing each other in CR6 playoffs as well. You might have to correct me on that, but I believe they're on the same side of the bracket.
And inevitably, yeah, they will be destined to meet. This will be the second time actually Cincinnati Virginia Tech meet in a grand final. The first time was, I believe, last semester at the University of Kentucky Rainbow Six Siege Invitational. It was a much different looking roster for both sides. About 1 or 2 different players for each side, but it was Kool-Aid still present up against Cincinnati. So he's definitely had his experience, his tussles with the Bearcat in days prior. Now, kind of looking at how things are looking around 2. It'll be Gilly with a double opener as Mako not able to find Orbita's refrag. Now Hokie has to redirect his attention towards that window. The 90 side, Kool-Aid also looking to reinforce. Very quiet about the presence he's managed to take so far. The C4 not hitting the mark, and the bash soon to come. Hokie, you should have ran away a long time ago. Now Kool-Aid left to try and recover anything as Cincinnati steamroll this round.
Cincinnati moving in numbers. Gilly will find a third. Looks to maybe find one more, but Kool-Aid just completely shuts them down. But this will be a free plant for Cincinnati. Early on, it only took a minute 20 for them to make their way in, and it will take a minute 30 for them to call round. We're all evened up here.
Yeah, and just, I don't even think it was Cincinnati's pace that round. It was just a massive blunder by Virginia Tech in the early beginning. Just give Cincinnati the sign to just go. Hokie just overcommitting, not really playing to the extremities of the bomb site, just ends up paying dearly for it, and there's only so much you can do in a 2v5 at that point.
Well, we'll have to see how Virginia Tech can kind of dig deep in their bag, as we really didn't get to see them pull into it other than their series against EKU, which was absurdly close. And I mean, it ended up being, I believe, an 8-6 was the final scoreline of that one. And we were all down here watching that one, Botanic, and it was impressive because EKU started off with a 4-2 defensive split over on Clubhouse, and then when it did go to overtime, Virginia Tech kind of took full control, and it wasn't even close after that point. But we know Virginia Tech has only had to kind of dig deep. But can they do it against the best possible team they could have grabbed here for the Passion Series? But Cincinnati, we know how much or how many tricks they have up their sleeves as well. And now Virginia Tech, it seems like you want to ask about tricks.
Trust me.
Oh, I'm sure, but you want to see what tricks they have up their sleeve. Let's see what Nick can do with the Scopos pick.
Yeah, Scopo is definitely a really good operator for a map like Nighthaven, considering its size. You get to essentially be almost in as close as being in 2 places at once as possible, and you get the additional utility of it being a bulletproof shield and also being a bulletproof camera at the same time. More so, the roam game seems to be entirely adopted here by Kool-Aid so far, as he'll be roaming top floor as the Solus, able to kind of telegraph where Cincinnati is going, especially as it's a bottom floor defense. There's going to be a lot of necessity to tear apart those upper floors, especially as you have Cheese Boss over on the Ram. However, they do seem to be paying a lot of attention towards that kitchen side first. They see that impact made by, I do believe, is Nick. So have at least a decent idea of where these defenders are positioned.
Cincinnati, we talk about many times that they've been on this stream, how they can change up the pace and how they can really leave a team on their toes and leave them awkward, to say the least. And right now against Virginia Tech, they are struggling to at least kind of get an understanding what Cincinnati's doing. But granted, I asked, what will Nick do on the Scopos? He does at least find one here. It will be a semi-decent kill. Wow. Taking out the Ram this early, it's a big deal.
No Buck brought either, so pretty much vertical. The only tool they have is a single breach charge left on Puppy's utility belt. They pretty much isolated one of these defenders via the Dokkaebi call, and there goes Mako. Not looking too good for him so far. Kool-Aid attempting the refrag, and he'll find Gilly on an absolute island, so no refrag for him either. And Arno eating massive tags from down below, kind of starting to force himself down those exo stairs because there's no other choice. He's getting shot from everywhere else. Now the smokes fly with the minute remaining, but the best thing is, still just hold that choke point, no problem. Duck fighting for each refrag, finally finds Nick. And it's a minute, it's about a minute left on the clock. Kool-Aid still fighting aggressive, but it's going to be Orbita to pick up the next pick.
Complete freebie, able to find Duck there, just gets caught in a pretty hard place, trying to rotate back towards his teammates, or at least another angle, but now they opt to go all the way over to this delivery side. They'll try and find their way in, but with how low that Arno is, you have to worry about what could have happened right there. The Monty will go down. In terms of util, there's not a whole lot that Virginia Tech has left to use. It's just going to be a free-fire battle through the smoke, but Diffuser is now stuck inside. Puppy does at least see one, but why would Virginia Tech overextend here? I think in a grand final, now is the moment. You have to slow down, you just got to make them come to you, and this seems like it should be all up to Virginia Tech, but they give up a body there, and now it's going to take something special, but it will be thrown down. Hokie gets his get back from last round, is able to call a game for this round. 2-1 Virginia Tech.
Yep. Pretty good round there from Virginia Tech. Excellent job on just the initial strike there from Nick specifically. Getting rid of Cheese Boss, getting rid of the entirety of the vertical play there for Cincinnati. And well, after that, Virginia Tech kind of just get to sit on pretty on their choke points. And especially as it's Kool-Aid helping pick them up from above, they're kind of able to push and pull Cincinnati's attention. We got to see there, especially Orbita not afraid to reaggress and try and retake space up above. It does dividends for him.
Okay, well, some other side notes that we didn't really get to talk about earlier before we got into this one. Unfortunately, we had some PC issues all the way up by our lovely arena. So because of that, Cincinnati does not have a team cam because they are actually all the way down on the other floor. They're actually 2 floors down from Virginia Tech right now, competing in the main facility here at Concord University. So it adds a little bit of a different dynamic. I mean, you lose a lot of the trash talk as long as it's not in text chat, obviously. But also it changes the dynamic. It's a lot quieter down here. It's almost kind of got a more ominous type of energy. But, I mean, again, it is Labs. It is a very defender-sided map. I think Cincinnati trying to fight back in this one, potentially maybe looking at a 3-3 with the way things look. That wouldn't be a loss by any means.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No shame in tying at 3-3, especially with a capable team like Virginia Tech. I feel like Nighthaven Labs is probably one of the better maps in their pool. Because honestly, how do I put this? I feel like the size of the map kind of benefits to that script we ball play style that Virginia Tech kind of has sometimes, especially as they tend to rely on Kool-Aid's star power. So being able to like push and pull the attention of the enemy team and just find gaps for Kool-Aid to strike on, it definitely leans their play style.
Absolutely. Also, our lovely sponsors are blocking Cincinnati's drone, but I believe by what I'm seeing, there should be about 4 drones. Or no, actually, maybe 5.
They have an NCXT-powered drone.
Well, we appreciate NCXT for powering the drone with water cooling. I like that. I mean, you could even make a National Guard joke at that point with the way that
the National
Cincinnati
Guard should defend Nighthaven Labs. What if Nighthaven Labs was in West Virginia?
I mean, hey, then we would call the National Guard, to say the least. But we believe Cincinnati, based on my numbers, they should have 5 drones left. I believe since it is 10, we are looking, or no, we're actually looking at 4 drones. I apologize. So 4 drones for Cincinnati. Still decent util, as none of them are in the pocket of Cincinnati, so they got plenty of room. They're also opening up plenty of room under or above lounge. The Skeleton Key just trying to get any sort of look at any sort of character. They do at least get a decent amount of damage on Kool-Aid. It's a big gun to try and take out. You're looking for an easy way to success. Kool-Aid's also having a really good start to this one. Currently sitting at 5-2. Also looking to fight back from the vert.
It does seem like Virginia Tech will be able to take the first pick of the round once again. Lots of utility being dumped by this E-box position by Cheese Boss. Unfortunately, not able to capitalize off any of it, as the bees don't really hit the intended target, and that might give Cincinnati a false sense of confidence that the E-box is now cleared, but the turnaround from Kool-Aid finds Arno. My God, C4 going to be sent flying. Maybe is this an empty threat, though, as it is still Kool-Aid sticking close on by. Hokie to back him up as well. Looking straight at that connector rotate. They might not expect this prone position from Kool-Aid. Gilly going down the Nick, and he's just gone crazy this round. It's only Pup and Cheese Boss left.
Still got some opportunity. Still got one more set of B canisters to try and make sure that you can get through. Smoke will come out, though. It will be the last one. You're going to have to try and use that utility to its maximum, and that is exactly what Virginia Tech will do. Hokie finds another double kill to wrap things up.
Pretty hot start here for the Virginia Tech Hokies as they solidify a third round, and now at the very least an equal round split. Cincinnati now pressure up against them as they look to equalize.
It is very important that Cincinnati has been waiting for a while. I mean, you have to note that they have had to wait since losers semifinals and losers finals, and they even got done before that as well. So the way that it seems, right now Cincinnati did call a timeout, and we're going to see what are the strats that this team pulls out. Again, they are just a room over from me and Botanic right now. Funny enough, Botanic doing double duty right now, also making sure he's getting B-roll of this timeout, and it seems like it's a very passionate timeout, to say the least. But it seems like it's a big aggression thing. It seems like a confidence issue for Cincinnati. And again, this is their map pick, so you cannot afford to lose this one. You cannot afford to go down because you're going to be digging yourself out. Not to mention that the decider of all the maps that you could let be the decider, it is Skyscraper as the very last map, which some teams I'm sure planned for it, but most do not. So without further ado, the Cincinnati timeout has been done and dusted. Virginia Tech is on the verge of a very, very confident defensive split.
Yeah, we got, we're here downstairs, the capture setup. Cincinnati has been able to move themselves down here due to those previously mentioned PC issues. Therefore, we got a premium box seat to what's going on in the Cincinnati camp, especially amongst the chaos here so far. We got to hear that tactical timeout from Coach Bridge, and he was not happy at all. He was very much saying how it is in a very commanding voice. So hopefully Cincinnati gonna be taking that one to their very core and able to fix these mistakes. But every round now Virginia Tech takes is another nail in Cincinnati's coffin for not having laps. Their map pick.
I mentioned to stream that you're working double duty, trying to get some B-roll for the Cincinnati media side of things, and so I hope that B-roll was fire, because it seemed very passionate.
I
trolled
it.
Oh, that's what you said. I didn't hear that.
The Osmo Pocket 3, I filmed it in vertical, not sideways.
Hey, it's usable.
I only got 6 seconds of it there.
Yeah.
Next map or next time out for sure.
Well, I mean, it is salvageable, to say the least. I mean, it is vertical, and also it'll be a nice little thing to throw in before the Cincinnati comeback happens. If you are a Cincinnati fan, what you're rooting for. On our side of things, we're just rooting for a good best of 3, and Virginia Tech came ready to play and bring that today.
He's boss now switching over to Deimos, and I honestly do really enjoy that pick. It has been Virginia Tech kind of been allowed to run away all across the map a lot. So being able to, at the very least, add that pressure of the roam clear to Virginia Tech and hopefully kind of either get those picks or force them to corral back into the bomb site early is going to be ideal for Cincinnati. But what's not ideal is losing that first man early. And once again, the ram out of Cincinnati's hands to start the round. So there goes all the vertical play. Not even the trade of Orbit allowed to escape, but maybe he's getting greedy for seconds. Nope, there we go. Allowed to escape with a sliver of HP left. Cincinnati need to recalibrate now with 1:30 left on the clock.
1:30 left here. Virginia Tech again in a very critical spot to really put their foot down and keep the advantage moving in the right direction. Cincinnati, though, after that timeout, do not want to let all those words from Coach Bridge go to waste. You've got to make sure they are used efficiently. And right now, with a minute left, Cincinnati's going to try and open up some more room. You really do need this first floor site, and they're opening up plenty of room, but they haven't entirely cleared out what they need to. But they did force all of Virginia Tech back into sight. So now it's going to come down to these first engagements. Pre-fire will come through from Orbita, but it won't result in a kill just yet. 45 seconds left. Cincinnati's got options, but which one did they play?
I mean, just the major problem of just not being able to have any vert here is the Clash just gets to be an annoyance for free. You can really do nothing in terms of that side execute until you take care of that Clash. Cheeseboss still has 2 grenades on the belt. Duck Tolliver still has 2 make it one fireball on the belt, but Puppy in the meantime down and out, and it's going to be Gilly as well to fall, and the Virginia Tech pressure only keeps mounting on Cincinnati, has 15 seconds on the clock, and he stared down the barrel of a 4th round for Virginia Tech.
10 seconds now. It's going to come down to the guns of Duck and Cheese Boss. Cheese Boss searching for their first. Won't find it. It'll be Kool-Aid to shut that one down. And Duck in an awful spot. Nothing that they can do in a 1v, basically 5. And Cincinnati still struggling to try and get their bearings in this first lab set. What's so funny over there, Botanic?
It's getting itchy.
Well, either way, it's a best of 3 for a reason. There is still a lot that can change between now and then, but I think one of the big key points on the Virginia Tech side of things is that Kool-Aid is making a massive difference right about now. Funny enough, Kool-Aid is actually hiding off cam here. He is just barely hiding down there where his monitor is, so you can't really see him. That's kind of the ominous force that he's bringing right now. But, I mean, Botanic, that last round, it felt like Cincinnati didn't have full faith in their clears because they were still trying to play second floor with about a minute 10 left when Virginia Tech had already said screw it and decided to rotate all the way back.
That's true. I feel like since he's been playing quite sheepish as of late here for this map, and you mentioned Kool-Aid, but I want to bring up Orbita. Honestly, I think this entire LAN he's been shooting pretty well. He's been swinging confidently, and well, he might not have been on a lot of people's radars. You know, most of the time when you think Virginia Tech, you think Nyx, you think Kool-Aid. Hell, even if you're older, you're probably thinking about the days of legendary Sierra 6 username What's It To You. That's one of my favorite names. But Orbita, honestly, he's been an excellent addition to the Virginia Tech ranks, and I really like how Virginia Tech's playing.
Right, well, I'm sure you can only say that with so much of a straight face as you are obviously a Cincinnati man yourself. So I'm going to leave it up to me to kind of make sure we're still rooting for both sides. But I really do want to see Cincinnati bring it back just to see this potentially go to an overtime. I mean, we have not seen a truly 7-7 fully competitive overtime. I think we've only seen one, and it was all the way in group stage. I'm going to triple check that stat right now. But we really haven't seen a team get truly pushed to their limit. That right there is what LAN is all about. But speaking of to the limit, Cincinnati's going to put their foot down and go full speed.
And Pop not able to get the fuse off in time, taken down by the smoke, and now the plan is in peril as, my God, Gilly tries to save it. Strong arms Kool-Aid, and plant attempt number 2 underway. Hokey down, the Tolliver refract. However, now in a post-plant scenario, in a 3 versus 2 situation for Cincinnati, still able to have that glass playing safely from outside with the DMR, manages to find Nyx, Gilly in it as well, but the shotgun sings for Orbita, and I was talking about his impact, and now's the time to show it. Enemies at both sides needs to isolate it, but the cross is too good for the Bearcats, as Gilly will be taking a triple, and saving things here for Cincinnati with not pretty, but a decent 2-4 split.
Who better to absolutely take over than Gilly? A massive triple to put Cincinnati at least with the right foot forward. And so now on that note, it is absolutely incredible that Cincinnati's able to find that one back. Virginia Tech, it didn't play that poorly, but Cincinnati brings that pace. And when we see them bring the high speed to a map or a match like this, they tend to be successful. Do they maybe have one failure of high speed every now and then? Yeah, sure. But for the most part, you can count on a Cincinnati win whenever they're able to get inside early, get that plant down. At that point, it's all done and dusted. So it's not the greatest first half split, but it's salvageable. 2-4 in favor of Virginia Tech.
You know what I just realized that kind of perplexes me?
Okay, what perplexes you?
Why does Nick have a New York, baseball shirt, but with a VT logo on it?
Yeah, that is, something tells me that is about as frat as it gets.
Yeah.
I mean, a fun little fact here. Both Nick and Hokey are frat brothers, and if you spend any time from about 30 seconds to a minute with them, you can gather that information.
I love Nick.
Yeah, I love all these guys. I love all 10. They've been awesome to hang out with.
You know what I thought about Nick when I first met him?
Oh God.
I thought he was dumb as bricks. I thought he was absolutely.
He's kind of built he's kind of built like a brick in a really good way though. He's built he's stocky. I won't lie.
Yeah.
So no, he may be built and think like a brick. There's positives and negatives within that. But right now, it's been the exact opposite. He's not having a bad game. 4-3-1.
Yeah, not at all. House. How are the frats by UGA?
Oh man,
How's that SEC frat life?
SEC frat life is just simply not comparable. Now, granted, I will say I have gotten to drive by the Virginia Tech campus in my time up here at Athens, West Virginia. It's pretty nice. Like they party hard up in Blacksburg, to say the least. Or, you know,
Does Concord have anything close to a frat?
2-4 here for
I'll take
Cincinnati. 2-4 here for Cincinnati. No, funny enough, Concord does have frats. It's just, you know, you can never compare a D1 frat.
When are you
to a
gonna put them
D2
together?
frat.
That's the real passion series, the frat series.
Brother, hey, if I ever get to cast a ping pong tournament or a die tournament between frat bros at Concord, hey, I'll call you. I'll let you know.
That's how you build the community.
Hey, you know what? You got a really good point. But speaking of getting drunk, feels like Cincinnati's drunk right now. Coming into this one, they really just were not ready coming deep into map 1. Again, this was their map pick. And yes, they didn't get to be on these PCs for, I think, 2 to 3 hours. And so it is a hard kind of shift of pace. But I like to think that Cincinnati, even at their floor, can find wins against this Virginia Tech roster. But I think Virginia Tech is punching through their ceiling right now, especially if they can find this map.
I just absolutely love the way you put that. Absolutely. Virginia Tech has been coming out swinging, in Cincinnati a little bit maybe sleeping at the wheel so far. But now we move on to defense, where ultimately it is the more comfortable side for any team that goes towards Night Haven Labs. And Virginia Tech just taking it slow and steady, doing their due diligence so far. They managed to get the main IT wall open, no issue. Still, though, Tuck Tolliver does have two rounds left in the pocket, and it will be that connector wall double reinforced. So any additional attempts to add some different routes of pressure might be stopped. But Arno stopping the roll there for Mako as the blitz goes down. And that's one of the main spearheads of the round. Thankfully, in terms of blinding utility, they still have Hokie with 4 Candels left in the pocket.
Once again, the pace is going to be such a strong conversation to uphold, as we're going to see Nick actually find one. I didn't think Cheeseboss was going to repeat that, but unfortunately lose that Azami there. Of all the players that could go off there, it's not the absolute worst. Still have the 2-brow and the mute. As I think those are easily going to be the most important ones here. I mean, obviously those Valcams and the Naris are replaced, but having those guns in Gilly, who has been on fire, at least in the back few rounds, still important to have. Puppy's been critical as well. Gilly, as we bring him up, finds Hokie, and how about Nick as well? He cannot be stopped.
Yeah, no, we got to see there in the HUD that Cheeseboss is sitting on those Valkyrie cams, so it was only a certain amount of time until Nick walked into the range of one of them, and there he goes, boom. Orbiter now just waiting to see if anybody from Cincinnati wants to try re-aggressing, retaking space off rafters and garage. However, it just doesn't, as it will be Pup to throw away his life, and the re-aggression towards the connector side falls to Kool-Aid. 25 seconds. Might be a 3v2, but it's not really bearable. Cincinnati with the extra added man of the clock on the board here. Now Kool-Aid down. Gilly up for a quad. There it is.
Let Gilly just go to work with the MPX. He doesn't need the Valcam intel, doesn't need the positioning. He's going to win every swing that he gets. That's 11 kills through 7 rounds. He is absolutely on a heater right now.
Yeah, absolutely. The Phenom trying to wrangle this game back in control for the Bearcats. Virginia Tech's tomfoolery has gone long enough, he says. 3-4 Cincinnati as they take the top floor of Night Haven Lab defense without breaking a sweat.
Defenders, protect your
Well,
bombs.
you questioned why does he have a New York VT jersey. I actually think it's a 9/11 tribute jersey, I believe, because I think that's the American flag on the VT logo. So big shout out to Nick for that. And also, it's a cool looking shirt. I won't lie. And yeah, I'm like 99% sure it's a 9/11 tribute. So, you know, big shout out.
Big shout
Big
out.
shout out to Nick. Absolutely love seeing that on land. But we also love seeing this good content, good siege. And right now, Cincinnati, they're all over it. You give a 2-4 split to the way of Virginia Tech, and you are still in a spot to just simply go flawless over on defense and make sure you can handle things all the way to a nice maybe 7-4 in a perfect world. But now that is a very tall task to order, and we haven't even seen Cincinnati on the first floor defenses yet, and they got to handle basement. But as it stands right now, they seem to be finding their rhythm all over again.
Oh yeah, absolutely. It's only a matter of time before Cincinnati truly gets hot, so this needs to be a confidence building round here for Virginia Tech to kind of stop Cincinnati dead on their tracks before the train becomes unstoppable. We have Mako once again on the shield. Honestly, just they need to put more resources around Mako, because continuously he just gets picked off in isolation, unable to be refragged. If they want him to be their spearhead, if they want him to be that piece that easily can gain map control, they need to invest more into a safety.
Well, still plenty of time, plenty of maps potentially to try and make those changes. And this is what you expect from what you quoted as a premier level matchup when these two teams face in the upper bracket semifinal. Premier is a really good term. These are some of the best of the entire nation. I believe by power ranking, both these schools sit at single-digit rankings. They're in the top 10. Cincinnati's in the top 3. And there are levels to this, which we mentioned earlier today, but Virginia Tech is trying to maybe make a case that maybe they should be up there. Or maybe the levels aren't as fine or as large as they seem. And as it stands right now, this is another slower round for Virginia Tech, trying to find whatever room that they can. But also, Cincinnati's got a lot of bodies off site.
And we got to see a few yellow pings. Not sure if that was from a Valkyrie cam or just another player around that area detecting some audio, but Up might have a decent idea of that presence over by that 90 side. Meanwhile, by Storage, it is Cheese Boss forced to back off, limping but not out just yet, as there's lots of vertical made by Nick.
Encroaching and approaching. A minute left here. Arno getting involved deep into this one, taking out Mako. Now it's going to be real awkward to see what does Virginia Tech do when you lose the shielder. You lose that initial player to lean on. And Nick gets hit first, but will also hit last over on Pup. Takes him out. Nitro of Doom and Gloom won't really find too much. 50 seconds left. Still getting awkward for Virginia Tech, but still 4-4.
That Nitro being let go in that fashion does hurt Cincinnati in the long run. These Battlefield cameras not able to have the biggest impact, but still so much good information. And now Virginia Tech up against the gun, as yes, it's a 3v3, now 2v2. My God, Nick on a roll here, but still only 30 seconds. They're gonna have to accelerate, and what good? I'm losing my words here. I'm tired. But who else to make a good situation out of a 2v2 than both Nick and Kool-Aid as the grenades fly? But these Goyos might funnel Virginia Tech into death and destruction. Only 10 seconds left on the clock, and they need to hit the gas right now. Is Gilly deciding what angle he wants to hold? But Nick takes the engagement, isolated. Kool-Aid separated from him. He needs to go for the kills. Unable to spot any of these defenders. Walks into nothingness. And it's Gilly able to close it out and tie things 4-4 beats for Cincy.
You can go band for band. You can go trade for trade, but Cincinnati will find a way to count their stacks at the end of the day. They're doing it right now. That was messy throughout the entire minute 30 down to 30-second mark. Virginia Tech tried to pick up their speed to match and open up some room, but it was the exact opposite. You gain a little bit of room here, you have to give it right back up when the trade goes back and forth. At the end of the day, you brought two of some of your best guns and your most trustworthy players. It was Gilly and Duck Duck. I would count on them to win that 2v2 every single time.
To locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Well, Cincinnati.
That whole call just becomes spaghetti in my head. What?
Again, it has been a day. For reference to all the viewers who are watching back at home, we were planning to start Grand Finals at about 4 or 5 o'clock, I believe. And, you know, things happen. LAN happens. It's 9:30. About a 9 o'clock start time for Grand Finals. So let's just say LAN does LAN things. But you get me and Botanic to at least semi kind of guide you through this grand final, but it has been a very long day. But Botanic, that call, it's a deserving one to win you out. I mean, that was a very messy one. We saw everybody seem to go down within about 15 to 30 seconds, and now Cincinnati's right back in the fight.
Right back in the fight indeed. Ready to contend against Virginia Tech, making not the easiest job in the world as Pup P Spawn Peak narrowly misses, and down that lounge window, Virginia Tech ready to add some pressure, but Pup still holding close by just in case he spots an opportunity or maybe hears an opportunity. So far, VT focusing some of that manpower and utility towards the connector side. It might be Kool-Aid looking to make a bit of a foray into Aqua, especially as that door is open and nobody's home on that Aqua door. Could be an easy gap potentially, but none of the information coming through for VT just yet.
Again, I'm going to bring up the conversation about pace, because Virginia Tech seemed to try and be almost too variable with it at times. They're going to clear very slow. Even when they had the blitz, they were still slow to try and clear. But now with the site going to first floor, now you open up a whole lot of options as to maybe what you can change about how you push, also about what type of room you get. Also, not to mention that there goes an ace charge, just completely falls away. Pup almost gets punished for the aggressive play to take down an ace. Does also get the first one. So now that's going to be a rotate that just simply doesn't exist for Nick. That's pretty big utility for Pup.
That's not even a convenient angle either. It's just that just directly gives you a sideline into the bottom part of the pillar. Not really even the hold across decently well. The flashes fly by Top Aqua, but trades all around. It is going to be Arno onto Kool-Aid while Hokie survives, but still, that's a massive, massive bit of profit there for Cincinnati. Minute left, just about a minute left here on the clock now. Virginia Tech just trying to scout out where they could potentially piece this play together, as they still have quite a bit of utility left in the pocket.
Man, you get to think about capabilities. Virginia Tech gave them a perfect slot to try and keep this game so close and go to overtime, but Cincinnati is on a 3-round swing. It was 4-1, and these trades keep on moving back and forth. Thankfully for Cincinnati, Duck Duck gets that C4 off right before he gets headshot. So it's a trade that you will take, and Pup with the ears of a hound able to take down Nick, and now the advantage points to the Bearcats.
Now smelling blood in the water here, the Bloodhounds of Cincinnati. 33 seconds left on the clock, and Cheese Boss getting active as well. It's only Orbital left to try and salvage anything, and things get worse for wear for the Hokies, and it might be a tactical timeout recommended soon for them to put a pause to the madness going on for Cincinnati. An absolute hot streak of rounds, and the Bearcats firmly in the driver's seat at this point.
I mean, what do you do if you're Orbita? You at least get one more kill for the feed to put yourself even, but you still gotta try and find some room. Your diffuser is not in your hands. It is nowhere close to you, and there's nothing that you can do at this rate. But we'll see if anybody can knock him down for the heck of it. We're gonna see Pup sell that 1v1, and you know, you'd rather have your brick shots happen now than in a round where it actually matters. So a little bit of kind of laughs going through the Cincinnati camp, even for Virginia Tech, some smiles and some exchange grins and glances there, but they do know that regardless, they have given up a whole lot of rounds. That's gonna bring it to 4 rounds in a row in favor of Cincinnati. The way things are looking, could they go the whole way? And I believe a timeout's been called for Virginia Tech, like you mentioned. Or has it not been? I can't tell. Okay, no timeout. All right.
Okay, no timeout.
All right, Virginia Tech says screw it. We're going to play it through. So I wonder, when do you use that timeout? Saving it for round 6, or a 6th round win for Cincinnati? That's a bold strategy, but we trust in whatever Nick is trying to IGL his team to do. Or maybe what Hokie, or what maybe even Kool-Aid could provide. Because Kool-Aid had an extremely hot start. I thought he was going to bring this team over the line, but then when Cincinnati came alive, Kool-Aid's been shut down. It's been night and day, Botan.
Night and day indeed. As we play deep into the night here in Athens, West Virginia. Lovely place, I can assure you. Great for investment. Definitely bring all your friends and family here, because by God, the fun.
It's one of the places of all time, but it is very pretty. You know, I have to make sure I talk positive as well. Like it is obviously a little more secluded. Do what you will with that information. But it is very pretty here in Athens, West Virginia, and that's the one thing we do get to show off to all the players here. Funny enough, Botanic, the catchphrase or the phrasing that Concord marketing uses, that they call it "Campus Beautiful" up here.
You laugh, you go to hell. But jokes aside, there's been some actual by our Airbnb. Honestly, it was kind of scary to get there with all the roads, but once you get there, once you get to the peak of the summit quotation marks,
yep.
Honestly, really gorgeous. Yeah. Like the neighborhood was really peaceful. Yeah. Like there was a fire pit by our place. Unfortunately, we didn't get to use the timing of it all, but just really pretty overall.
Yeah. And honestly, the weather, like, I'm not gonna lie, Botanic, it snowed on campus a week ago. And you saw us post about it when we got back from Kentucky.
Like, it snowed here around the same time as snowed in Cincinnati.
Yeah, we got back in Kentucky, and then I think it was you who said, please don't let that carry over. Or somebody on Twitter said, please don't let that carry over. It was you. Of course it was. Yeah. So you said, don't let that carry over. And it didn't. The weather's been kind of nice. It's been about 40 to 50 degrees, which,
it's been a nice, refreshing breeze.
Yeah, for the north, at this time of year, you'll take 40 to 50 degrees. But what is really cold is a shot like that from Arno. My God.
Ew. Oh my, that's unk on unk violence right there. My
shield
God.
your eyes, kids. The uncles are going
that's
at it.
That's gross, dude.
5-4 for Cincinnati. 5-4 both ways for Cincinnati. Hokie will find a tight angle of their own, and Duck Duck will fall down. That Ying utility staying up is a really big deal. Not to mention those kneecaps were getting visible to Duck Duck. It's a good one-way, or at least a more favorable one-way It opened up there. Nick waiting to try and open up some vertical, does do so instantly, but doesn't find any utility out of it. Forces some rotates around, but how will Virginia Tech try to take advantage of? Still a lot of very, very important util with both the ace and the A up.
It almost seemed like Nick being very sporadic and selective of when he lets that skeleton key rip, almost as he's cognizant of a potential flank, but it doesn't matter as Gilly manages to strike while Nick is not looking, manages to find orbit up 50 seconds off the clock, and while Gilly's just gonna go back into hiding. Now he's gonna be an ever-present presence in Nick's mind, as now it's just a ring around a rosy, but not much time left for it to invest for Virginia Tech, and not a lot of resources either.
And Gilly getting awfully close to one. Another timing works out in the favor of Nick. Very, very late rotate from Nick. So now should have most of Warehouse to play with here, but is it too little too late? Pup could also take one down here. Glass Shield is not in use. Just going to play the bread and butter of this site. Just stay prone right next to that V-bomb and try and take one out here. Yings, you can hear those Candelas ringing. Flash will ring through, but only for one of them, but it's enough for Mako to find one. Another play from Hokie. You got to play your life here. You find another, but Nick will find the rotate at the perfect time. He didn't go Warehouse, went the other way around, and Virginia Tech is all over it.
Just a game of millisecond decisions. Unfortunately for that Cincinnati defender, prone with the shotgun, turns away at just the most inopportune moment. Virginia Tech able to capitalize on that frag and capitalize on the crunch of the space, now tying up the game 5-5.
If Nick goes through Warehouse, that's a Cincinnati round win. I want to talk about that as well. That is a huge decision for him to roll the other way around, knowing where everybody was pinned, and the timing literally was within, I believe it was 1.8, 1.6. It was ridiculously close to say the least. So big, big win for Virginia Tech. Also, it's worth mentioning that was a second floor win for them as well. So on one of the stronger sites, you'll take it, and also, don't mind the chat. I don't even want to know what they're talking about. But it is 5-5, and we're looking at maybe overtime looming. But still in the driver's seat are both teams trying to determine the fate of this one.
Yeah, this game still very much in anyone's hands. Virginia Tech finally get to impede Cincinnati's progress. Cut that momentum just a little bit. Hopefully able to revitalize themselves, a new breath of life. But I'm looking towards the impact of every player here, and well, Mako, unfortunately, don't want to rag on the guy, but sticking out like a sore thumb. Usually been the one to get picked off first. Not even his fault most of the time. It's just the most random situations ever. Now put on a critical operator like Ram, they're going to need to invest in his safety. Sure, you have Nick, who's always been able to do good things on the buck, but just having those boogie drones makes it infinitely easier. And when time has been one of Virginia Tech's major concerns, you're going to need to make sure you have all your gadgetry in order.
Already encroaching once again on a minute into this round. Virginia Tech have not had a bad attacking split by any means. Now, granted, right now it's leaning 4-1 in favor of Cincinnati, but you would take a 4-2, absolutely, before those last few rounds start to loom. Cincinnati, though, has to be careful about how far they want to extend here. They will avoid the flashes. We get a smoke off as well, just to stall some extra time. Won't find too much damage, just a little bit of maybe an extra cough on Nick and that buck. Regardless, Cincinnati doing their jobs, and this is the type of siege, this is the levels to it. Everything's got to move in stages for Cincinnati. As long as they keep their lives, the guns point to them.
Now, about a minute 30 left here on the clock, and Cincinnati able to systematically drain the resources here from Virginia Tech. The drones, the flashes, and now, slowly but surely, they're getting pushed down bit by bit, but time is going to be the greatest ally here of the defenders. Now just Arno. Playing a bit of a risky position. If he dies, there goes 2 smokes in the pocket. If he lives, or just manages to waste as much time as possible, Cincinnati definitely looking really good for it. And a trick is all the time. It's the vertical by the window hopping. We're on that vending side, and there go all the Candelas. Arno keeping up the pressure as well. Going to be smoking off that choke point by top stairs. Now Kool-Aid sitting at no HP as the reverse vertical working wonder still for Cincy. And only now they decide to try and get wall, but uh-oh, it's jammed. You can do nothing about it. It's going to be up to Mako from that storage side to get rid of the jammer.
does, I believe, take it out right there. But again, is it going to be a little too late? Mute is still bothering the side of Orbita, but we can see that is being equipped. Charge should go off now, but again, with 20 seconds left, not sure what you're going to find out of it. 2 huge vertical picks on 2 huge guns. Kool-Aid, we know what they bring. Hoagie's been really quiet, and if he's hot out of nowhere, that's a dangerous gun to take all the way down. The other most dangerous gun goes down in Nick, and it is all down to the Ram and the Thermite with not a lot of utility. 2 stuns, at least for the Ram of Mako, but a Nitro comes from below and will knock out Orbita with the help of the Goyo shotgun. We can hear the Cincinnati camp clapping because they're looking at all 5 staying alive and knocking 4 down. Cincinnati moved to match point.
Yeah, Cincinnati, I heard it from Arden himself, looking to get home as fast as possible. Unfortunately, Virginia Tech might have other plans here as they've been really putting Cincy through the ringer, but ultimately Cincinnati first to arrive on match point, securing overtime at the least. Now, pressure on VT. Initially, they had a firm grasp on this map, but it's ultimately slipped at this point. Everything's just gotten out of control, and I don't believe they're even calling a timeout.
And that's the craziest part to me, is no timeout being called. And also, on the side of things, while Botanic was giving you guys some lovely points, I was wanting to double check how far the drive is for Virginia Tech. Because Botanic, you guys had quite the trip to make it here, which, you know, for most lands, I think that's about standard. Like, for a club program, 5 hours, I think is really good for most hyper-competitive lands. Yeah, and that, you know, that's something slight. But for Virginia Tech, it is less than an hour, especially this late at night, and with the way the roads are going to be, which, you know, nobody's going to be on the roads on a Sunday night. Yeah, Virginia Tech's probably got a 45-minute drive to make it back to campus tonight, so they're here for the long haul, and I think that's one of the biggest mental battles that this land specifically brings, because let's be honest, West Virginia and Virginia in terms of college esports, there's only so many teams around this mountainous Appalachia area that have talented esports teams. There's a lot of teams that have to make a very long trip to make it all the way here to Athens, West Virginia, including yourselves as well, Botanic. So, with that mental battle to note, it is important that Orbita finds a big kill like that to start things off, taking Pup down.
I mean, it might be a mental battle, but at the end of the day, it's who's left standing, and Pup P can be left out of the equation. So is Gillian. Off to a great start here. Virginia Tech looking to force overtime. Some very early mistakes by Cincinnati. Put them at risk of having to extend play here on map 1, Nighthaven Labs.
Not really sure how Gilly died there. We didn't get to see how Pup or Gilly died. I'm going to guess that it was off some spawn peak confidence of some kind. We've seen Gilly do that time and time again, but is it too much with the way that this game currently stands? It is going to be 6-5 once again. Cincinnati looking to close this map out. They were down 1-4 to kick this one off, and a swing like this is pretty unprecedented. Cincinnati currently sitting on, I believe it is the first floor. Yes, it is the first floor side of things. So one of the harder sites to try and defend, and losing those 2 guns that early, that one's gonna hurt.
I believe they only have Cheese Boss here on the realm, as Virginia Tech attacking by this electrical side. Mako pretty much left his own devices to be able to clear all of security, all of IT. Pressure put on by Nick over by that kitchen side that has attracted the attention of Arno. Lurking by bending now. Bullets fly by, and despite such good early progress by Virginia Tech, it's all but slowed down at this point. But still, maybe that's exactly what they want. They want to make sure they have Cincinnati corralled right where they want them. Cheese Boss falling off that rafters, and everybody back within the reach of the bomb site. And so much utility on VT's belt. But you've taken so much time, you've opened so many angles, that now Cincinnati able to find some gaps. And it will be Nick to try and quell the madness, securing a pick on the RNL.
Ducks gotta be careful here. You would love to find at least one more to make things salvageable. He's in a very dangerous position, though, but also the clock is ticking on Virginia Tech. It feels like they're just going to try and flood site here. There's a whole lot of utility going down. It's going to force Duck to drop all the way to basement. I'm not sure if it was intentional or not, but Cheese Boss is in a spot to potentially grab one. Does he see him? Just barely misses and has to retreat all the way over to the other side of A-Bomb. 20 seconds left. Virginia Tech is in a spot to take this round, but they've got to make sure this plant goes down. Does Duck know where he is? The Nitro does land, but it will not deny. Duck tries to find him, will go down. So this should be a stuck plant, and it will be as Hokie does the rest of the job. So here we go, 6-6.
And the best part about this still is that Virginia Tech has the timeout in the pocket. You know, they can still, if they manage to get the match point first here in overtime, or if they still have backs against the wall, they can still pause and disrupt the momentum.
It's mind games from Virginia Tech because as an opposing team, I'm not sure if you even think about the timeout. I don't think you have the liberty to think about the timeout because at this point, we're so late in the game, I think you just have to be expecting a long pause between rounds because of how impactful every overtime round is, and especially given the fact that it is a best of 3. We're going to Virginia Tech's map pick next. Clubhouse, by the way. A really, really big deal that Cincinnati make sure they take care of business here because, again, you do not want to go to Skyscraper. Call it all at the end of the night. Also, Cincinnati wants to go home. We can hear them talking about that throughout their round wins, but they dug themselves a pretty deep hole to start this match, 1-4 once again, and they dug themselves out, but just when they are about to climb, get knocked down a little bit further. Game is still in their hands, though, as we return to second floor. Cincinnati has found almost full success. I believe they're 2 for 3 on this site. So now it's a matter of the most important defense on this site.
I mean, this is just going to be the dictator of how this really goes for Cincinnati. We saw their early struggles over on attack. If Virginia Tech managed to walk away with this one, which their attacks, you know, they've been able to piece it together more often than not at this point. You know, things might be looking grim for Cincinnati. They end up dropping the ball here. They've kind of switched a bit of the philosophy of how they're defending this. I do see the clash being brought now, and honestly, I like it. You know, as I mentioned before, Virginia Tech's major problem has been their pace, has been time. So if you manage to stall out with the clash just a little bit longer, that might put VT in a very tricky spot.
Shout out Arno with a very small test of the C4 throw there. Making sure he can get it to a place where it won't be easily shot and can take one out and gets close. Or at least take out maybe the aces in here. But as we say that, there's going to be a decent amount of room. I believe that was an impact, I believe, that came through. It didn't find much utility, though, as those aces will be able to still stick. A minute in, once again, Virginia Tech, you look to see at the halfway point with 90 seconds left. What do they change? What do they do? Last round, it was big picks on the roamers. They haven't done that before against the Cincinnati roster, and here comes just a hop-in out of nowhere, and no real utility found out of it.
Yeah, and we got a tier there on the door. Pup is peeking over by the connector side. That is an air jab, so Pup not really able to aggress any further without getting blown back. But the C4 from Arno after that test throw finally sings, and the kills just flood the screen for Cincy. It's Orbiter now trying to spot a gap amongst all of the chaos. Never mind, it's Hoki. Managed to find one, get the down, gets the second, but in the cross. It's going to be Cincy once again on match point. Virginia Tech still holding that time, and it might be time to use it.
Well, we will have to wait and see if they do decide to use it. Seems like Nick is thinking pretty hard about where he wants his team to lead into this next overtime round. Man, what a absolute swerve from Cincinnati there as we pushed at the halfway point of that one. I'm not sure how Virginia Tech lost those bodies. I'm going to guess they weren't holding their crosses. Cincinnati, with that clash there, even with the flash coming through, still had a better view. But Arno out of left field grabs 2 at that moment. And from what I'm hearing, it sounds like... Actually, you know what? I thought it was going to be a timeout. I thought that was going to be Coach over there talking. But no, Cincinnati just talking game strat. And Virginia Tech, no timeout. Or not using it, I mean.
That might ultimately come back to bite them here, Virginia Tech, but they arrive now on the defending side, which they got a solid 4 to split on. But Cincinnati, you know, the argument at the very beginning is that they came in cold. Now, almost here at max overtime, I feel like they're quite warm.
I mean, this is really just... It's always the first map at a moment in a land like this. Like, you had to wait for about 3 hours if you're Cincinnati. As long as you grab the first map by any means necessary, it's going to be a big sigh of relief because then you can get back to your guts, get back to what you're used to. But the gun skill has not been the issue for Cincinnati or Virginia Tech. Both teams started off hot. Now, granted, yes, it did take Cincinnati about 2 to 3 rounds to actually get back into full swing. But once they did, it hasn't even been close. Gilly has been MVP of the tournament with this performance so far. Arno is right behind him with just as many critical kills. Also, a few more assists as well. Both of them are putting in all sorts of damage. And on the Virginia Tech side of things, it's been the side of Hoki who has stepped up out of nowhere. He's got 13 kills right now. Whereas Nick and Kool-Aid, we expect them to lead the way, but a huge performance so far for Hokie without this being Virginia Tech's map pick. So you wonder what map 2 is going to look like. But we still got to finish map 1 in Cincinnati, not taking any space, but opening up as many lanes as possible.
Fortunate scenes there for Jesus, swinging in, and there go the 2 smokes. It is Hokie able to draw first blood here for Cincinnati, for Virginia Tech. That might put a mean pause in Cincy's plans, as it's now been Nick spotted over by those cargo steps. So, might be him trying to reaggress. Whoa! Find it, unfortunately. Right behind the corner, but my God! He finds it! It's almost predictable of where they're going to be swinging him. So much profit for VT. Now a dangerous angle for Pup P to be swinging into. McGilly with the double! With the walk up from bottom garage. And oh my God, over the next to fall. Not even being able to use those smokes, and it's a dynamic duo of Nick and Kool-Aid up against the unstoppable force of Gilly, Pup P, and Arno. Minute left on the clock, post-plant scenario. Whoa. 2v2, Kool-Aid not ready to let go of Nighthaven Labs just yet. Nick close by those aqua steps. It's gonna be one of those Cincy defenders trapped in a corner, but it doesn't matter, because they fight back when they're against the wall. Cincy, despite it all, they walk away with their own map pick in Nighthaven.
Back-to-back rounds where just when you thought Virginia Tech had a chance, it is completely flipped. Nick goes for the run out, almost gets a tracking through the walls to find one there, but it didn't matter because right after that, you can't even call it a trade with the way that Cincinnati fights back. It is pure aggression, and it is absolutely absurd what they bring to this grand final. Again, down 1-4, finish this one out at 8-2. Oh, wait, now I'm forgetting. It was 8-7. No, 8-6. 8-6, sorry. When the overtime came around, had it fully under control. Long day, to say the least. 8-6 with Cincinnati.
Yeah, that's not even the first time a situation like that happens between NVT. We saw it earlier today. And they're in the BO1, I believe they played it early in the bracket. It was Bank, it was 2 VT defenders getting caught by a position they just had no idea about. It's Cincinnati able to reposition so quickly, just catching VT off guard multiple times. And ultimately they managed to, kind of win the battle, what's the word for it? Where you kind of like outlast your opponent?
I mean, just survival in general is a more general term to use. Outlast maybe was the word.
Yeah, they kind of managed to outlast the chaos here, and there was lots of it, that's for sure.
Yeah. Well, regardless, I'm looking at the history. Lucy obviously typed up the history. Shout out Lucy, our observer. Shout out Rennie and all of our lovely production team as well. I mean, Botanic, look at this swing in the back half. It was 4-1 for Virginia Tech, and then after that, 6-2 for Cincinnati, with 4 of those coming in a row. A quick little 2-round switchback for Virginia Tech to force that overtime, and then obviously, once overtime rolled around, Cincinnati locked in. Really, really big 8-6 for them.
And, I think everybody's pretty much just taking a break to reset. It's Virginia Tech, life on the line here in Cincinnati. The promised golden land of being able to return back to Ohio in time, also on the line.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about in time. I think with the way that Duck Duck was talking,
to Ohio, period.
Yes, Duck Duck was saying, oh yeah, we're expecting a 2 a.m. end time. Well, no matter what happens, we definitely will not be finishing at 2 a.m. I would hope that by the time we finish, it's at least, even if it goes to 3, like 11:30 or midnight. But we want to get these teams out of here safely. Now, will Cincinnati put it in their hands, or will Virginia Tech put it in theirs? We will see when we come back for map 2. It's Virginia Tech's map pick, and it's going to be Clubhouse. We'll be back in a second. Welcome back to the Concord Esports Passion Series. $1,500 are on the line for first place, and $1,000 are on the line for second place. These teams have confirmed themselves at least that much, but Botanic, money is money, and Cincinnati was straight stacking it in the back half of that map.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It was really just Virginia Tech's game to lose at some point, and my God, did it slip out their fingers in almost like a Greek tragedy type fashion. Is Cincinnati really dug deep there, and well, now they move on to Virginia Tech's map pick.
And I'm very intrigued to see what does Virginia Tech bring to this, because of all the maps we could go to potentially decide this whole land, Skyscraper is waiting as the decider. But I want to refresh everybody on those map bans. We can throw them up very quickly if production does not mind. Let's talk about how we ended up where we are. So on the UC side of things, Chalet, Consulate, and Cafe got banned. On the VT side of things, Bank, Border, Layer. Again, it feels more like a VT had, like, basically had to ban against UC with Bank and Layer. UC, I think, just kind of got to guide things to Labs, and that's why they favored that choice. But now we must make our way to Clubhouse, where, as you can see, Virginia Tech will be attacking first. Cincinnati has a very good chance to start this thing off on the right foot.
I mean, they just need a very good start here if they want to run away with the series like they want to at heart, to try and start the drive home as soon as possible. Is this Skyscraper? That's our next map, right?
Yeah, that's the decider. It's no, we're going to Clubhouse, and then Skyscraper is the decider.
Okay. I don't think we've seen Clubhouse so far this entire tournament.
On stream, we have not. I think it did come out in some of. I think EKU tried to go to Clubhouse twice. I think they got to Clubhouse twice.
I think they played Clubhouse against VT in elimination.
That's exactly what I think it was. I'm like 99% sure about that. So, on that note, we are making sure lobby is all good and ready to go. And on that note, we are going to enter Clubhouse. There are so many different ways to try and find your way in. And also, we have yet to see it on stream. So for any of you who are not as familiar with Rainbow Six Siege as we may be, you're in for a treat. Virginia Tech's tournament life on the line.
Yeah, and BT proving they can manage to take it across the line on this map, having survived EKU's onslaught. Although, I mean, technically that was upset watch there for VT, as EKU really fought tooth and nail, but ultimately couldn't make it happen against the Hokies. Now, tournament life on the line once again for Virginia Tech on this same map.
All right, well, again, game should be up and rolling. I don't believe we had any issues. We're just kind of observing the wonderful scene of things of Clubhouse. We apologize for the slight delay. But on that note, we will now fly into round number 1. So here we go. Here, let's talk about the bans. It was Monty and Grim that Cincinnati will ban out, and on the other side of things, it will be Cade and Clash banned out for Virginia Tech. But Danny, what would you like to add going into this one?
It's
been a day.
The computer's thinking.
Oh, are we? I hope we're still getting. I hope we are getting our game audio. I don't know if stream has no audio. Hopefully it does. But I think we apologize for the little mini pause there in our casting. We're just trying to make sure that tech-wise we're all ready to go here for map number 2. Again, we will have that game audio rolling to you very, very soon. As again, we hope it's on stream. We're not sure if it is or isn't. But on that note, it seems like prep phase is already done and dusted. We can at least talk about the composition from both teams. There's the game audio, Lieutenant.
There we go. But yeah, that seemed like it'll be a basement defense for Cincinnati to start off the affair here on what might potentially be the final map here of the Passion Series. What number of Passion Series is this?
This is number 3.
Passion Series number 3. All good things come in pairs of 3.
I mean, we can't complain. We've gotten all, or at least half, or I guess more than half. We've gotten shooters. We were very fortunate to do Valorant in August. Got to do, as Nick will find one early on Cheese Boss, we got to do League of Legends, Valorant, and then now here we are in November with some Rainbow Six Siege. It also couldn't come at a better time, as CR6 playoffs are up and running. They're in the round of 16 this week. So you want to talk about mid-season form? No, these teams are not in their maybe middle of the pack form. No, this is where they should be at their absolute best to be a championship roster, and adding lands to the win tally, you always want to go for that. Cincinnati, one map away from doing it.
Yeah, ultimately this is really beneficial for teams like Cincinnati, for teams like Virginia Tech, for teams like EKU, all currently in those CR6 playoffs still, and able to get an additional nice heap of essentially free practice together over on LAN, where on paper, their synchronization with one another is going to be at its best. They get to make so many mistakes and not get punished for it. It's truly like a learning environment, but at the same time, it also benefits other teams who are not out of this land, but still in the CR6 playoffs, because this is ultimately just a nice heap of tape.
Amen to that, especially for Cincinnati and Virginia Tech. And EKU, who was a dark horse coming into this tournament, did find a way to tie against Virginia Tech on Saturday and actually got the 2 seed. Unfortunately, they couldn't make it a top 3 placement as they did struggle to handle business against Virginia Tech. But also that's because UGA had a really good run and actually took down Eastern Kentucky 7-3 in that upper bracket semifinal. So surprises have been there, to say the least. Nick will also find another one with the Ash leading the charge. You have those Goyos to use as well. It feels like, or not feels like, it sounds like that it was just finally popped. 45 seconds in, numbers are pointing towards Virginia Tech, but fire's going off in all directions. You still have a lot of room to work with, but you're running out of time.
Yeah, now equalize as Pup P finds Orbita. There goes the Hibana, and pretty much just all quiet in the Western Front at this point, as every move by Virginia Tech more significant than the last. We did see Nick open up that back Arsenal wall, but they both swing at the same time. However, Kool-Aid with a refrag instantly, but down goes the case, and now Mako left, Kool-Aid left on an island, needs to find 2 separate 1v1s. But Cincinnati playing discipline, not allowing the veteran to find any inch of space here. Has to plant. There's no choice. 2 seconds left on the clock, making none, and it's going to be easy pickings there for Gilly.
And Kool-Aid doesn't even want the death on the tally. Mark whatever type of move you will, but what in the world? What a quick way to make work of things on the side of Cincinnati. Now, granted, was it dicey? Yes, but again, even when it gets to that point, these trades do not come back as even at the very starting few trades there. It was a... Oh, yeah, also, we will mention that the map overlay, our production team has to flip the dot. It is Cincinnati who is up on map instead of Virginia Tech. But on that note, now to get back to the original point, the trades that Virginia Tech finds versus the trades that Cincinnati finds are not even comparable. It was Cheese Boss on the Mute who was traded for, it was Hokie on the Ying. Can't even compare those 2 operators all the way through. Losing the Ying was a huge deal to that Virginia Tech attack, and they struggled because of it. So Cincinnati is up 1-0. We're going to head all the way up to Bedroom Gym.
Now, pressure on for Virginia Tech. Going to be a nice little heap of operator swamps, kind of reflective of the philosophy here for the attack. Kool-Aid going to swap out the nice and mobile Ash for what used to be now a Sledge. Now opting to go for the Twitch, just going to play comfortably from long range with that DMR, and also a nice heap of things able to be destroyed by that Twitch drone, namely these mirror windows. Those mute jammers are going to be a big obstacle, though. We do see Hokie and his pattern Ying at this point is pretty sure he's played it as much as possible, and Jesus, man, the LMG ain't that hard. And, oh my, gee, no, please don't tell me, not like that. That might have been the most embarrassing death. Thank God it didn't happen. Mako, though, still sticking on these shields. Usually the blitz, but now opting for the Blackbeard this time around, and BT gonna be starting out the affair, but just easily being able to breach this jacuzzi wall. Not sure if the second Selma got destroyed by the Shadow of the Mirror window. Doesn't seem like it did. So now Jacuzzi open for business. It'll be Pup P falling back to his mirror window over by that bathroom side.
Still so early. Early Twitch drone goes down as well. That's big, small utility to go ahead and knock out. You mentioned it last map. The way the Cincinnati kind of stretches thin the amount of utility and operational, I guess, competence and options that this Virginia Tech side has, it's extremely impressive. You look to see where are the levels between a top 3 team and a top 10 team, maybe that, but Hokie, you want to talk about a big face in this match? If there was a Virginia Tech finals win, Hokie has been on a tear, to say the least, and has stepped up big when it mattered most. Finds a big pick, keeps his life, also keeps those Candelas in the pocket.
Now BT start off the affair, at the very least with the man advantage. Trying to add pressure onto that gym player, trying to breach it with the Selma. Thankfully, Cheese Boss teammates close by to constantly be able to destroy those, and just a nice little cycle of Kiva barriers so far. But what good is that going to do when at the extremities, it's his teammates falling around on first Gilly, now Duck. Pressure as well from that main stair player, rotated off. It's Mako, going to be a very important presence for Pup P to deal with, but he better not expose those legs like it's Bull Day, or else it's going to be a big boom arriving straight to him. Thankfully shot just in the nick of time, and that's going to be the go button for Mako. Pressure is on. Puppy in a very uncomfortable situation, and the re-swing expected by Kool-Aid. Arno, not good for the flank, and Cheese Boss so annoying, and Jim finally forced to give it up down below, and oh, hello, Nick. Anyway, goodbye. Red Pink spot another player by Bard. He's home, he's found, but still, consolation kills nonetheless. It's gonna be a very difficult retake for Cheese Boss to do alone. Has to be a miracle if it wants to happen, but Kool-Aid, safe pair of hands, stops the madness before it goes too far. 1-1 Cincinnati, Virginia Tech.
Man, we have rarely seen a moment that Virginia Tech got to put their foot on the gas pedal and just simply roll all the way through, and that is exactly what they do. Nitro Cell is thrown out by the Mira. It is shot. I don't think it would have found an injure or a lot of damage, but it would have at least made things harder, and it would have found enough damage to make that Blackbeard probably within the 20 to 10 health range. Regardless, you will never know because it was shot as it hit the ground. Huge find there for Virginia Tech, and it was just a complete switch of pace. You mentioned it. Mako took that shield and threw it into the Mira, and at that point, nobody had an angle on Jim. Nobody was playing close enough on stairs, and it was just too little too late. Cheese Boss was the last man down there. I mean, nothing was wrong with the way Cincinnati were set up. It was just a matter of those gunfights, and again, that Nitro getting shot out. It's a huge deal nonetheless, and now Cincinnati will move their way up into CCTV Cash, and they get another second floor chance here.
You know, it's often said, at least in a modern era Siege, how the meta has kind of adapted to make, you know, CCTV defense kind of a third priority. You usually like to go either gym or basement first, and then you go CCTV. It's kind of interesting to see how it's fallen out of favor throughout the years, but Cincinnati, they like to keep VT up on their toes. They're not going to be repeating that gym bomb site. They want to always keep Virginia Tech thinking, always want to be forcing them to adapt. And the adaptation that BT chosen this time around is going to be the Maverick. Doesn't seem like it's going to be the classic Maverick torch by the left side of the wall while you have somebody on rappel looking at that bottom hole. It's just going to be a nice, simple, and clean, and uncontested Maverick trick as that wall now soft.
It is also the first time we've seen a Maverick trick on stream the entire day, which is a weird, surprising fun fact, but it doesn't go through all the way through just yet. Now, granted, Flores, somebody who we also haven't gotten to see too much in this entire tournament, at least on stream, finding some utility there will at least make things awkward, and there goes the wall. So, conventional? No, but you make it happen nonetheless. Virginia Tech's got a lot of real estate, and it's going to force a lot of awkward rotates from Cincinnati. Not to mention Kool-Aid is already making his way through Logi. He could even encroach through construction, but right now, nobody's testing him.
And managing to put himself safely over by this master side of the map, where a lot of VT defenders seem to be piling up. A little bit concerned that there might be a Cincinnati alert close by, but nothing of it. If anything, closest threat would be Arno down by those basement stairs. A Logi step walk up, though, a very real possibility. Will be Kool-Aid just placing a drone nearby. And yellow pings close. Maybe an opportunity, a meaty tag still, but now Arno making his presence known, especially as he just got spotted by the drone.
1-1, still plenty of time. Minute left as well. Try and swing this game in your favor. But when Virginia Tech doesn't get a head start, Cincinnati can come back as strong. Again, it was their map pick, but it's still worth noting just how strong that comeback was. It was 1-4, and then everything got flipped completely around. Now, Virginia Tech, we talked about what tricks they have up their sleeve, but Gilly just doesn't have really any tricks, just simply a headshot for Orbita. Gonna point to Cincinnati for now. A lot of damage on Mako as well.
And now down man in a 30-second scenario, but no bullets left. Oh my god, now left in an awkward position with just the pistol. Finds a consolation kill, but it's just Kool-Aid from outside getting ran out by Duck. And Cincinnati continue the tear in. It's not looking too good for the Hokies.
Call it whatever you want. COD timing, Valorant timing, CS timing, Siege timing. It's all the same, and it's all just as miserable to sit there and look at. It hurts the same as well, and you can see it on Nick's facial expressions. He truly does wear his heart on his sleeve around these guys because of the amount that he trusts them, but also, that's a tough one to suffer nonetheless. So, you're going to have to take that one on the chin for Virginia Tech. I also saw a few players waving at the camera. I'm not sure. Finally, some smiles coming across. So at least we know their headspace is in the right place. And unfortunately, again, we do not have a Cincinnati team cam that is due to them having to play downstairs here next to us instead of in the arena. So on that note, we should be rolling our way into round number 4. And we're going to be back downstairs.
Dude, TJ,
Uh-oh.
is this a safe space?
Okay. Is it a safe space? I mean, yes. As long as it's...
Is critique valid?
Oh, of course. As long as it goes both ways.
I mean...
Actually, you know what? With the way that Cincinnati played map 1, no, you can give critique. That was a very rough Nick pistol shot. That was rough.
It's not even that. It's not even that. Look, I'm looking at Mako. I'm looking at Mako,
Oh,
and I'm just not seeing the shield play work. It feels like a... Oof, kill me. I'm sorry, Tom Z's former disciple. I mean this in the nicest way possible, but man, you gotta try something else, dog. It's just not, it's not really working out.
Wow, Botanic's getting some hot ones type of takes getting up in here. But also, it's a fair take.
But the most mild take in the world.
Yeah,
It's just
it's
not.
fair. Oh my.
And Hoki's dead.
And Hoki's dead.
Yeah, Hoki's dead. Great. There goes
Okay.
all the execute utility.
Man, you can be honest. That's a fair point. I mean, look, I will be honest. Mako on one of Virginia Tech's map wins yesterday. We're not gonna talk about that chat message. Mako was 0-8 in one of the map wins for Virginia Tech yesterday. So, look, I hate airing him out on stream like that, but it's a fair critique. Virginia Tech have to know their strengths and their weaknesses just as equally as one another, and you have to know what you can play in. Cincinnati has known theirs as well, but also they can keep everybody alive long enough to give them a chance not to be a weakness. But Hokie had such a hot map 1. I think he's been one of the big stories here in map 2. That is now 2 attacking rounds where they've tried to find their way. I believe they were both heading to basement, where Hokie just simply dies. Also, when we were going that last round, Hokie almost died because he was flipping back and forth on the outside of the map. He was just trying to get up and then flipped upside down, almost costed his life. Almost sacrificed himself for it. Also, how about the utility coming out of that? You will just simply knock down those Abanas, and you stall out the Virginia Tech attack.
I mean, on a basement defense, I don't think I've seen Cincinnati play a top floor extension like this since like 2023 up against Davenport University
Holy throwback.
in the UKY Rainbow Six Invitational 1 final. But it definitely is a very big point of concern for Virginia Tech to really factor here, as you know, they're a minute left on the clock. They're down 2 people down their spearheads. Not only do they have to worry about the space they've yet to take, the people they've yet to kill, but they also have to worry about, you know, the people hunting them down from the top floor. It's looking so uncomfortable. However, Nick thrives in uncomfortable situations. You gotta face your demons here if you want to succeed. Still, though, 4v3 Cincinnati with the man advantage, but Nick with the double trying to piece this round together bit by bit, make it a 2v3 as Orbita finally getting active, but those flanks getting into play. It's Pup trying to save the round here. Kool-Aid at the other side of that mirror window, and now a bit of an awkward spot. Unable to Kiba the mirror as it gets stuck in a post-blind situation.
God.
But a 1v1 as it's Nick from the back to get taken down. And Pup,
Oh my God!
That's such an easy angle to hold.
Holy.
Kool-Aid, just back up. There's no reinforcement on that mirror window. Teabag deserved. Now switch back to the camera. Switch back. Yeah, they deserved that at that point. Absolute fumble by Virginia Tech. They had it in the palm of their hand once again, but Butterfingers. Uh-oh, another round dropped. And Cincinnati continue the steamroll. Yeah, look down, guys. I wouldn't want to look at the camera either.
I am just straight appalled at how Virginia Tech let that one crumble. You let Pup land all the way back from garage, find his way up, use the Kiba to get to the middle without getting any damage, failed a Kiba on the Mira, got to use another Kiba on the Mira, then after doing that, finds a pick on Nick who wasn't even looking at the Mira, and then you shock the 1v1, then even get to peek, your foot gets caught out. That is about as rough and tough And scandalous as it gets for a round 4 win, Cincinnati on a really good pace to keep this split moving in their direction. 3-1 as it stands.
I mean, you said it perfectly right there, TJ. Ever since that latter half of Nighthaven, this series downright scandalous for Virginia Tech. There's so many perplexing situations here in their home state. You know, usually you would expect that Origin territory buff, but Cincinnati just the powerhouse that keeps on winning.
Whew. Without further ado, after a round like that and the swings that we've had this grand final, we will try to reel back in for the rest of this. There is still a whole other half and the whole rest of this half left to go, but Botanic, what I'm really intrigued to know is the way Cincinnati is standing. I think it's safe to say we're looking at a 4-2 or a 5-1 split going into that second half. What is the difference here with your lives on the line, with the way map 1 went? What makes the difference between how confident and how strong Cincinnati take this half?
I mean, okay, I maybe a bit too much confidence there from Cincinnati. That's a little bit ridiculous, but I mean, Cincinnati just looking so confident, especially once those like impossible situations become the norm. You get situations like that. A little bit too much overconfidence at the end of the day. Ego is the enemy. I don't think Virginia Tech are any slouches by any means, but you know, we saw it. We saw the emotions. We saw the body language there over on the cameras. It's looking kind of muted. It's looking kind of grim. Maybe they're not really shooting at their best right now.
Well, two big things from the last time that we saw Bedroom Jam. Pop is back on the Mira, and it was a big point of contention for Virginia Tech's push. Mako was on the Blackbeard, was able to take space after our Nitro got shot on the ground. And then from that point on, Virginia Tech simply won their 1v1s, but Gilly will win his. Hopi goes down early again.
My God, how many times are we gonna lose the Yang first? Just get on the roof. Get on the roof. Let everybody else. Actually, no. How about we just put Mako on the Yang and Hoki on the Blackbeard? It doesn't even matter. Because now Pup getting active, taking down Nick. There goes the Heartbreaks. At least he did his job. And finally Mako on the board. Gotta run one, son. Cheese Boss taken down. There go to Kibas in a 3v3 scenario. Don't get your hopes up if you're a VT fan, though.
Also, I will make it a note that yes, Azami is on the field, but by the rules, because we are not on land, Azami isn't allowed pick. And that was stated hours ago. So on that note, this round will count no matter how it plays out. Virginia Tech might be in a position, but not unless Kool-Aid Norbert will sell everything. Mako will do his best, but it will not matter. Cincinnati is on an absolute run.
I mean, you see it right there. It's Nick looking at Kool-Aid. He's like, yo, dude, what the hell do we do? He's like, hello? My God. My God, that's all I can say. That's all I can say.
Okay. All right.
That does seem like we will be going through a bit of a rehouse. I don't know if you want to call a break on that one. Trying to see what's going on.
Well, I'm trying to also listen to what Cincinnati is saying, because they are talking their mess right now, and they have a right to do so, but I am just, again, so confused as to what in the world is going on. I mean, you bring the Ying, which is a more than reasonable pick. It's one of the best picks to bring here on Clubhouse. But on that note, we're gonna try to also listen to Cincinnati, because there's something going on. You can tell by the face cams as well. We may go to a short break so we can try and figure out what's going on. I'm gonna give it a quick second, but I do believe we are okay. So on that note, we are gonna go to the rule break. Aruni has been allowed because we are not on land. So that round will go to Cincinnati, but we're gonna go to a break. We're gonna be right back, and then we'll bring the gameplay right back to you. Well, it would not be a Rainbow Six Siege LAN without another of the 20,000 technical difficulties that we have had overall at the weekend, but this one was actually not a technical difficulty, it was a ruling difficulty, so I want to help explain what happened there. So Aruni had remained banned for most of the weekend because matches were played on LAN. Now, unfortunately, the side setup, which has been used for half of today, got to play online because one of the PCs was not connected to the exact same network, which means there was rulings made earlier today where Rooney was banned and teams lost rounds because of it. So now we have to make sure that we uphold that. There was miscommunication. That part's on me. But I'm with Botanic, and we're ready to get back into the flow of things. Cincinnati was getting hot going into that one, and so now, because they kind of had to give away a lot of their second floor strats, now they go to first floor.
Yeah, and I'm gonna go bar stage, which is a very, very uncommon and low win rate percentage bomb site, but you know, given the circumstances, given everything you just revealed, you know, why not throw a little bit of a curveball? Ultimately, it might end up hurting them a bit more than it helps them. It might give Virginia Tech a second around and get them closer to equalizing that split 3-3. But you know, it's gonna be interesting and really some form of entertainment here later tonight.
I think entertainment's a very funny way of putting it, as the night has gone late enough. We were expecting, even with all the delays, we're like, yeah, maybe we'll be out of here by 11. It is now 10:53 Eastern Time, and the only team with the ability to get us done by 11 isn't either one, because it is impossible. So we are going to be locked in for the rest of the night. But it makes a big deal between the 4-1 side of things for Cincinnati versus a potential 3-2 for Virginia Tech. You mentioned this is a low win rate site, and so far it seems to be the struggle bus for Cincinnati. There's only so much you can really do, and so because of that, you're going to notice a whole lot of playing off site. Pup, Cheese Boss, and Duck are all way away.
You see a bit of that mid-floor extension with all the castle barricades and all the little slits of angles. Launch and having the attacker feet get shredded. He's going to be Duck Tolliver on that roam with the Echo as well. You know, just really trying to survive for as long as possible, drain the clock for as long as possible, and make those Echo stuns sing when they matter the most. Once again, though, you see Hokie with a Ying, thankfully not dead for so far. Nick with the Osa Shield, which means they're most likely looking to seek to force as much space by this cast side as possible to make sure vertical play onto that stage default plant with Osa Shield is non-existent, to be able to have a safe plant option. Now a minute left on the clock, and their first real obstacle here will be that deployable shield sitting by the construction door. Protected by the ADS, Mako has no more utility left to clear this shield, so they're gonna have to do it the more difficult way. But 46 seconds, I mean, they're really gonna need to start accelerating here. Might as well just start trying to throw bodies. Candela gonna fly, but actually doesn't hit the ADS this time around, so able to start blinding. But thankfully, Pup has the...
What in the world? What in the world? What in the world?
What?
Okay, so 3 Candelas have decided to start levitating.
No, I think that's just the spectator. I think it has to be a spectator bug, because normally, well, the fire just destroys everything, and Candela's included in that destruction. But it doesn't matter anyway, because somehow, you know, it is Kool-Aid able to get the plant down during all of this. It was Duck dying up above, so those Echo drones a non-factor, but Hokie finally going huge. This is what he wanted to see, and this is what I was talking about by low win rate percentage. The retake is on, and my God, Arna with a double. When the clock strikes midnight, Cheese tapping at the fuse. It's only Orbital left, but he's secured by his own shield.
Oh my gosh!
My God!
Oh my gosh!
VT's utility betrays them, and it doesn't matter Recoast or not, because still Cincinnati able to walk away with the 4th on the random bomb site pick of bar stage.
Yeah, and Hokie's talking about it in the middle of this team. He was making a hand motion in the shape of the Candelas. I believe they actually were stuck, or at least on his end, they were stuck in the air. But you had a good point. I believe they did get destroyed in the fire. That's an unfortunate circumstance for Hokie, but I think with the way that tonight has gone, you know, you can argue which side the R6 God should or should not have been on, but Cincinnati find that round win regardless, and now they have to go back to the second floor site, but I don't believe they're going to be able to change much here. We can breathe now. It's been a night. Yeah, I do not blame you, to say the least. And you saved a lot of your passion. Hashtag bring the passion. Hashtag passion series. Hashtag
passion college.
Yeah, hashtag passion college. Passion university, bro. No, we brought a lot of it to this grand final. We were saving a whole lot of energy, and it's hard to, especially granted that this is now marking, I think, 5 hours of delays that this event has unfortunately fallen apart on. But hey, we deeply, deeply appreciate our entire team for from the tech people to our students who are working production, to our students working graphics and photography and videography, and of course our lovely head TO, Mr. Fuji. Believe me, the tech issues were not his fault, and the rule issue was also not his fault. So he's doing an incredible job, to say the least. But who's also doing an incredible job, you may ask? Well, Cincinnati. If they can try and once again win the second floor take with a lot of the same strategy, that's gonna hurt with a 5-1 split on Virginia Tech's map pick.
And now Hokie, the main spearhead of that last round, encountering a bit of a difficulty here by the flat wall. It's jammed. Gilly, though, taking control of the round here, going to be taking Nick out quite early. You know, game recognizes game. Nick recognizes a nice shot when he sees one. Marcel gets struck between the eyes with one. For now, it's going to be Virginia Tech holding by weight. Trying to see if they can catch any member of Cincinnati in rotation. Wow. And Cheesebot's going to get caught out on the run out by one of Mako's Claymores. So that equalizes the affair. Cheese getting surprisingly aggressive when one not necessary, and not much start the domino effect as now Gilly falls as well.
Oki's taking a big advantage of this rehost as well. He was struggling deep into those first 3 or 4 rounds, and now not only is he keeping his life, finding kills out of that LMG, and also the Candelas are still all 4 in the pocket. Decent utility still out, as there are, I believe, both Twitch drones still live, or at least one live. But on that note, Cincinnati is trying to continue to open up room, but you can tell that Hoki's going to try and make his way upstairs. Now 2 will try to make their way up. Big pick coming up for Duck here, if he can get it.
And kind of the value Duck gets here is everything, as unfortunately none, but plates it up for Arno to get the trade. Minute here left on the clock still. 4 Candelas are going to be absolutely brutal for these defenders remaining for Cincinnati, but we did see one of them fall towards main stairs. Now Hokie looking to recover that same space. Spots a C4 from down below, so nothing in the kit for Cincinnati to safely kill people from the safety of cover any longer. However, Hokie's flank on a flank might be a little bit risky here because he does have all the Candelas and belts spotted by the camera. Now is the time to start throwing those Candelas as the rest of Virginia Tech preparing for that execute.
Ooh, that Candela was misthrown. It's an early swing for Arno, but unfortunately Pup for Cincinnati will fall down, and it's going to be real awkward. With Kool-Aid able to rotate over, he's going to have that hole all the way down, almost loses his life. Arno's got to be careful. We've seen a crazy 2v1 for Cincy before. Can it happen once again? Jim is going to be the option. He can get one right here. It's awkward. Will find him. Can he get his weapon back up in time? Kool-Aid will sell this one. 1v1 taps the diffuser. Runs out. Arno, you are disgusting. You are diabolical. Are you kidding me? And R says no.
This 65-year-old Buckeye still frags out the old-fashioned way. My God, another robbery for Cincinnati.
Oh
An utter defeat across the faces of Virginia Tech. The series was over before it even started.
Are you kidding me? 5-1 split for Cincinnati on Clubhouse on defense. And Lucy also makes a great point in our private channels. They said 6 kills on Arno since that rehost. And the word that they used was goddamn.
Goddamn.
Well, you want to talk about Lord. Arno may be approaching that status with the way he's been playing. You want to talk
to the kingdom of God. God knows he's close to that grade for most of us.
You want to talk about 2v1s. Cincinnati finds 2 of them to win rounds on the side of Cincinnati. And it is absurd how both of them fell through. The first one was a little unconventional. I think it was Virginia Tech being caught off guard. But that second one, I do not have any reasonable understanding of how Arno got the chance to even hop out in the first place. Not to mention where was maybe a Claymore here and there. How was nobody making sure that rotate didn't happen? Audio cues. I mean, again, you were blunt earlier about Virginia Tech. You got to be blunt about the whole team now. That was a confusing way to lose that round, not to mention the one earlier here in basement. But now Virginia Tech gets to try and regain and kind of save face at this point. 5-1 for Cincinnati, but the job is not finished.
I mean, it's just kind of the reflection of the current situation of the Virginia Tech camp ever since that loss on Nighthaven. Everybody just discombobulated. They can't really play off each other, and that might be, you know, what are the comms like? Are people really coordinating with each other, or just individual gunfight after individual gunfight? And I think we all get to see what's going on, you know, bright as day. Cincinnati taking full advantage of, you know, Virginia Tech's current situation.
Well, man, Cincinnati, what can you do to try and call game early with the way it feels like? If they can get this first round, especially all the way down here in basement, that's going to hurt more than just the average basement win. And Cincinnati's already going to try and make sure second floor is all but cleared out. They want to make sure they can push through dirt without a problem. So Gilly's going to try and, you know, make sure that's a-okay. In the meantime, Orbita is taking a decent amount of damage. Luckily, keeps his life. You need those smoke canisters alive. Also, you talked about Mako and the shields. Well, on defense, there's just as much shields to mess with.
Dude,
that's on me, chat.
Did you just
on
curse
me.
on my...
I was trying to say to front with. I'm not gonna lie, chat. I was trying to say to front with.
Yeah, you got Arno kill.
That is on me, and Arno's kill. That is on me. That's on me, chat. But in the meantime, we will power past it. I was gonna say Mako's gonna get to front with another shield because Clash is the pick.
And now Virginia Tech at the very least with a man advantage. Belt of utility in the form of the majority of Arno's booby throws, but it doesn't matter as the man numbers recover immediately, and I'm not sure how many smokes the Orbita even got to use before his untimely demise. That might bite Virginia Tech in the backside as they don't really have that late game stall anymore. At the very least, 3 C4s that could go huge when placed correctly, especially in combination with the slowing effects from Mako's CCE shield. About a minute left on the clock now in Cincinnati, gearing up for the execute. Still plenty of utility in their pockets.
Again, I don't need to be one to say what the stakes are. 5-1 for Cincinnati. You mentioned how much utility is still left to use. It goes both ways. 3 nitro cells in the hands of Virginia Tech. But on the other side of things, plenty to work with, and still 2 Deimos trackers to try and knock things down. Duck's got plenty of Capital utility. And now it's going to be intriguing to see how do they decide to use it. 45 seconds left. Got to be careful with the way they're playing dirt. Nick is getting really egregious here.
I think this gunfight here between Nick and Cheese Boss is going to decide the entire pace of the round, especially as Cincinnati gears up for this final execute. Now some backup at the very least for Cheese. Nick not even going to be able to find the first, not re-aiming at the correct head level. It's Mako forced behind the fire, but the tuck actually effective as now Kool-Aid helps sweep up the job, and Virginia Tech still a little bit of life left in them.
Okay, you will take whatever you can get. We can also hear Cincinnati also explaining that, you know what, we're all good, guys. Say okay. Meanwhile, Virginia Tech is waving hands. I see smiles, though, so I believe it's a-okay. But, again, job is not finished for either team. Cincinnati still has to find their way into 2 attacking wins, which we know this roster can do. But this is Virginia Tech's map pick, and on defense, there's a lot more room to strat on the attacking side. So what does Virginia Tech have up the sleeve? You got to pull every trick that you can potentially bring right now. And we're going to Gym Bedroom, where the horrors of that last 2v1 to close out the first split happened. Alright, Botanic, what sticks out to you on the side of Virginia Tech? Again, Mako right back on the shield. I think playing more so intel than anything right now. Bandit, Goya. I mean, I don't mind the setup. Nick on Ella, maybe you could make an argument for somebody else, but I don't mind it either.
I actually think that the Ella is perfect right now. I mean, we see, you know, whenever Cincinnati brings out the glass, they intend to go fast. We've been able to know this across this entire tournament, so especially in combination with the Monty, it means, you know, that Monty's usually going to be holding case 99% of the time. That Monty's usually going to be behind some cloud of smoke while Glaz watches from safety. So kind of being able to have that detection system and a disorientation system in the form of those Griswold mines from Nick is going to at the very least help diminish how fast Cincinnati is able to take it, as well as those Goyos in the pocket of Hokie. Not to mention the entirety of Mako's ability.
I do wonder if Cincinnati knows that there is an Ella in the hands of Nick, and I mean, it doesn't really seem they care. They're going to try and get open Jacuzzi wall, and they should have no issues doing it. Nobody's even around to try and throw an extra bandit down. Too little, too late. And it should roll through. Without a problem in that, it will. And Gilly is just in with the shotgun and will destroy Kool-Aid. He has W-keyed his way in. Will tank some Ella util here and there. Orbital will at least get one on Cheese Boss to try and hold the Cincinnati side, but they are deep into things. Hoagie goes down to Duck. There's been a player spotted. You got to be careful here if you're Arno. You're just trying to keep util. You will swing with the pistol. You almost find two. As Orbita goes down, they're going to go for the plan instead. But Mako with the clash, finding another pick there.
Unfortunately, Nick down in the process, so it's only Mako left that has a standing chance to fight against the prospect of Cincinnati on match, series, and championship point here. As the time flies by, nothing possible, met against the unbreakable wall here of an almost full health Monty Shield, blocking off as many initiatives as possible. We also do have the lurk still by Duck Tolliver up in CC, and just an amazing pitch by Cincinnati. The acceleration catching the Hokies off guard, and now really at the edge.
It was a matter of time before somebody got to tournament point. Cincinnati have been the favorites. They have not dropped a map all weekend, and even when they're pushed to overtime, they don't even need double overtime. They get it done right at the start. So now 8-6, that first map. Here we are on Clubhouse. They could call it, and they could end it here.
Attackers need to locate.
In the meantime, though, what can Virginia Tech bring? We're gonna make our way over to CCTV and Cash. We're gonna have to see what can Virginia Tech do with everything on the line. They have to win 4 in a row, Botanic, just to have a sliver of a chance. Because we saw what happened last time. It was 6-6.
I mean, sports has always taught us that, you know, there's always a chance. We know it in our bones, but Cincinnati just been crushing everybody all weekend long. And while there have been close situations, just the mental fortitude of this team has been at the top of the tier list of the competitors here at the Passion Series here at Concord University, West Virginia. I just don't see a world where Cincinnati really loses this at this point. It's going to take an absolute miracle from Virginia Tech.
I think miracle may be aggressive, but I also believe that it is probably the most correct word you can use in a situation like this. With how confident and dominant Cincinnati have looked, I mean, again, it was 1-4 in favor of Virginia Tech over on Cincinnati's map pick, and everything just flew out the wayside. Cincinnati then got to do the same thing. Even with a rehost and a ruling error, they still went up 4-1 on Virginia Tech's map pick. So it has been a battle of the mental and how long you can withstand your opponent. The word that Botanic was looking for earlier was the battle of attrition. It's a beautiful way to put it. We're into the first minute of potentially tournament point.
It seemed like they've managed to pinpoint that Azami Monko holding by Garage. Cincinnati's very first objective is going to be able to isolate this kill as a ton of focus fire over on that position. Kool-Aid close by to attempt to help, but still from down below, a little bit of vertical, try and pressure him. He's forced to move for the time being.
Still plenty of time left. You have to waste a dock stim as well early on in this one. Aura comes out so that Gilly can go to work on this clash. Has to be careful though, because the feet do get found. It's a lot of health that he has to give up. Also, Nitro is going to be used. I don't think any impacts were down, so there goes the Aurora barricade. Things are getting awkward. Shotgun from Nick. The secondary comes out at a beautiful time. Will knock him down instantly, and now Virginia Tech gets a big pick.
Despite a lot of information on the Cincinnati side, it still is Virginia Tech able to walk away with the very first pick. Bit of a risky commitment, sure, for Nick, but at this point, you have to do whatever you can to secure that advantage. You know exactly where Nick is. Able to fight for one more huge value for the veteran of Virginia Tech. Minute left on the clock. Only 2 members left remaining for Cincinnati. Like I said, it's a miracle, but 1 round at a time for the Hokies.
I am originally just appalled, but does Hokie even know that Arno got out? Arno just barely gets out alive. Potential pre-fire is in order, but Arno wants nothing to do with that. Hokie, though, looking at the idea of a run out. Could be big, waiting for his right moment, but it might just be too late, as Arno's made his way up on the platform, and Cincinnati in a very awkward situation. A whole lot going down on this bug, on Pup. As again, I'm more so just confused of what the plan is here for Cincinnati. They are so split up.
Yeah, very separated. Up attracting a lot of attention towards himself, but still managing to win his ones. Not enough time, though. Both of these Cincinnati attackers not really in any position to try and coordinate with each other. It's going to take a massive blunder by Virginia Tech to even let go this round. Mako's still going to be holding strong over by Rafters, and case control now in the hands of Virginia Tech. No time at all. The down comes through, but Virginia Tech survives another round in this grand final.
By any means necessary, you will absolutely take it. Virginia Tech extends their tournament life, but like you mentioned, it may be a miracle, but you gotta take one round at a time. So now Virginia Tech, I believe, has to go back to basement for their best shot, or I believe they have the option of going on the other second floor site, of going cash and CCTV. Let's see what the pick is here. I would imagine that you go basement here, but with Virginia Tech and how they looked on basement to start this half off, I'm not sure how much stock you can put into that.
Boy, I mean, just what an exciting game so far. Finally, we get to see a little bit of signs of life, but is this sustainable? You know, Nick's play right there, honestly, incredible. It was required, demanded of him. But
Absolutely.
how long is he going to be able to perform at that level?
Well, it's going to take another 2 whole maps of it if Virginia Tech want to walk out of here with $1,500 and as Passion Series champions. Not to mention Botanic, the champion, also gets to sign their names on the wall outside that our lovely artist Randall has designed. So that's a little added bonus for those teams, but they have still got to make it to that point.
The logo like Cumberland?
Yes, you do. Exactly that.
So Cumberland won.
So Cumberland got the League of Legends Passion Series. Maryville won the Valorant Passion Series.
Of course, you can't really doodle the signature from online, huh?
Yeah, unfortunately, that Valorant event did get moved online in this August, but still was a very fun event. We appreciate all the teams who put their faith into Passion Series, and, you know, I'll save all the sappiness for the last little bit of this broadcast because we've still got a game at hand. The action phase has come and started. Cincinnati, one more round stands between them and a championship.
Basement defense here for Virginia Tech. One of the rounds previous, Arno went down quite early. So as long as that ramp will live into the deeper stages of the round, it's going to be huge trouble for Virginia Tech, but I do see they bring a pulse. It's going to be able to give a lot of information for people like Kool-Aid to try and aggress on. However, it is being scanned right now by that demo, so they know the kitchen area, at the very least, in safe hands for the time being. A spot one attacker, pretty sure it was Arno over that ram.
Super early trackers from Cheese Boss, I think, just to get an idea of where all of the Virginia Tech side may be roaming. But the funniest part is that they are all already down in basement. So last map, saw Cincinnati take a long time to triple check that they made sure they could have free reign upstairs. But now it seems like that they know. They're going to start taking space, but this Pulse is just waiting ever so anxiously to grab a potential freebie right now.
And you can see right in they're trying to maximize the information they get from this Pulse scanner to try and attempt to reaggress, to throw a spanner in the works of Cincinnati's plan. But Cincinnati moving full speed ahead as there goes all the information that was granted in the C4 down with it. Kool-Aid hitting a massive tag. Now, getting scanned by the Deimos as well, barely limping on for dear life. Still C4 in hand, but it needs to be used to its best of its ability.
Where do you start if you're Cincinnati? It seems like they're going to just continue to take vertical. Do they decide to drop? 3, 2, 1 to drop. They know that there's one left, or do they? Nobody checked it out. That should be a kill, but it won't be. Instead, it's going to be somebody prone. Do they find the trade? Pup will find it. Also, Diffuser and the Deployable are there. Gilly finds 1. 2 more members stand between Cincinnati and a Passion Series championship. How about 1 more? It all comes down to one of the longest withstanding members of this roster. It is all down to Nick and the Tachanka. Gilly cannot call game. He'll unload the Tachanka clip for the heck of it. Not really sure what's going on there, but 6-3, it is all in the hands of Nick.
Global Glory himself, Saul Goodman of Collegiate 6, unable to push it any further as Cincinnati Bearcats will be your Passion Series Rainbow Six Siege champions here at Concord University, West Virginia. They bring the passion. They take it all.
Man, you said it like a pro, Botanic. You could be a Concord Mountain Lion yourself. Bring in the passion, absolutely. Well, you want to talk about the Lion. I think the Lion, if you had to name a tournament MVP, Botanic, where do you lean? I think I'd vote Gilly.
Yeah, that's a very good vote as well. I'd either choose between him and Arno, honestly.
Yeah.
Especially in terms of not only the impact on the scoreboard, but definitely some of the calls. We're right next to them, so we can hear a lot. And Arno is very vocal during the most critical moments of that map. So honestly, I would split the MVP between both of them.
Why not? Let's split the MVP right down the middle. We'll name both Arno and Gilly our Passion Series Rainbow Six Siege X MVPs. Also, Botanic, I believe that we're going to get an interview with anybody that you please, but I want to make sure you get your final thoughts out before we handle that. Your opinions on everything Passion Series, and a huge congratulations to our champions in Cincinnati.
Coming as the main spearhead behind the Queen City clashes, I can kind of pretty much exactly see the purpose of something like a Passion Series. It's going to be very interesting to see how it develops. Now, I know the concept is still young for you guys, only number 3 down compared to our 12.
Yeah.
But it's going to be nice to see how a varsity program handles things, the amount of resources you do have, especially with our wonderful sponsors, which you know by off the top of your head, and I don't.
We're gonna wait, and we're gonna make sure we share the sponsors the love in a little bit. But they've been going up that way. They've been going up for the entire night. But again, Botanic, we seriously deeply appreciate Cincinnati's involvement here at the Passion Series. But if you want to, so I think it's time to bring somebody in from the Cincinnati camp.
I'll go look. I don't know if you want to shoot the break or just keep it.
No, we can keep it rolling. I'll keep talking about that series. Cincinnati take cares of business 8-6 against Virginia Tech. That was over on Night Haven Labs. They have been unstoppable on that map. Cincinnati very rarely loses. Also, they got off to an awful start with a 1-4, but made the comeback, and that right there is about as mental copium and also mental gain as you can ask for a team in a grand final. Then we get over to Clubhouse, and at that point, it was kind of done and dusted. At the end of the day, can't blame Virginia Tech, but Cincinnati had it at 4-1 at one point with a rehost. So on that note, we're grabbing a player for an interview. It seems to be Mr. Arno. Arno, welcome in. Come join the desk with me. You have been named co-MVP next to Gilly. What does Passion Series co-MVP mean to you, and what does this team mean to you?
Honestly, the series, not much. You know, it's just another thing that we're doing, another thing that we won. But what the team means to me is a lot. You know, we're a good group of people. We're strive to do better, and big win.
Well, it's another notch in the belt for you guys. It's also another notch in the club esports realm. You guys are easily one of the best examples of what a club team can do. So I'll ask that question again, but in another fashion.
Okay.
With the amount of work that you guys put in as a club team, you guys could be a starting scholarship roster at a lot of places in the country, but you choose not to be because of what Cincinnati means to you. So then I re-ask, as a club program, what does that mean as a true national representative of what club teams can do?
You know, I think that at the end of the day, it's the players that make the team, and it's not the sponsorships or the logo or the people behind it. It's the people who are actually playing and, making the moves inside. So that's what matters.
It's very well said. So I'll ask you one more just before you. Actually, I'll ask you 2 more before you go. First off, $1,500 split down the line for the entire team. That's $300 in your pocket. I know you guys still have to drive home tonight, so maybe you haven't thought about it just yet. But what's that money going to?
Honestly, no clue. No clue.
Well, it's not a bad answer. I think saving is what a lot of players have said throughout this entire Passion Series, and